What up, family? CTR Media Network.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from happyandhealthy.global. Happyandhealthy.global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to happyandhealthy.global. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you.
Not just taking a woman's side or Venus, I'm just playing the middle, just expressing to both sides how it should be. You know,
Yeah.
I figure in music, because it was those two sides, the women going against the men and the men degrading the women, I think that I should stand in the middle. They listen, we could really work this out. You know?
Yes. And I have seen and heard how some women talk to their mate, their man, and how degrading it can be sometimes and how belittling it can be sometimes. And so women need to recognize as well, just like you want to be treated a certain way, you want to treat your man a certain way as well. You don't want, you can't have this connection when you can't see the good in each other. which is so important. And I'm sure that's what Mars 2 is about, right?
Yes. Mars is definitely
And when is that coming out?
I cannot tell you that right now.
Okay.
It's a process. It's definitely a process. I go by, my life. It's coming out this year though. It's supposed to be out this month, but it's a process on me. It's a growing process. Mars is almost completed, but it's not done. Devil is out as a single, but it's a part of Mars. I have to let it work. I have to let it work.
Yes.
Bright Lights out now too. Bright Lights. Bright Lights is definitely a single that's going to take off. It's an amazing single.
Yes. And I don't have a copy of Bright Lights. One of the things that I also respect about your music is not every cut is cursing and all that kind of stuff. You got some that's kind of like that, but not all of your music is focused in the negative like that, which is a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing, and that's what really gravitated me towards you and your music, because it's music that I would not mind my child or my grandchildren listening to. And I'm sure you probably thought about that and thought about your daughter as you were writing your music, did you not?
Yes, I actually songwrite for kids as well. So I have a kid that I actually work closely with who's 10 years old, the same age as my daughter, and I write songs for her. She's pretty nice because it's my voice, of course, but she has a dope voice too. But yeah, so I'm very mindful of my audience when it comes to certain music or certain songs. Devil is blocked from kids. Kids cannot view Devil. However, I do have a clean version of Devil in my YouTube bots that I did not release yet, for certain reasons. But there definitely is there, and I'll try to get the file to you so you can put through. But I was unable to do that at the moment. But yeah, it's a process. It's a lot of work. I basically go off emotion. I'm very emotional. I'm very emotional because I hate fake stuff.
I hear you. I'm with you 100%. Phony people, fake stuff, no. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because you can't keep that up forever, You can't keep that's something, you can't hide who you are. You can only do that for so long.
They will only try to hide it in front of you after you've seen it. Still, that's all. They said, "Oh no, it wasn't me." Like, what? Maybe that's the devil. That's the devil. That's the devil.
Yes. So I'm get back to this working with kids. See that was something I didn't know you did, and so that is phenomenal. So tell me more about your projects with kids.
I just write songs for kids. My company, Kool-Aid Baby Entertainment LLC, songwriting services, media relations. We songwrite for kids. Right now, I'm in the process of trying to get a contract for a school so I can work with kids and they can come to me to establish themselves as an independent artist. And it's going through a process. I know I'm gonna get it.
Yes, you are. Because first of all, the arts, children are so creative. And I think one of the reasons that they're failing in school is because the focus is more on the left brain than the right brain. And when you think about the creativity, kids learn through music, kids learn through being able to recite, kids learn by being able to use their own imaginations.
Right. So they want features and stuff in that nature. That's considered as team building. They're able to trust whoever they're with to do a song with them, that the song will come out great. So that's also just a small form of how you can transfer.
Yes. Critical thinking. I mean, it's critical thinking, music, being able to be creative and use your imagination and the teamwork. People don't understand. Yeah, the teamwork. Yes, I've worked with kids in schools as well, and with writing. Because of me being a poet, my programs focus on writing and having kids express through either short stories, songs, poems, or raps, and so I'm right with you with that because I know how important it is and what impact it can have on our kids. Now, I know that there's some other things that are going on with you. Oh, you want to share some of the people that you have worked with and that you've been on stages with, just to kind of give our audience an idea? And let me also say that this will be aired over and over and over again. It will be a podcast as well. It's currently on several platforms, and so there will be replays of this. Okay. All right.
I'm here for it.
All right.
Fetty Wap, Skinny from the Nine, massive interviews. I still feel as though I'm not done. I like working with artists who I personally like, and the sound of their voice. Like it could be like they can make it sound like or something like that. Like even if a person don't sing, they can become a singer with me. I'm not a singer, but I have the mechanics, as I said, the machine to make a person who doesn't sing at all, who just probably have a nice voice, such as Miss Vera, Miss Mac, and make them a great singer in the machine. So it's different how other people hear a person without a microphone and they probably sound really good and can sing, and get on the microphone and really can't sing.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you, how can a person get in touch with you?
You can follow me at SUN_JORGE or contact Miss Mac Marketing.
Okay, wait, SUN_
JO
okay. RG. Oh,
George.
JORGE.
JORGE. Like
Okay.
Jorge is George.
Okay.
Sun_George. Or contact Miss Mac Marketing.
Okay, now is this Sun_George? Is that Instagram?
That is Instagram, JORGE.
JORG. Okay, and it's SON or SUN?
SUN.
Okay, all right. So at Sun, okay.
At SUN_JORGE.
Okay, and this is your Instagram.
Yes, Facebook,
Okay.
George, SUNNY.
Okay, Facebook is what?
SUNNY.
Okay.
JORGE.
Okay, no underscore or anything, just Sunny George.
Space George. That's it. Two names,
Okay.
Sunny George. And on Twitter, Sunny George 1.
Okay, now all right. I'm running it underneath here. You see it? Was that right?
That's right. Sunny George, IGS, yes. Twitter,
Okay.
Sunny George 01.
Okay. All right. So I need to go to another commercial, and I will be right back. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
Yeah, so sponsor of CTR Media Network. You want to get in touch with CTR if you are interested in podcasting or you want to know more about the business. You want to get in touch with CTR Media Network. All right. Well, I'm glad you're back.
Glad you're back.
And I'm going to look through a couple other things and see is there something else that tell me about the Sylvester the cat.
Sylvester the cat. I don't know.
Yes, you started. Okay, you were doing your own drawings because you also an artist as well as
Oh
writing.
yes. So you kind of threw me off guard. Like Sylvester the cat. Hold on, is that a code for something? Hold on, wasn't too sure. Wasn't too sure for a second, but yes. I started drawing, watching my brother draw. It was a show called Freakazoid when I was younger, and it used to be this guy. My brother drew him, so I just wanted to. I was in school one day. I was like, damn, let me see if I could draw. It was a Tweety bird. It was a funny shaped head, so I couldn't get the Tweety bird, and I didn't know why. But I got the Sylvester, so that was my first cartoon character. I just drew freehand, just looking at it.
Wow.
Eventually, I got the Tweety bird, though. I got the Tweety bird eventually. I know how to draw by heart now. I remember that picture from school, and I still know how to draw by heart.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. And see, so you're a writer, you're an artist, you're a musician, you're a singer, you're a rapper, but more important, you're a father.
Right. I am. More important, I am me first.
Yes. Yes. That is just amazing. That is amazing. So let me ask you, because you focus in a lot of different genres. What's your favorite genre?
I don't have a favorite. I
Okay.
don't have a favorite genre. I really don't. I had my most fun genre have been EDM with Creed and Bright Lights. That's the most fun I ever had creating a song.
Is that, and why was it so much fun?
It was the energy. It was the funness of it. It was the stepping out of the mindset I was in to a better space, a better light of my life. And it's on its way to becoming, I know it is on its way to becoming what I know it will become. It's just a seed, it takes time to grow. Right now it's about to be spring. It's still wintertime. It's about to be spring. By summertime, I'm expecting the result. Trust me, I'm not playing with this. I'm not playing.
I know. You're serious, man. You got to be serious in order to make it to be what you want to be, and
Right.
to become all that you are supposed to become. You got to be serious. It's not a game.
There is some flowers that is going to get stepped on, or going to get damaged along the travel, but when we walk through the field, we're going to put in that work, though. We're going to make it. We definitely going to, this seed, the Bright Lights, and furthermore, other things I have created that's away from Devil, outside of the Mars Project, it's out of here.
Well, tell me about Bright Lights. But before you do, let me say this to my audience. Listen, I need your support. Please, in order for these programs to run and for me to make it the best that I can make it, I need your support. So please go to Cash App, $ and Still Great, or PayPal or Zelle, Vera Thomas Show 1117 @gmail.com. I need your support. So please help this program be all that it can be by donating. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now tell me about Bright Lights.
Bright Lights was a very creative song. It was 17 hours to create in one sitting for that song to be done.
17 hours?
For
that's like birthing a baby.
Yeah, for that song. I put a lot of work into that song, and having to go back and fix it. It doesn't sound right, or something is missing. Do you like the song? Not something is missing. So I had to have a group conversation about this song, like 20 people, other than the people who was actually involved in the song, to get the outside of people who, when you want to get a feel of how it really is supposed to be, you can't just think of how it could be. You can be creative, but you got to know how it feels. You got to know what the people want. That's that particular sound. Because if it doesn't sound right and it kind of sounds like that sound, they're going to shoot it down because it's not the sound. That's not what we're looking for. We missing something on this. I kind of like the track. I like that shit. Play it back again. Let me hear that one more time. I need that.
So tell me, what's the story behind Bright Lights?
bright lights. I was always losing something in the house, and you know, an individual who I was with had bright lights. You know, the lights that you could dim from your phone. So, you know, my girl. So I'm like, can you turn the lights up? And every time you turn the light on, it was like too bright for my eyes, too bright for me to see because it was so dark and dim. I got eye problems, I had eye surgery. It was just too bright for me. So I was like, all right, bright lights. And when I was in the studio just creating, it just came in my head about how it was dark in the studio. I was like, yo, turn on the light. It was bright. So I was like, damn, these bright lights. Now my voice was hoarse. So it went perfect with the track. And the way my life was going at the time, I talked to Miss Mack and I talked to other individuals. It was the devil was that track is going off. You know, it's a slow banger, but it's a smooth track. You know, but this song right here, it speeds, it's lightning. It's not wasting no time on anything. And I already see it. It's I already see it. It picked up faster than Devil. So
Wow. And people can listen to it on
Apple Music, Spotify, Deezer, YouTube Music, iHeartRadio, anywhere to dial you think of it is there. Close your eyes.
Awesome.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Open it. Open it. It's light, right? Yes, it's there. Funny, but it's there.
You're funny. Okay, so I've got another commercial. I'll be right back.
Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac Marketing. 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 Miss Mac, $1 million maker, Miss Mac Marketing.
Make your dreams become reality today with Miss Mac Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Yeah. Yes, Miss Mac Marketing
Sound Money Wallet.
and Sound Money Wallet. Yes. Okay, I'm hearing an echo. You need to come back on. I can't see you again.
You can't see me?
I can't see you. Okay. So listen, you guys need to check out Sound Money Benefits. We are headed to a digitalized monetary system. Our dollar is only worth about 3 cents right now. And so we need to look at how can we preserve what we have, hold on to what we have. How can we turn cash into silver and gold and silver into cash? That's what Sound Money Benefits is all about. So please go to www.soundmoneybenefits and get more information. I'm telling you, we're at a critical point right now in our society and with our economy. Okay, all right. So you're familiar with Sound Money Wallet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, you are. Okay. All right. Well, listen, we've got 5 minutes, and is there anything in particular that you want to share with our audience or that you want to talk about?
No matter what you do, always make the decision that you feel as though is right with you. Always make the decision that you feel as though is right for you. Sometimes you're going to make a decision, and it's going to be a decision that you shouldn't have made. But you take that and take it as a lesson, because that's a decision that you choose to do for you. And you have to live with it. You got to deal with it, and you have to move on from it. And if you make the right decision, you have to deal with it. You have to move forward with it, and don't stop there. Keep going. No matter what you do.
Good evening and Happy New Year to all of you. Welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. I am your host, Constance Willard, and this is our series on relationships and Christian dating. And tonight, our topic of discussion is, if loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Let me say that again. If loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Big question, good question. So tonight I have two of my panelists here with me. I have two more that will join later. I have Tracy Carr. Good evening, Tracy. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. And I have Pastor Robert Cockfield. Good evening, Pastor Cockfield. How are you?
Doing great.
Okay. And so you two heard our topic of discussion. And so let's talk about this thing. You know, relationships happen every day. Relationships start, relationships end. Relationships are kind of teased with a little bit and played with. Innuendos are made, hints are thrown out, sniffing takes place. You sniff a little bit here, and sniff a little bit there, and all kind of thoughts run through your mind, and you're like, should I go there? Is it safe for me to go there? Do I really want to go there? Now, I know this thing is not right for me, but do I really care about being right? If loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? So, Pastor Cockfield, talk to us for a minute. Give us your thoughts on the subject.
Well, to be truthful, I've been on both sides of the fence where you do it the right way and you do it the wrong way. And so let me start with, it depends on what your benchmarks or standards are, and that can be at any given time. And what I mean by that is, it's a lot of folks that know what the Bible has to say. They can quote scriptures. They can talk about, I was raised a certain way and my doctrinal position, all that stuff. But they still find themselves in relationships that they shouldn't find themselves in, be it if they're married and having an extramarital affair, even if they were not married, but there, and from a biblical perspective, fornicating, as they call it, or fornication, or it could just be that, and I use this term very lightly because I don't want it to be misconstrued, but as some street folks would say, being a whore, just out there, just doing your own thing, and just, just ripping up all kind of geographical locations just to find sexual pleasure. So my take on this is, it really depends on where is your body, soul, and spirit at the time. That's one. Who you connected to? Is it God or yourself? That's two. And three, when you are indulging in those type of things, and if it's the flesh or your body and soul and your heart without the connection of God, you're gonna do it. And what's gonna really sustain you from or stopping you from doing it? I'm a firm believer in that, and I think we lie about that a lot. We'll try to justify it. No, to answer your question, it's many times I knew it was right, what was wrong. I did it because I wanted to do it. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't. It just happened. It snuck up on me. No, I wanted to do it, and then God forbid if you do it and it's good, or it's better than what you had or have, you're in trouble. You're on fire, and that's and that's the God honest truth. And I've seen many go down in flames because it was better than what they had or what they have. And so I think it just comes back down to transparency. And let me just throw this in here too. I think too much blame gets shifted when we know we want to do the wrong thing. Like I've heard many people in relationships say, if it's consummated or not, and say, "Oh, I fell into it," or it just snuck up on me, or it was, she did this, he did that. Quit lying. At the end of the day, it was a choice that has to be made by that individual, and you got to own it. And that's why I teach my kids. I tell everybody else, if you do it, own it. Just say you own it, instead of just lying to people, because it really does no good for you or the other person or anybody else that's attached to that.
Okay, fantastic. So let me ask you this. Where does maturity, and when I speak of maturity, I'm speaking of age-wise, growth-wise, spiritual maturity. Where do they fit in this whole gambit here? How do they fit?
They do fit, and it really comes down to, let me start with this. So for me, because I grew up in the church, when the spiritual maturity plays a big part, if I so desire to let it. So it's not that the maturity is not present. Do I want to be mature at that moment or time or space and place in my life? That's one. Even from a natural perspective, there are certain instances where I might feel that what I'm doing is mature. The famous line is nobody's business what I do. That can be an endearment to say that I'm mature, that I'm a big boy, and this is a choice that I have made. Does it make it right? No. It really is it's a heart matter. It's what we use to justify what maturity is. For me, are we talking the village? We talking biblically? Are we talking the way I was raised? I think it really just comes down to, again, what are you subscribing to really define what that maturity is. And I'm gonna throw this out here. We talked about this before on your show. I'm the first to tell you, I come up from the streets, and I came up where parents, siblings, everybody said, it's okay, do you, long as you're not messing or bothering nobody else. That's a sign of maturity. So see, it just depends on your center of reference and the environments that you are in and what you're subscribing to that really defines from an individual perspective what is maturity when it comes to that.
Okay, so now I'm thinking more of from life experiences, and maybe something I would have done in my 20s, 30s, 40s. Now where I am in this stage of the game, I won't entertain it. So
Okay.
that's my interpretation of maturity. You know, spiritually, it's wrong. Yeah, it may look good, but as we all know, everything that looks good is not good.
True.
You know, it looks good, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got this person talking to you, and I mean, they coming on hard and they coming strong, and it sounds good. But we all have that little inner being that tells us, don't go there.
Well, I mean,
Leave it alone.
let's be transparent about this too.
Okay.
Okay. So you're right. There's certain things I did early on in my 20s, even from a sexual perspective, that no, I wouldn't do now. But the act may be the same. It's just that I'm not, I'm just being clear about this. But say I won't have 4 or 5 friends, or women, or whatever you want to call it.
Friends with benefits is what.
Yes. I
Okay.
mean, I just won't have 5 of them or 10 of them or whatever.
Okay.
So I wouldn't do that like I did in my 20s. Or here's another one. And from a male's perspective, okay, I'm not gonna mess with somebody in their 20s or 30s or whatever, because I'm hitting 60. So that's almost like child molestation. I mean, I don't want to do that. I mean, that could be my child. So no, I wouldn't do that. So I think again, it just depends on what you define as, going back to what you just said, maturity and what rules of the game that we want to play at this point in our lives. And it's not to say that I won't do the same act. It's just that I would just do it different. And that's transparency. And I don't think we want to talk about that kind of stuff. We don't. We just want to. The mature thing, it seems nowadays, is just to lie about you doing it, period, and say stay out of my business, versus just be transparent enough to say no. I'll do this. I just won't do it the way that I did it before. I just changed the rules of the game. That happens every day, and I don't care who you are. It's happening in churches. It's happening on the job. It's happening in family dynamics. That's truth. So I know some old heads that's still doing some stuff that, I would consider, is that, man, aren't you too old for that? And they older than me. But I have to be careful with that, because I don't know the history behind them. It just may be whatever they're doing now. That's maturity to them.
And it's a matter of being non-judgmental.
Yes.
It comes down to being non-judgmental, but at the same time, being transparent. Because, I've listened to a lot of people talk and verbalize things that have happened to them, or things that they have experienced and that they are still experiencing as a result of past things that they've witnessed or been a part of. And they are searching for truth, and no one has given them that truth. And so that's why I felt that this topic was so important. I had a gentleman tell me one time, and at the time we were both in our 50s. And he said to me, well, I prefer younger women. And I looked at him, I said, oh, yes, that's what I prefer. I said, okay, no problem. If that's your preference, we all have preferences.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to allow you to have your preferences. So I backed off. And then when he didn't hear from me for a while, he's like, what happened? I said, well, you told me that you had preferences and that you preferred younger women. So there was no need of me further entertaining a relationship with you because of what you said to me. And he says, no, you misunderstood me. Listen to what I'm saying. I like young women. Don't get me wrong. He says, young women are fun. They're exciting. But when it comes down to building the farm, young woman is not it.
No.
You need a woman of substance. Okay? You need a woman that stands for something. You need a woman that knows who she is as a woman and as an individual. That's what I'm talking about. He said, a young woman, 1 o'clock in the morning, she thinks it's fun to get up and run to McDonald's. He said, well, I'm not going to McDonald's at 1 o'clock in the morning. He says, first of all, I don't eat McDonald's. I'm not going to McDonald's at 1 a.m. in the morning. He says, so you misunderstood me. Yes, I like looking at younger women. They're nice to look at. They are fun. But when it comes down to me and the mate, the perfect mate that I choose to build the farm, young woman is out of the question. Out of the question. And so, Tracy, you have been quiet tonight. What are your thoughts on this topic?
Ooh-wee. That's a powerful question. And you know me, sometimes I can be very deep and wonderful.
Come on with it.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot of angles you can go. If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right.
No, not I don't want to be. Do you want to be?
Look, I said I don't want to be.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know what? It's a double-edged sword when it comes to that. Even something that Robert was saying. Sometimes you find yourself in situations that you don't even know how you landed there. And it's back to maturity. It starts out one way and ends up another way. And then I have said this before, something that feels so right can be so wrong. And once again, some of the things that you spoke about was the word of God, living the standard, you know, the means of knowing what is right in God's eyes, but, you know, dealing with the past, dealing with things that you have seen growing up, you know, is one of those things. It's a challenge, and you have to be mature about it because of the people that surround you, that can be involved as well. And you just don't want your good to be evil spoken of. And so because of those things, you do have to be careful, but at the same time, you know, is like you said, I don't want to be right, but it's so wrong. The other thing that I thought about, let's talk about us as individuals. If loving me is wrong, I don't want to be right. A lot of times we put ourselves aside to accommodate, to help and fix somebody else. And it's one of those things that you know who you are, but you deplete yourself, kind of like we discussed before. You deplete yourself to complete somebody else. And it gets to a point in your life where you want to learn how to complete yourself. It's not that you're not being mature. It's just that sooner or later you grow up and you put yourself in a position like I have neglected myself for so long to make sure everybody else is taken care of. And then you have to ask yourself, well, what is your expectation of taking care of that other person? Because it comes off like you don't love you, but you do. It's just a part of your characteristic, you know. So it's like, what do you do with that? And so that is something that I'm learning. And I think I had said on a different show about 2023 about me, but I was sharing with I believe it was Robert about, it's not that it's about me. It's the fact that if I'm no good to myself, how can I be good for anybody else? So that's the type of thing that, you know, I think. And for this year, I said, God, I want to be better. I want to be more mature, even when it comes to your word. I want to live by the standard of God, but at the same time, we don't always get it right. And you don't know what life obstacles. That's why I said, you know, I was saying something about chapters in a book. And when you talk about chapters, I'm like, man, there are so many chapters and you don't know what page you're about to turn into because you don't know what's inside that chapter to get that person to where they are. So even back to, if loving you is wrong, it can be wrong, but the situation sometimes make it so right. So it's just a self-reflection. It puts you back in a predicament, like opening up that book, open up the chapter, and the truth actually sooner or later reveals itself. And sometimes I even talk to God and I say, God, in that process of knowing, sometimes it could be what God has assigned you to. not necessarily knowing that if that person is strong enough to be with them themselves. A lot of people make things about sex, and it's not about sex. Sometimes it's just somebody just being accountable and just making sure that, hey, that person that you do love is a-okay, and that person that loves you is a-okay. And so I think sometimes we take it out of context, and because of the way we look at things from a biblical standard, and yes, I get it, but at the same time, like I said, when the truth reveals itself on how things actually transpire, sometimes I say, okay, God, what do you do with this? So if it's wrong, I don't want to be right. And I yield my mic.
Okay, now you mentioned an interesting point. You said the situation sometimes makes it right. But what if it's the situation that makes it wrong? Talk to me about that.
Okay, so what makes it wrong is when you start letting them body parts get involved emotionally, physically. It's the sexual content, and that's the part people don't want to talk about. It's the sexual part. You get so mixed up. It's, hey, when it comes to that, you get to a position where you want what you want, and it could be something simple. Like I said, sex don't just start up in the bedroom. Sex starts over the telephone. Sex could saying, "Oh, how was your day?" And next thing you know, and I think I was sharing this with somebody before. I was saying, like, I think the discussion basically was about how do two people end up in the wrong situation. And so I said, well, it takes two people to take their clothes off. So it's a decision that you make, because ain't nothing gonna slip and flip and dip unless you make it happen. So you get to a point in your life where those are the obstacles and those are the decisions that you make, and you enjoy it. But it's back to that thing that I was saying. If loving you is wrong, why does it feel so right?
Well, let me say something.
Go ahead, Pastor.
So first of all, let me make this clear. Purpose and intent plays a big part in this. And if I'm supposed to be accountable to the people that I am to be accountable for, and even as a shepherd, I'm wrong. Period. I can't. You can't. There's no justification in it. That's number one. And number two, yeah. So that's one. Because at the end of the day, I was purpose for what God brought me here for. But here's what I want to throw out here, right? So I'm just going to give you an example of a scripture and how things can go south. So Proverbs 31:10-11. An excellent wife who can find, she is far more precious than jewels. We've heard this. The heart of her husband trusts in her, and he will have no lack of gain. Now, just in reading that scripture, there are variables in that could just make it wrong. For instance, is there trust between you and this person? What do you do when there's no trust in him, or what got you there? You could just start off the relationship lying, saying, "Oh, I trust you." I don't, because of previous experiences before you got married. It's how things are brought to the table and what you do with them, and that transparency is going back to transparency. So if I'm in that situation, if you married for a long time and then you turn around and say, okay, well, we don't trust each other, and then hypothetically say a person say, I don't want you no more. Well, then in my heart, I could take two positions. Okay, God, I'm going to do the right thing and see what the end going to be and see how this going to work itself out and just leave well enough alone. Or I could take this position and this disposition, and I could say, well, you know what? Someone else's trash is someone else's treasure. So good. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do my thing. There again, that's me making that decision. Where we go wrong is lying to people, and like God had something to do with it. God ain't had nothing to do with that. That was my decision. I chose to say, okay, well, you don't want me, somebody else will. And then I have choices to make. How do I consummate and first of all dissolve and resolve this first relationship that's in crisis? And then what do I do to do his will and way and do it right? Do I have the patience to do that? Do I have the will to do that? Do because of previous hurts, do I even want to do it? That's being transparent. I might just say, you know what, God, you know what, hey, tired of this. And you dismiss God in the whole process. That's truth. We don't want to say it. God know, I know, and then when people ask, they should know. You should just be honest and just tell the truth. You know what's right. You said it. I don't want to do right. That's a choice we make. And let me just go one step further. And if you make that decision, is it right for me to say that I'm holding a standard of God? We don't want to be honest about that. We should just be honest and say, at this moment in my life, I'm not holding that standard because I just choose not to. Like Tracy said, is it really about sex or when it? No, that's just right now. I'm in the desert. I'm dry. This is where I'm at. That's transparency. And I think that's what people just looking for. That if we do more of that where we're at, we all can learn something.
Tracy, you just threw out some terms. Flip, dip, and what?
Flip, dip. And I don't know the other one I said.
I forgot what you said. I meant to write it down. Flip, dip. I said, ooh.
You said flip, dip, and slip.
Okay. Flip, dip, and skip. Okay.
Dip. But I was going to say, piggyback on what Robert just said. This is the thing that I believe, especially when it comes to leaders, I think as far as being transparent and being very, very honest. I was sharing once again, when I would go through my little tests and trials, the first thing that people say, and you call yourself a woman of God. I said, no, I don't call myself a woman of God. I am a woman of God. There's a difference. But the thing is that I am not perfect and I do fall. But I have to ask myself during that time of that fall, am I trying to be the little God myself? Or am I fully ordained or fully studying or fully covered? Am I doing everything to cover myself to keep me from being just in that rightful position? And sometimes, once again, you get in that position where, hey, here you go again. I mean, especially when you've been dealing with this all your life, what have you really seen? It's two sides of a fence. And when you say two sides of a fence, I said, I have my mother, the DNA, and I have my father. I have learned so much more and more every day. And my sons and I talk about it because of these generational curses. And you sometimes don't even realize that you're living the generational curse that has been going on. And then one day you get a phone call and it's revealed to you and you're like, what in the world? And so for me, I have decided, because of some of the things that I have learned recently, it bothers me because I don't want to live that same life that was revealed to me. And I know this, and some of this stuff has been going on for 40 something years. So wow. It's okay. And no, it's not okay. So what does that look like? So it's, for me, sometimes it becomes very personal, very hurtful, because, and the other thing about myself is that I don't like living in a place where I'm thinking one thing is going on. Then when I find out that it's not, then I'm being in a place that, I mean, I'm thinking we going down the right street, and then boom, what? And then here you are, and sometimes life is too far gone, and you're saying, oh, okay, God, how do we fix this? So I'm saying, as far as individuals, you want something. I was told today, and I laugh because I'm like, why do people feel like they can read my book? And they say, Tracy, and I think I shared with Robert, and I think I may have shared with Constance before, you are so independent. And I said, okay, so what are you saying? You'll be fine with a man or without a man. You know how to take care of your own. And I don't like hearing that, even though I know that's just me, because a lot of times I be doing stuff and you be like, what the world? But I don't like hearing that, because at my age, I want to enjoy life. I want to share, with that person or somebody that I can just go hang and just, like I said, enjoy living life. That's it. Enjoy living life. And I'm like, why is it that, Tracy, you'll be fine? I don't want to hear all that. I don't. I just want to enjoy life. What's wrong with enjoying life?
Wow.
That's it.
Wow. And so I'm going to get with Juanita here in a second, but I have one more question I want to throw out there on the table. You know, you said you asked God to fix it. My question is, why wasn't God consulted from the beginning?
Oh, because let me tell you something, woman of God. I'm saying because when you being that little G, you already feel like it's already being fixed. And you feel like, once again, you got to know the difference between an assignment and what you're really supposed to be doing. If you don't recognize that assignment and maybe that assignment is over, then maybe you're becoming the one who now has been stuck. Because what happens is you got to realize that we are being taught lessons. And if you don't learn that lesson, you're going to go deeper and you're going to go deeper. And then you're going to ask yourself, how did I get in this position? And you're so far gone when you haven't contacted God anyway. And for me, I'm a dreamer. So because I'm a dreamer, you got to be careful even what you dream, because what is really being revealed. So you have to ask God and know God and learn to hear what he's saying. And during my time when I was going through my little fasting and my surgery, whatever, God revealed a whole lot to me. And I'm like, wow, it's not that, because it started out, well, let me take that back. It may not have started out the God way, but God still gave me a discernment that there are certain things that I needed to do. When he called me, I answered. It was just certain things that took place. And now, you know, now is what was Robert, his favorite thing. Now we have to deal with the consequences of some of the decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to take ownership. And the thing about it is, what honestly, the truth is that when you have two people that may be doing wrong, what are you owning? Because you all, if there's no labels, there's nothing that you're just coexisting. You have to own what you have done, but what are you owning and where are you going?
So let me throw this out here. So what do we own? This is Ephesians 4:1-3. And I am not trying to get deep and wonderful. This is first of all, no, I'm not. She asked a question. It was transparency. She asked, why didn't you consult him in the first place? Okay. So passes, I therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. And guess what? If I'm not at peace, I'm gonna get a peace. That's just being transparent. I'm sorry. when we not in the right alignment with God, that's what happens. And nobody want to talk about that. So I done learned, done it myself, even as a leader. Guess what? If I'm not at peace, I'm not aligned spiritually. My spirit ain't connected to God's spirit. I am not listening to God. I ain't talking to God. And another peace is present. That peace is going to be the peace that you're going to be dealing with. Now, that's the truth.
Okay, so all right. Thank you for authenticity.
What scripture was that?
Okay. It came from Ephesians 4, wasn't it?
Ephesians 4:1-3.
Okay. All right. So Juanita, good evening, and thank you so much for joining. You've heard all this discussion. You've heard all the commentary. Your facial expressions have shown some shock. So come on and talk to us about it. If loving you is wrong, do you really want to be right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I want what I want, and when that flesh is rising up, that flesh is going to get what it's going to get.
Okay.
So yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. So she said, no, I do not. All right. So this is a very interesting discussion. Pastor Cockfield has given us some scriptures to consider, but I think I can say that the general consensus is that we don't consult God as we should when we entertain these relationships. We go for it. And Tracy, you said that you have to be able to discern whether it's an assignment. My thing is it an assignment or a hookup? And if it's a hookup, who put the hook out there? That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm
just
saying.
Asking for a friend.
That's right. See, that's what I'm talking about. Hook up.
There you go.
Even Adam and Eve knew what they was doing. God told them, don't do that. And then what they do? Oh, man, all kind of excuses, all that. That's what I'm saying. We know what we doing. They knew what they was doing, but then they got caught. So the hookup, and let me talk about that hookup real quick. Come on, man. This is what I've heard and seen so much, and it's ridiculous. Oh, I didn't ask for this. I didn't. You lying wonder. Yes, you did. You knew doggone well what you wanted in the first place, and Juanita just said it. She said, "No, I want what I want." That's the bottom line. And if spirits line up, I'm talking about spirits. I ain't talking about the spirit. If spirits line up, oh, it's hell to pay. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now. Guess what you gonna do? The kindred spirits gonna line up. And see, the enemy's smart. He ain't stupid. He know what your weaknesses are. He'll bring you just what it's gonna take for you to go down in flames, or for you to do what you're gonna do. Where I got the problem is, just be honest about it. Say, instead of saying, "Lord, I thank you," just say, "Well, Satan, that was pretty good. That's tasty. You know what? Thank you for the dish." We don't want to do that. We want to sit here and lie on God. That is crazy, man. Own your stuff. Sorry.
Okay, Tracy.
You can own it, but the reason why I said knowing if it's an assignment, because sometimes it is. Sometimes you don't even know you about to get hooked on the hookup. Sometimes your soul is back to what we talked about as far as being blinded, because you're thinking one thing, but when them scales come off them eyes, you try to figure out how in the world did I get in this situation, and it happens. I hate to say it happens. Sometimes, I mean, I don't know if I can speak about anybody else. Sometimes you can really be going to do X, Y, Z, and you get so comfortable in going to do X, Y, Z, and that's saying, your comfort is getting very too close for comfort, and you there, and that's just being transparent. And once again, I hate to say it about, like I said, leaders. I'm gonna say even leaders in the pulpit, because your cup has really overflowed, and when it goes empty, those are the most sneakiest, craziest times that before you know it, boom. And guess what? Some of them, they may want it to happen. Hey, you never know. But at the same time, some people really go in with the right intentions of doing what they're supposed to be doing.
And so I'm a leader, and I've said this before. I blame parishioners just as much as the leader, and leaders of the leader, because they give passes. See, we don't want to talk about it either. So let's hit that one. Now, I've been there before, been there and done it. So guess what? It's a lot of cats in the pulpit, him and her, been tearing up some stuff, and then the church know, and then the leadership know, and the members like, well, that Negro can preach. So you know what? We don't want another pastor. We're going to give him a pass. Or it could just be other leaders who him or her hanging around, and they doing the same stuff. And it's all about the money. It's all about filling them seats. It's all about business. And they know doggone well that cat dirty, him or her. And they give them passes. And when you keep doing that, and I blame prostitute, you set them glass houses up, and then you just tell people, don't throw the rock. Don't break the glass. Nobody gonna get better. That's why the whole church ends up jacked up. That's true. So there again, it's transparency. We all are culpable in a lot of this stuff, because behind the scenes, we don't want to tell the truth. We giving passes, and we saying it's okay. So you're going to have those jacked up behaviors, because church ain't nothing but a sample size of the community in the first place. So if you're hoeing, that means it's other hoes in there too. And then guess what? You got to be careful. And if we just give people passes like that, it's going to be a lot of hoeing.
Okay. All right. So once again, Pastor Cockfield has put it plainly out there for us. So if loving you is wrong, do you want to be right? Now, back in the 60s, there was a young man by the name of Luther Ingram, and he had a song, "If Loving You Is Wrong, I Don't Want to Be." Luther just went ahead and told the truth. He just went ahead and told the truth. Now I don't want to be right. I'm going to do what I want to do, whether it's wrong or whether it's right. He put it out there. But for me, I decided to put a twist on it. And guess what? I'm getting the same response. Question just kind of twisted a little bit. Getting the same response. So the overall consensus is when it comes to loving, if that's what you want to call it, or as Pastor Cockfield say, hoeing, if that's what you want to call it. Tracy wanted to put it real nice, prim and proper and say assignment, but no ma'am, no ma'am, hookup. It's a hookup. There's no other way to size it or shape it. It's a hookup. And we're getting the same response. People want what they want, how they want it, and they'll pray and ask for forgiveness later. Let's just go ahead and be for real. Talk to me, somebody. Juanita.
They'll pray and ask for forgiveness sometimes.
Okay.
If they want what they want, then ain't no being sorry on forgive me, because they're going to do it again. So sometimes they'll pray and ask for forgiveness.
Okay.
Most
So
times.
you said sometimes.
Yeah, most times when they're caught, then yeah, okay, now let me ask for forgiveness because I should have been doing this in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, now when you want what you want, you go get what you want and don't care what nobody says about it.
So when the person gets caught and they say they're sorry, are they sorry because they got caught, or they're sorry for their actions?
That's a good question.
No, I can give you that one. You're sorry for both because you didn't got caught and you're sorry for your actions. And let me explain this. And then guess what? You pray God don't break your, just go on and break your back. Just go on and smoke you. Because we know, again, know what I'm doing. I'm just saying, can you give me some grace and mercy? Can you, man, that's what we do. And people don't want to, they don't want to talk about that. Like, okay, God, now let's dismiss what I'm doing. Let's pray. Let's pray about the weather. Let's pray about the something else. No, let's skip that subject. It don't even have to be a relationship. We do other stuff that we know is sinful, and guess what we do? We dismiss it, still call ourselves communicating, talking with God, and hope and pray He give us a pass. That's because we know what we're doing. Now, I feel this way. Maybe this is too strong what I'm about to say, but Lord have mercy, church, the institution has taught us to lie so much. 1 minute they saying live holy, live right, don't do this, don't do it. Then when they then some, it depends on who it is. Then they say, oh, you know what? It's okay. God will forgive you. God, okay. Then the next minute, then it depends on who this other person is. Oh, you're going straight to hell. Well, which one is it? So I'm just like, it's some days I'm just like, well, what the hell? Are we all going to hell? What the hell we doing? What in the hell just happened? It's ridiculous. And that's that. I think that's riding that fence. You just riding the rails. You saying, okay, I ain't got smoked or lightning hit me or nothing yet. So let me see how far I can go with this. That's truth. That's what we do every day. And it just relationships is just sin, period. And we know it. And so, you're right. I hook up with somebody. That's what I'm doing. I'm just hoping that it work out. That's it.
So let me throw this out there. So you find yourself in this awkward, or maybe it's not awkward, in this position. And you, even though you know it's wrong, but you desire that it materializes into something. Number one, how can you have that expectation that it materializes into something that's going to be blessed by God, number one? And number two, how can you expect that God will bless that mess? Talk to me, somebody.
Lying to yourself. That's what you're doing. Lying to yourself.
Okay.
Expecting God
Thank
to
you,
bless
Juanita.
your mess.
Thank you, Juanita. Pastor Cockfield.
She's right. And guess what? Now, and here's me. It comes to a point to where you have to just surrender to what you're doing and know it's wrong. And then just say, okay, God, what is right? And then be willing to do it. But we still stuck on the first phase of this, what you just discussed. Oh man, he can't, he's not gonna bless it until body, soul, and spirit line up with his spirit, and we get realigned back to what our purpose and intent was in the first place and why he got us here. And then I can't make it about me. This is not about my desires or none of this. It's about his will and way. And I think we just don't want to. That's hard on both parties, whoever it is. That's hard, especially when you have gotten so far out there and you don't even remember. No, it ain't remember. You don't even really know how to get back where you should, especially when you made a jackass of yourself. And I said just what I just said. You made ass of yourself. You go out here and do this crazy stuff, and then now people are like, oh, do I even trust him or her? Do I even believe what they have to say? There's a lot of ground that needs to be covered. Do I even have the strength? Well, in God I do, but do I even want to deal with God after I've disappointed him too? And I've been there where I just say, you know what? I don't want to read. I don't want to pray. I don't even want to talk to him. Now it's like you got an option because God ain't going nowhere. But these are truths. We put ourselves in those positions. We would love to get it fixed, but where are you at with God and where are you at with yourself spiritually? That's tough. That's the reality, being real. So,
And so let me ask this question. When you say, I don't want to pray, I don't want to read, is it out of fear that you're running from God and trying to hide from God, or you're not ready to face God?
all the above. I don't
Okay.
want to face him. It's like having sex in a hotel and the Bible is right there in the drawer.
All
Now,
right.
I'm sorry, y'all ain't never done that before, but this is what happened. I don't want God to see me, man. Dude, word right there. What you doing? That's the same thing. What am I doing? Where you hiding? God ain't going nowhere. He's still there. So that's me as a human being thinking and believing that if I just don't talk to him, shut up, that he gonna leave me alone. No, he is not, and the devil not either. So you got double trouble, and that's go back to the garden, double trouble. The enemy set you up. Jesus in the wilderness, what the enemy tried to do? Jesus had some double trouble. I'm here to do the will of the Father, but man, the enemy is trying to trip me up with the word. That's reality. That's another thing from a spiritual perspective and natural perspective. We deal with both every day, and I think we just think that the devil is dumb. He's not dumb. Lucifer in his previous glorified state, Satan in his present state. He was in heaven, got kicked out. The cat know how the game is played. When we try to outsmart him too, we stupid. So it's double trouble. Double trouble. Yes, we think we can shut God down by being quiet, and we think the devil gonna leave us alone. No, he's not. He come to kill, steal, and destroy. We're giving him a pass to do his job when we call ourselves shutting God down. It's impossible. So either way it go, you're done. It's
Wow.
trouble. That's the
Wow.
reality.
Wow. And I like the way you said that about Lucifer and his cats know how to play the game. And you're right. I never looked at it like that, but yeah, they know exactly how to play the game. They know exactly where to place you and who to bring into the midst to make that thing go awry. You're absolutely right. Wow. So, does anybody have any final comments or anything they would like to add to this discussion? Tracy, I'll start with you.
Yes, Robert, he had said something very powerful. And one of the things, you talking about God can't bless the foolishness. But I realize is that when you're dealing with two people, sometimes we lie to each other because of what we feel that we want. And if you already know that God is not going to bless it, why keep wasting your time? So my thing is God first in everything you do. If you can come up here and say what God is not going to do or bless it, then why keep putting yourself in a lie? So
Wow. Thank you, Tracy, so much. Thank you so much. Juanita?
Well, I would have to agree. I mean, why lie to each other? You know that God is not going to bless any mess. He's not going to bless a hookup.
Okay.
He believes in marriage. So stop lying to yourself and stop lying to each other.
Okay. Pastor Cockfield?
The lies we tell. That's
Okay.
my comment. The lies we tell.
Okay.
And listen, I appreciate what both of them just said, but this is going back to that transparency. Again, I am where I am. I do what I do. I gotta own what I do. And is it really about lying to anybody? It's just being honest enough to say, this is where I'm at. And yes, for every cause, there's an effect. For every action, there's a reaction. And are you willing to take it? Are you willing to deal with it? Are you you got to own that? Because apparently you are. If you let it go this far, Eh, that's it. That's being real. Like I don't know. I think the expectation is we all want to hear certain things, but do you really want to hear where a person's heart really lies? And can I handle that? Because if you are with somebody and they telling you, okay, this is where I'm at. And I want to, you started out with it. I want to do wrong. There you go. Now we're
Okay.
talking a whole different subject. If you said, oh, I want to be right. That's a whole nother way of living. That's see what I'm saying? So you gotta just which lane we in. It's you gotta call it what it is.
Okay. Amen. Thank you so much. Listen, guys, I want to thank each of you for coming tonight and being honest and open and giving your insights on this topic. I thank each of you for participating in the discussion and keeping it real. That's the main thing. The three of you kept it real. And that is what people need to hear. People need to hear the reality and the authenticity of life issues. It's so much needed. So I thank all three of you, Tracy Carr, Robert Cockfield, and Juanita R. Williams. This is the Speakeasy Podcast, and I am your host, Constance Woolard, and I want to thank you so much for joining our first episode of 2023. We are here on Tuesdays, every first and third Tuesday, second and fourth Tuesday of the month. So until next time, may God continue to bless you richly today, tomorrow, and always, and have a good night.
Fifth Annual Authors All-Star Conference, Atlanta, Georgia. Social media coverage by CTR Media Network.
3, 2, 1.
Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star.
Hello, and welcome to Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. I am your host, Boss Lady Star, and today we have Brittany Petty.
Hello, I'm Brittany Petty.
Today we are in Atlanta at the Authors All-Star Conference. Say that 5 times fast. I bet you can. But we are here, we are talking to this author, Brittany, and we are going to talk about her book, which is called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing. So make sure you guys stay tuned, and we're going to jump right into it. So, how long have you been writing?
Oh, yes. I started actually in July of this year.
Okay.
It had always been a thought, but I never put words on the paper and made it into action. And
Okay.
so once I started writing, I was like, okay, wow, I can actually do this. And got it done. Got it done.
So that's not bad. July, that's a good turnaround. Because most people will be like, oh, I've been writing for like 2 years and I finally did it. So to start it in July and have a finished product, that's I applaud you. And then what made you start your book?
Well, honestly, just being a mom and just being a wife and just the constant working and just life and having a teenage daughter, I've heard so many different stories. For some people, it's easy to raise a daughter,
Right.
and for some, it's not. And so for me, it was just a constant laying awake at night, like, okay, how can I help my daughter? And so if my daughter can see me reaching thousands and millions and trillions, then yes, she's gonna say, okay, you know what? Let me get my stuff together.
Right.
And for me, it's being able to help women, mothers, be able to lead and transcribe and transform their own children. Stop looking for outside sources and realize, okay, we just need to change our approach. And so
Right.
for me, I was like, okay, let me write a book that can help teen girls, especially since I have been in the field of education. And I taught math for 5 years. I work with middle school and teenage girls, and I'm currently a counselor, and a licensed professional counselor too. So I'm like, okay, so I'm in the brain all day long. And so for me, I was like, okay, how can I give back? How can I help mothers who are dealing with the same thing and the same struggle?
That's nice. So see, that's most important is like, for me, especially since you are a counselor, a licensed counselor at that, being that you have a child, like to me, I get the most experience and the most the best feedback from counselors that have the experience. And being a mother, that gives you like top shelf, because you're not just talking from reading a book, you're not just talking from lessons you've learned, you're talking from hands-on experience. So that, yeah, I applaud you for that, because you know, some people don't want to talk about their ups and downs or their ins and outs as far as parenting, or like the growth, or like the upsets. You know, they just be like, oh no, everything's fine, you know, smiling on the outside, but they breaking down on the inside. So I'm glad that you took the time to write about the book, the start the book and finish it. So give us some more, give us some meat and potatoes about it.
So what I did was I took my approach that I use in the classroom. And so in the classroom, people are always like, I don't like math, I don't like math. I would run into adults that would say, hey, I can balance a checkbook, that's about it. And I'm like, no, math, you need math. It's about math and reading, you need that.
Right.
And so for me, I was like, okay, I had to do a relook at myself and say, okay, I can't just teach what they give me to teach. So I was like, how can I reach the community and reach the students that I'm actually teaching right now? And so for me, I had to take it, apply it to knowledge they already know. I had to talk about, you know, Nicki Minaj or Cardi B. For them to say, oh, okay, Cardi B went to the store. Okay, five oranges. You know,
you have to relate. You have to relate. Yeah.
And so for my book, that's why I came up with like some juicy, interesting chapters. So like I have a chapter here called Self-Worth with an Attitude. Okay. So we all know we all have our attitudes at times.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And just really being able to define yourself. I have consistency, one step at a time. You know, a lot of times you're like, okay, how do I get to the big picture? But it's like, I have to break it down into steps that you can understand based on your best ability to learn. And so that's pretty much what I did to make it simple and realize, okay, everybody wants to see 18. You're like, I can't wait to be a grown up.
Slow it down.
That's right. But you have to apply steps to get there. You have to have a plan. And so I run into so many things that like, I don't know what I want to do. But you gotta have a plan. You gotta start somewhere. You have access to
I tell my son, it's not gonna fall in your lap, son.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. In this generation, they don't understand it. You have to work hard for the things that you want.
Right.
And so for me growing up, I did grow up in a very strict household, but it taught me I have work ethic, I have skills.
Right.
I realized nothing's given to me. Anything I want, I have to go out there and work for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. I tell people every time on my podcast, no matter what we're talking about, like we're talking about kids and we're talking about books, but I tell people all the time on my podcast, you have to plan properly and properly plan. So in that way, you can get across to so many different people, because you're letting them know, like you said, step by step. It's not like you start here, you in May or tomorrow. Like, no, there's going to be a process, and then you have to work the process to get there. But like I said, I tell my son all the time, it's very important, you know, to plan properly and properly plan. So I always tell my son that too. But I want to say thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for being interviewed.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Yes. And I want people to see your book one more time. And I will definitely have the information in the description on how to purchase her book, where to purchase it, where to get it from. And do you have any closing words you'd like to say?
I would definitely say, someone might say, you know, what sets your book apart? Why should I buy this book? Well, for me, because we've all been a teenager at some point in our life, and we know the struggles, and it's so hard with social media, always comparing ourselves. But in here, I have a quote in here and a poem about who am I. And so if you are trying to figure out yourself, what am I supposed to be doing? What is my purpose here on earth? Read this book. You'll know who you are.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to CTR Media Network.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Our guest today is Jim Illick. Jim has served as the Glyconutritional Research Coordinator, and he has worked with Citizens for Health, based in DC. Today, Jim and I are going to discuss a very important message from the Alliance for Natural Health. Since 1992, the Alliance for Natural Health has been on the cutting edge, advocating for sustainable natural health. ANH recently published an action alert stating that the FDA is rejecting consumer access to CBD. This is a complex issue, and we are privileged to welcome Jim Illick. Thanks for joining us today, Jim.
Hello, Dr. Mary. Thank you for having me.
Oh, very much so. Please, let's spotlight, share with our listeners, what is this all about?
Well, CBD is actually a substance that has been studied for the last 50 years or so as it relates to health. And one of the things that you can do is go to pubmed.gov. That's pubmed.gov, and you can do a search on anything there. That's a repository library of all of the research that has been done and published in peer-reviewed international journals. And if you go there, you can do a search on CBD, and you'll find thousands and thousands of papers that are written on CBD. The FDA's argument is that they started research before CBD became a supplement or a food. The counter argument is that foods and supplements are not drugs, and drugs are not foods and supplements. So I think it's important to distinguish what are foods and what are supplements and what are drugs.
That makes sense. And the thing is, there's a lot of fine print that I think this is what concerns me, that the average consumer will not read or understand.
That's correct. There's a tremendous amount of fine print, but I think that what consumers do understand is that they don't want their foods and they don't want their supplements messed with by the FDA just because there's a drug that might be coming out that has CBD in it. Now, the ANH has pointed out that because there is a drug that costs, I believe $32,000 per year to buy, and because that drug has done so much research and so many loopholes to get through to becoming a drug with CBD, that CBD should not be that the substance of CBD should not provide competition for that drug. But I believe that there is only one health application that drug has been approved for. Is that correct?
Yes, Jim, in my reading, it is for a very small subset of seizures, very really severe conditions. And that's what concerns me. I know so many people who take very high quality CBD. And again, they're not curing, treating, or mitigating disease. I think we want our listeners to know that. The Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, does it not say that only a drug can claim to cure, treat, or mitigate a disease.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Only a drug is, in fact, in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which was passed by Congress in 1938, and that's important to know. This has been a law for 85 years now. It's very antiquated, but the FDA has leaned on this law like, you sit on a stool that has three legs on it, and in one of those legs that they use for determining what a drug is that it's defined as that which is intended to, not that which does, but that which is intended to cure, mitigate, diagnose. I got these all in wrong order, but cure, mitigate, diagnose, heal, or what's the other one? Prevent a disease condition. So there are 5 things that a drug is defined as, the intention of doing those 5 things. If you take anything else that steps on those 5 boundaries, you've now stepped on the boundary of transferring your supplement to a drug. So if you've been found to cure, treat, mitigate, prevent, or diagnose disease, your CBD now is not a food and it's not a dietary supplement. It's a drug. Now, I think that it is important to stay within the confines of the law. And the confines of the law don't allow us to go into that place of curing disease. So if there's a health benefit that's found, then we have to say, well, this isn't a cure for a disease. This isn't a treatment for a disease. This is actually doing something different. What's it doing? It's actually going into the body, and the body is utilizing from the cell structure of the body is utilizing that CBD to feed the cannabinoid cells. So if it goes into the body and feeds the cannabinoid cells, those cells then are designed to allow the body to do what the structure and function of the body is designed to do. It was designed to heal itself. So if you take CBD and you have a beneficial effect, the CBD is not providing that beneficial effect. The CBD is feeding the body what's missing, and the body then provides the beneficial effect. Do you see the difference?
So very much so. The body is doing the work. The body.
Exactly. So you're supporting, and you're allowed to say this according to the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act. You're allowed to say this is what the structure and function of the body does when it takes foods and dietary supplements. So if you stay within the confines of that and stay away from CBD cures cancer, or CBD cures Alzheimer's, or CBD cures, anything else, if you stay out of that play box, sandbox, so to speak, and you stay within the confines of here's what it does with the structure and function of the human body, you're safe. But the minute that you get into the thing of, oh my goodness, I had cancer and I took CBD and I no longer have cancer, they can't detect it and I'm cured. Well, you've just taken that CBD from a classification of a food into a classification of a drug. And the FDA then says, well, you're competing with our drugs, which cost, I'm not sure, the last I checked was $1.2 billion to get approved and go through the drug approval process to become approved for one disease condition. In this case, it's approved for what?
A very remote type of epilepsy, a very rare type of epilepsy.
So, so that drug is approved for that disease application. Well, that's fine. But there are so many benefits to CBD, and so many people don't understand the fact that when they go from that classification of a food into a classification of a drug, you're stepping on the FDA's toes, and the FDA gets about 60% of the funding from the drug research. Not saying that that's good, bad, or indifferent. That's just where they get the money. So the fact of the matter is that they're going to protect what? Not the foods and not the supplements, but they're going to protect the drugs because that's where their income comes from. And that's a huge body of people. Now, the FDA is a good organization. It really is. They take care of making sure that our foods are safe, that our drugs are safe, that our supplements are safe, and there's just the natural whatever you want to call it progression, I guess you would say, that gets into the what happens with the finances. And the FDA has to function just like anybody else does. They have to have a budget. They have to be able to function inside of that budget. And they don't have enough tax money to be able to make do with that. So they take the money that's formulated from the drug applications, and that's how they function. Just like we function with a business, and the business pays part of our salary. It's really not that different, and it's not to condemn the FDA. It's just understanding that that's what they function with. So it makes it that much more important that we understand and that we promote what a supplement really is, and not step on the drug part of things, because we were talking earlier. The integrative part of health is using foods integrated with drugs. Now, I would challenge anybody that's in the drug industry to eliminate food and supplements from their diet for 90 days. And eliminate water as well, because the water can be toxic, and if you take water and it's toxic, you could die. So we don't want that. We got to study water for 10 or 15 years. And until then, we're going to take water away from the equation, and this is how kind of ridiculous this is. But I would challenge anybody who's in the medical realm that really insists that drugs do this kind of thing, and say, we're just going to take these drugs for the next 15, 20 years, or I'm sorry, for the next 90 days. You take those drugs for 90 days and see where you're at. If you actually survive and are stronger, then hey, those drugs are doing well for your body. Do the same with foods and supplements. Get rid of the drugs, just take foods and supplements for 90 days and see where your body is. Well, your body is going to function a whole lot better, logically, with the foods and supplements than it is with the drugs. The drugs and the supplements and the foods need to work in conjunction with one another, rather than in competition with one another. And that's where doctors come in, and that's where I believe that we really need to have more education on the health benefits of foods and dietary supplements in terms of the structure function of the body, rather than in terms of disease conditions. I think we have to shift our focus and shift our thinking from disease state to health benefit, according to what the supplements really do to allow the body and to work with the body to heal itself. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely, Jim. Yeah, and to unpack, I mean, you highlighted so much. Can you go back, for our listeners' sake, to the Dietary Health and Supplement Act and the structure function?
Yes. The Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act was passed in 1994 after a huge campaign of letter writing that was really spearheaded by Citizens for Health and Jim Turner, who just passed away last year, and we're going to miss him immensely. But it was really a movement that the United States wrote to Congress and said, hey, we don't want to interfere with the FDA's thing, but we want some kind of definition of what a supplement is as opposed to what a drug is, because the FDA was coming in and they were saying, this is the definition of a drug. You can't have prayer, you can't have, water, you can't have food, you can't have supplements, you can't have anything that interferes with that which is intended to cure, treat, mitigate, prevent, or diagnose disease conditions. So the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act was passed. And when that became law, the education of supplements had to be, if it dealt with a disease condition, you had to keep it separate from the supplements. In other words, you can do all the research all that you want to on supplements, but you cannot attach that to the sale of a dietary supplement. Okay, so the research has to be detached from the supplement. That's the first thing. The second thing is you can't make drug claims. You can't make claims that this supplement cures, treats, mitigates, prevents, or heals conditions. But you can make claims that are structure function claims. In other words, CBD, for instance. CBD goes into the body, and the body then has CBD receptors on certain cell structures. And those receptors are, from what I understand, and I'm not a CBD expert by any stretch, but from what I understand, those receptors go to the pain receptors in the body. So, you know, the people who have had benefits from the pain that they can't get any relief from, for instance, back pain or, you know, nerve pain or whatever, they actually are taking the CBD, and in their mind, they're thinking, the pain is gone. I mean, this is just incredible. I haven't found anything that's a pain medication that has taken care of my pain like CBD. But the reality is that the CBD doesn't cause the pain to go away. The CBD feeds the parts of the body that are the pain receptors, and the pain receptors then go to the areas of the nerve structure. And from, this is again a very elementary understanding, but from my understanding, the nerve endings then are not sending signals to the brain that there is pain here. So the CBD is actually eliminating the need for pain medications, so to speak, and providing, and I'm really, again, not very knowledgeable about this, so a little bit is dangerous, you know, but that's the difference between structure and function, because the structure of the human body is actually being fed rather than a medication that goes in and it masks the pain and tells the brain there is no pain here, and it gives temporary relief for pain.
Well, and Jim, I want to build on that. There is an endocannabinoid system in the body, and this is where it ties into structure function, and it's parallel to our nervous system. So the CBD feeds that, and it's all about balance. They'll talk about it. The leading experts say this helps to balance the functions of the body. So when you say structure function, CBD is really, this is a prime example of structure function benefits. And that's why people, like you say, they get relief, but it's not curing, treating, or mitigating a disease.
Okay, then take that and let's run with it a little bit, because you have a lot more knowledge on CBD than I do, and the endocannabinoid system in the body. So take that and run with it and just say, okay, what's the difference between CBD and, say, Oxycontin, oxycodone, or any kind of a drug that addresses pain? And why are people getting benefit from CBD, and it's not a drug, it's a supplement? How do we differentiate
it's a structure because it's the structure function of the human body,
Precisely.
as opposed to a drug that targets a specific chemical reaction in the body, and the brain has all the receptors, so it's targeting, it's a different mechanism of action. But if we stick to to structure function, how the body works, then, like I said, CBD fits the description. And
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, Jim, when this came out, when ANH brought this out with a lot of concern, what really hit me is the number of people worldwide that have great benefits from CBD, not to treat any disease, but to help promote their health. And I thought about it. I says, now we've got all this fine print. Oh, and it's a lot.
Mhm.
And who is telling the people? Do people understand that the FDA is now looking for ways to tighten the reins on
Mhm.
CBD? Now, ANH brought up a really important point. They go, CBD is not going to be off the market tomorrow. However, they are exploring ways for CBD to be lawfully marketed. And the truth is their wording. So what that means is there is a real risk that there's going to be a tightening of access to CBD, prices are going to go up, and access for people is going to be reduced. And Jim, one thing I want to bring up, I was looking at, you mentioned this company that's charging a lot of money for the CBD. It's the
Mhm.
first pharmaceutical CBD. And they said the cost approximately be $1,000 a month. Okay, well, $1,000 a month is a lot. And for people, I was looking, there are CBD products, because what the whole argument is, well, it's not regulated. There's a lot of garbage on the market. But we know that there's a lot of top quality products on the market. I was just looking at one, okay? And again, I don't sell CBD. I'm not making any claims, but it's educating. So here's one. Natural, certified organic,
Mhm.
free of any THC. That's a big argument for CBD.
It
Oh,
is.
it's got marijuana in it. No, this doesn't. And there's a
Yes.
lot of top quality products that don't.
Mhm.
Non-GMO, good manufacturing practices. Those are the same standards that the pharmaceutical the companies use.
Mhm.
High absorption, and guess what? The cost is less than $100 a month. It's more like $79 a month.
Yeah.
So, and there are other products like this.
Yes.
So the question is, what will happen to access to those products?
Well, I think that we've seen that in the past. There's been outlawing of glucosamine, not here in the United States, but in some places in Europe, because glucosamine has the same structure function kind of effects, and people were getting health benefits,
Right.
and that steps on the definition of a drug. There are other things that have been outlawed as well. And I believe that the FDA has determined, according to what I've read, that CBD needs to be outlawed, or that there needs to be some kind of way of putting it into foods and supplements that that meets their standards. Now, you're right. It's not going to be taken off the market right away. I don't think that the public outcry would just be horrendous, and they know that. But I think that they are moving in that direction, and I believe that can be curtailed. Number one, by a campaign to write into Congress saying we need Congress, our representatives, to write laws that prevent the FDA, who are unelected, to mandate anything in regards to our foods and dietary supplements. Leave them alone. We like our stuff. We like to be able to choose what we take and choose what we don't take, and choose what we buy and what we don't buy. The FDA's argument is that they don't know that CBD is safe. Well, I think that's kind of an invalid argument, but that is their argument. And their definition of safe is to go through the first phase of the FDA drug trials. Can you explain to our listeners, because I think you can do a better job than I can, what it means to go through the safety phase of a drug approval
Well,
process?
Jim, it's a multi-million-dollar process.
Yes.
And the question is, what supplement would have the revenues to go through something like that? The first thing they do is they say, does this substance have an LD50, a lethal dose 50? And that means it kills 50% of whatever they test on mice, insects, all of the above. So the truth is, it's like apples and oranges. We're using this standard for supplements that are, quite honestly, are more based on food. So this is a huge problem. It's like our standards have become outdated. They have not kept up with the technology. So how do we determine that a substance is safe? And the truth be known is, I know the argument of the pharmaceutical company that just got the approval. Oh, there's a lot of CBD that's substandard. Well, maybe the FDA needs to examine all the different types of CBD, and if there's some concerns about this substandard CBD, maybe they can focus on those and leave the top quality alone. And there's a lot of top quality CBD. To be real honest with you, I have to commend the manufacturers. Nobody's pressuring them, but they have spent enormous amounts of money providing top quality products. And you know, Jim, you know, we have spoken about health reform for a long time. To me, it gets to a larger issue, you know, that's currently, this is a very top-down approach. Who's got the big money and who controls the purse strings? But what happened to what health is about? It's about the people.
Exactly.
It is about the health and well-being of people. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to re-engage the public. Listen to them.
Yes.
What are they getting from the CBD? How is it helping them? And most important, what risks? I know many people who take CBD that have absolutely no problem with it. But again, I would say, you know, if it's a higher quality product, yeah, there's a much better chance you're not going to have any problems with it. But I think it is the perfect opportunity. Like they talked about, FDA did say, I'll be honest with you, because I read, you know, some of their position statement, and they talked about a collaborative approach. And what I'll be very honest with you, in the past, because I was involved with advocating for health reform in the state that I was residing in, the people that were invited to the table all had to do with profits.
Right.
They bring big bucks with them. What happened to advocacy for the people? There are consumer groups. There are very dedicated health practitioners. There are very dedicated manufacturers. Like I said, they didn't have to spend all this money on this research to formulate a pure product. We almost have to insist that these parties be brought to the table
Yes.
to have a meaningful conversation about CBD.
Mm-hmm. The issue about safety is kind of a strange issue because we think of safety in a totally different way than I think the FDA does. And again, I really haven't talked to people from the FDA, so I don't. All I've done is read what their positions are, and it seems that their positions are not based on anybody that got sick or anybody that had a death experience or knows somebody who had a death experience after taking CBD. It seems that their standard of safety, from what I've read again, is based on the fact that, hey, these people could take CBD and not go to their doctors because they're depending on the CBD to help them rather than the medical system, which is a position that I had shared with you last night when I was reading the papers on the FDA website. That's the closest thing that I could find to the FDA concerns about safety. And their box, so to speak, is really based on one substance for one disease condition, and there are so many different disease conditions that CBD helps because of the fact that you're dealing with the structure and function of the human body. You're not dealing with just one epilepsy or mental health or cancer or viruses or whatever. You're actually dealing with a whole spectrum of things that the body was designed to overcome when it's given the right nutrition. And that's out of the FDA box. It doesn't fit the FDA paradigm. So when they're talking about safety, they're talking about their paradigm of drug research, which does not fit the food and dietary supplement purview. So there's really not a way to put the foods and supplements into the box of the FDA. How could we? I know that the ANH is working on this, and there's a petition that's been going out that we'll put on the bottom of the screen. But we really encourage people to send in and sign to Congress. But how can things move from the FDA drug paradigm to a better standard of making sure that things are safe, and making sure that things are beneficial, and making sure that there is a quality standard that can be met? How can we get to that place where people can be assured that these supplements or these foods are safe and they're high quality without spending millions of dollars on research to get there?
Well, and I want to mention this, Jim, as a really important question. Okay, millions of dollars of research has been done. That's why the CBD is so significant. I was listening recently, the NFL has spent a lot of money on quality research. Why? Because their players and their retired players get benefits. Again, it's not treating their disease. The players have excellent medical care, but it is supporting the structure and function of their bodies and health. So that's why I think CBD is an example where the dollars have been spent on the research. And you mentioned early in the broadcast, and I want to highlight this for people, PubMed. If you go on PubMed and just Google it, it'll pop right up. You can, and then put CBD, you will see so many research articles, quality ones that have been done. And that is information that is available to the public.
Yes,
And
let me.
we talked about is we want to empower people. You know, they're like, oh, that's the doctor's job. No, no, no. You're the consumer. You're the consumer. We want to raise the bar. I'm not asking you to understand all the nuances, but there's a little summary. The lay person can understand what that summary is saying. It's critical, really critical.
It is, and I believe that it's really critical also to, especially for those who market CBD and who put it up for sale, that you can't print off particular papers and say, see, this is really beneficial for this, you know. But you can tell people to go to PubMed to do their own search for CBD and for whatever their health concerns are. So if you have cancer, put in CBD cancer. If you have Alzheimer's, put in CBD Alzheimer's. If you have schizophrenia, put in CBD schizophrenia. You know, put your own self to work in this PubMed website so that you can get valid, credible information. You put it in Google, you get some valid, credible information and a whole lot of, hey, buy our CBD, it's the best. You know, they don't have that in PubMed. They just have the health benefits that are published medical journals that, again, the public can benefit from. But please, if you're selling CBD, point people to PubMed. Don't print off all the good articles, because the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act says that you need to present the positive with the negative and not just give it a flowery, you know, I only want people to see this kind of thing. People need the opportunity to read all of the benefits and all of the negative parts as well, and make their own determinations. And they don't need your help to do that. So, not your help, Mary, but the help of the
The manufacturer's help.
The manufacturer's help, or the salesperson's help, or whatever. Let them do their own research, and you'll be doing them a favor. You'll be staying within the law, because the law states that you can provide a library of information, but you can't provide specific things that show them the pluses, only the pluses. You have to show them the whole spectrum, and that way they can get the whole spectrum.
That's right.
So you're within the law to do that. You're not within the law to actually print off and put with the supplement the articles that you want them to see. That is where you cross the line into illegal. But if you do it the legal way, you'll have a customer who really appreciates the fact that you're allowing them to do their own research, and you'll be staying within the law, so that if you do get into trouble, which some people do, you know, with the feds coming in and saying, you know, what do you have for cancer? Well, you know, make that a practice. Go in and make it a practice to say, you go and do your research about, you know, CBD and about other things, whatever you know benefits the body's ability to heal itself of cancer. Go and tell them, you know, go to PubMed and do your own search, come back and tell me what you find, and I'll help you find whatever it is that you want to, whatever it is that you want to buy that you feel is most beneficial. I don't care whether it's broccoli, whether it's, you know, spearmint gum, whether it's water, whether, you know, all of it's there. All of it's there in PubMed. But but the salespeople have to get out of the mode of, well, I know this is beneficial because I read this. And they're not a medical professional. They're not a doctor. They're not, they're not to prescribe, and doctors aren't either. Doctors can't prescribe medicine, dietary supplements, or they can recommend stuff, but they can't prescribe stuff. The best way to hit this is through PubMed, as you were describing, doing the search for yourself to find out what it is that is most beneficial for you and your health concerns.
And this is so important. And Jim, we'll come back on other shows and follow up with this, because I think it's such an important issue. What we're doing is we're raising the bar for people, is not just sitting passively, having somebody tell them, like you say, a slanted view. Here, hop on PubMed. Just do some research. You will see, you'll see what you're looking for, and everybody's different. There's no two people alike. So we really want to impress this upon people. Now, I'll be honest with you, for our listeners, many of you know friends and families, and maybe you do, use CBD on a regular basis. This is a really important time to read this petition, and you'll have it on the show notes below. Read the petition, and you can add to the petition. Sign it and send it to your legislators, to your congressional representatives. And it's critical at this point. The other thing I want to bring up, and ANH has discussed this, there were 2 bills that did not get passed, but they were actually bills that would help provide a pathway for CBD to have legal protection. Well, if there's a lot of people that are concerned about CBD, this is a great opportunity for these bills to get reintroduced in Congress. The other thing is the Farm Bill. There's a lot that gets added to the Farm Bill, and ANH brought this up. Maybe this is an opportunity for the concerns about CBD to be added into the Farm Bill. So again, this all gets complicated, but what we must do is learn, communicate with our legislators. They are there to represent us. And if you have concerns about possibly losing access to CBD, this is a really, really important time to read, understand, and send those letters to your representatives.
Let me touch on something too. I don't know that all of our listeners will understand who ANH is. That's the Alliance for Natural Health. They're worldwide. They have a branch here in Washington, D.C. They do a lot of talking to our congressmen and our senators and so on for us. And they also have been very, very active in the health freedom movement. That's the Alliance for Natural Health. And there are a lot of organizations in Washington, D.C. This is one that I believe is very, very credible, level-headed, if that's okay to say, and has a lot of respect within the governmental bodies of the Washington, D.C. area. So I think that it's important you mentioned Citizens for Health as well. That's a very good organization. Alliance for Natural Health is taking the charge and taking the lead on this CBD. And I think that it's important to link arms with them to allow the public to say, we really have concerns. We want the freedom to be able to continue to purchase CBD as a supplement and as a food, or mixed in supplements and mixed in foods, so that it has the FDA doesn't take that away from us. And I believe that Congress has the power to overturn the direction that the FDA is headed in this regard.
And they've been available. Thank you for highlighting Alliance for Natural Health. The USA, there is a section, Alliance for Natural Health USA, that really takes a deep dive into the laws governing food and dietary supplements. They've been at this since 1992. They're very calm, as you said, Jim, very calm, level-headed, very analytical, but also very caring. And this is a critical time right now. So we will have the link to the petition, and ANH has stated that they're going to be providing more information about CBD. So what I would hope, Jim, as they do provide more, that we can hop on a recording and get this information out to our listeners as well.
And I think that it's important too to bring up the credibility of ANH. They're not just putting out something that's an alarm that it's just to stir up a bunch of people to take a bunch of actions. And you and I check this out for ourselves. We always do before we recommend to anybody. I don't care who it is, but we make sure that what they're saying has credibility. So we went on the FDA website and we saw for ourselves that the FDA is in fact wanting to take CBD out of foods and out of supplements. And I think that it's important to not understate the credibility that ANH has in terms of, I mean, this has been going on with the FDA since at least 2019 and probably before that, that they've wanted to move CBD out of this realm. And I believe that they will move in that direction unless something is done to stop them. And I believe ANH is a credible organization, not only to raise the red flag, but also to get the public involved in terms of sending petitions to Congress and getting the laws changed, which is very, very important for our health and our well-being in terms of foods and supplements.
All right. Well, Jim, thank you again. And for our listeners, this is Jim Illick, and it's been a joy having him here spotlighting this very important issue. And I would encourage all listeners, read the petition. You know, I always say, before you sign, read so you understand what ANH is saying. And there are legal pathways for CBD to get the protection that it needs. But we need our legislators to take action. And I see this as a very nonpartisan issue. This is a people issue. There are so many people who appreciate CBD. And again, focusing on quality products and that, you know, it's separating from, you know, what's not so quality. But we're becoming a more informed population, and that is part of any real health reform. People understanding what they're putting in their bodies, looking at the risks, the benefits, and taking optimal care of themselves.
Absolutely. And thank you, Mary, for your work in this area. I really believe that neither you or I are getting paid for what we're doing in this regard. I am, quite frankly, a truck driver. I have been for Covenant Transport for 8 years. That's where I receive my income. I did not receive income from this aspect of things, but both of us are very passionate because we've seen the power and we've seen the benefits of dietary supplements in the areas that we've worked. And I think that it's important for people to know that we're not doing this for money. we're actually doing this for the good of the American public.
Absolutely, Jim. Couldn't have said it better. So thank you again. We'll plan on circling back as information progresses with the status of CBD and other really important health freedom issues. So
Absolutely. I
thank you
look forward to talking to you again.
again. And thank you to all our listeners, and be well, and we will talk soon.
Hello, everyone. This is your host, Tiffany Bell of the CEO Corner, and I'm excited to bring you back yet again for another exciting interview with one of my good friends. But before we get into the details of today's show, as always, I love to just kind of talk just a little bit about, the why we're here. So again, the CEO Corner, the whole goal of today's show and every show is to be able to showcase to you women that are doing fabulous things in our community, women that are doing their part to make a difference in the world, women who have their own success stories and are willing to bring their stories of success to you so that you can be empowered and bring success into your world as well. And so, as many of you are aware, we have an affirmation series, a series of affirmations books that we've been working on for a while. Our most recent CEO affirmation book is entitled Affirmations of a Woman on the Move, right? And so we've been very fortunate in the past, maybe 6 months, we've sold roughly around 600 copies of that book. And so again, we're just getting started. We're looking forward to, continuing to put that book into the hands of as many individuals as possible. If you have not gotten a copy of it, let me show you. If you have a copy right here. If you've not already picked up a copy of this one, this was Affirmations of a Woman on the Move. You can at uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. Again, www.uncommoncourage.com/affirm women, right? But for our new one, which we'll talk a bit about today, that one is called Affirmations of a CEO on the Move. But before we get into the details of that, let me go ahead and pull up today's guest. All right. So with that, I'm so excited to be able to introduce her. She's, again, one of my good personal friends. I absolutely love Miss Monica Benjamin. So Monica is the owner and CEO of Covenant Christian Bookstore. She is a Navy veteran. She was born here and raised, she was raised and born out of Buffalo, New York, but she's been here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast for the past 26 and a half years. Again, as I mentioned earlier, she's the founder and CEO of Covenant Christian Bookstore, of which it will be celebrating its 10th year of being open and flourishing here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast on the weekend of July the 4th. And so, again, we'll talk a little bit about her bookstore as we enter into the conversation. But for now, please welcome to the stage, again, my good friend, Monica Benjamin.
Blessings. Hi, beautiful. How are you today?
I am well. How are you doing?
I am doing absolutely amazing. Absolutely. This morning I woke up with a fresh new video from my scrumptious twin grandson. So it just made my day to see those little guys. But to wake up and just say, Lord, I thank you. it's just been amazing. So my day has really been awesome. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So, just a little bit prior to us getting started, her husband popped in for a quick minute just to say hello to his beautiful sweetheart. And like she mentioned, she has these like scrumptious little grandkids. I'm telling you all, if y'all had an opportunity to see them, you just want to like eat them up. And so every now and then, I'm always tickled Monica because she'll send me a couple of photographs inside of Facebook Messenger, so just so I can take a peek and be able to kind of peek in on them. I'm telling y'all, they're so cute. They really deserve to be on the front of two cereal boxes, Monica. They are just absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
So with that, all right, I want our audience to know a little bit about Monica Benjamin. Like when you're not in the bookstore, tell people, what does your life look like? We know you have a bookstore, we know you're married, you got a couple of really cute kids, but what is the woman Monica Benjamin? What does she look like? What makes you smile? What makes your heart beat?
Well, you know what, Tiffany, that is an amazing thing to try to think about yourself, because when I think about Monica, I think about Forrest Gump, because he had like an amazing life. Every time he talked to somebody, it was just amazing. And then I said, well, I'm telling people all these amazing things, but do they believe it? But my normal day consists of waking up, absolutely getting into prayer, worship. And that just sets the day for everything. So I just recently resigned from my 9 to 5, and I'm excited about that. And I'm telling you, the Lord has just been faithful in that whole process, because so many things transpired for the good. So when I did let go of the job, it just been like, okay, now what? So I got to spend all day at the spa now.
I mean, you just got it rough spending all day at the spa.
Right.
Can I go places, please?
But I always look for opportunity to be a blessing to someone, because, the world is in such chaos right now and people are really hurting. But I try to always encourage them to let them know that you might be going through this, but if you trust and call on the name of the Most High, He would definitely give you the peace, the strength, the strategy to get through what you're going through. So I always try to be a help to our community. As you know, when you were with the Women's Resource Center, I was there, but I wasn't able to be there because of work. But now I'm free. But I'm also on the board of the South Mississippi AIDS Task Force. So I do a lot of work with that as well. And then also I'm a part of the Gulf Coast Blessings. So we do a lot of prison ministry and work like that. So even though I'm not on the 9 to 5, I'm on the kingdom schedule of a 9 to 5. So I'm excited about that. And I'm a giver. I had a young lady come in today and she was just picking up gifts for people. And I said, you know what? I'm a giver too, because it's always good to give. But when you give out of love, the results are amazing. But if you give out of wanting something in return, you could get your heart broke that way, because people don't always have the opportunity to give. And what I find most valuable to be able to give is love. Because He said, for God so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son. So if I set my heart every day to give love, I always have an amazing day.
So that I will say, Monica is definitely known for giving. I know that you've really been a blessing to my life. And she's really good about just, sporadically giving, and you can tell it's not planned at all. Just whenever, something's been placed on her heart, I just never know. She'll pop up in my inbox or pop up in my cell phone. Hey, Tiff, are you busy? And so, again, I'm very grateful for our friendship over the years and the way that you've really, truly been a blessing to me and to many, many people, again, with the things that you're involved with here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, as well as just being the aid and resource that you are to all the various churches and other organizations that are connected to your bookstore. So what I would love for you to be able to talk a little bit, Monica, is about the bookstore. But you mentioned strategy, that, you wake up each day, you're getting the strategy for the day. I would love for you to share just a little bit about how did Covenant Christian Bookstore come to be? and the strategy that you feel as if the Lord gave you to not only to create it, but then to keep it and to maintain it. Because again, I know the one thing I know about Covenant Bookstore is that it is debt free and has always been debt free. And I think that that's just a wonderful testimony. So, and it's a brick and mortar, people. So we're not talking about like a debt free virtual based platform. We're talking about a brick and mortar, a bookstore that you need to walk in. You can actually pick up the books, flip through them, look at all the gifts and things that she has. And so again, to be able to do that consistently for a decade now and not have any real debt to you, that is miraculous. So I'm sure there are a lot of people out there would love to know about the strategy that the Lord gave you and making that being able to do just that.
Well, see, Tiffany, July is just it's going to be an amazing month that I'm believing the Lord will allow me to wake up to see. Not only will Covenant be 10 years old, but my first book will be coming out at the same time. And it's called When Faith Embraced the Promise. So how Covenant has been so successful and how Monica has been able to hear and obey what thus says the Lord is because I'm in a relationship with him. And being that my relationship with him is unrestricted, it's not like, okay, if you do this, Lord, I'm gonna do this. No, whatever he says, that's what I do. So when he offered me the opportunity to oversee Covenant for him, I just asked him if we could do it debt free, and he honored that.
I love that you use the word oversee. Make sure people understand what you mean when you say oversee. Drive that point home for me if you don't mind.
Well, see, Covenant, even though you see Monica Benjamin and Kevin Benjamin name on it, it doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the Lord. And we have been chosen to be his servants to watch over it. So I say he's the overseer and I just do what he says when he says
I love that. When you think about it, honestly, I think like his whole system is set up like that. Even though, I love my kids and I consider my kids to be my kids, but I also recognize that, they've been given to me for a length of time. I was just chosen to be the person to be to be called mom and to steward, the steward their childhood experience, to a certain extent, their adult experience, definitely putting my hands in where I can, and being able to influence them to go in the direction that I felt in my heart the Lord was leading me to lead them. So, just kind of, I love that you have that mindset of, hey, it doesn't really belong to me. It really belongs to him, but he's giving me the opportunity to be able to use it as a resource to help and aid other people. And at the same time, make it as a way for me to be able to, be a blessing to other people. You're helping his kingdom to grow. And so I just think that that's fabulous. So I commend you on that.
And when you think about being a mother or a parent, our children, my husband brought this out years ago when we were raising our children, and I would hear him having conversations with our son, and he would say, son, in your tool belt of life, I want to give you this. Now, you might not need it right now, but it's in your tool belt. And at the appropriate time, you're going to know which tool to pull out of your belt to get done what you need to do at that time. So as parents, well, that's what we do. We hear from the Lord. We trust him. We know him. So guess what? He only has our best interests at heart when it comes to our health, our success, our families, our wealth, our interaction with certain people and certain things. So, once you know who you are in him, it's easy. Well, I shouldn't use the word easy because it may seem easy. And sometimes you got to bite your tongue. Absolutely. So and then you just have to roll through it, so, but if you trust him and know him, you won't, the bumps in the road won't be as high, they're still there, but they won't be as high and as boom, 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 like, so,
yeah, you won't hit them as hard. You'll be able to kind of go over them with a little bit more grace and a little bit more ease. All right. Absolutely. So tell me, so when it comes to getting the strategy, right, so that you can do the thing that God has given you, has called you to, what advice would you give someone who's saying that they're like, hey, Monica, I totally get that, he's the one who owns it all. 2, I get to be a part of the plan. But 3, he's definitely one that's in control. But what if they're having a difficult time actually hearing? Like, I remember going through this myself. Like, and it wasn't that I wasn't hearing; it was more of me being able to understand the difference between his voice and my voice. Like, understanding the source of what I was hearing, and then even being able to develop a certain trust that what I was hearing, mind you, and that it was the right direction to go. So if you were going to kind of talk to someone about that vein, about that leg, what would you say to her?
Well, what I would say is, me and Kevin been married 31 years. Well, May will be 31 years. So in order for me, thank you. In order for me to know Kevin, I have to spend time with him. I can hear a million people call my name at one time, but I'm definitely going to hone into where Kevin's voice is coming from, because I know that voice. And I might have to go through the muck and the miry and the stink and the filth and everything to get to Kevin. But I know that there is safety when I get to Kevin. So that's what happens when you are in a relationship and you know his voice and you got that, your heart is connected to him. It doesn't matter what you have to go through to get to him or to achieve what he has for you to achieve. Once you trust him, you just trust him. I mean, that's how it goes.
I love it. All right, I love it. Okay, so you are, CEO of a bookstore, right? Yeah. Plus, you're coming out with your first book. Is this your first book? Okay. All right. So I'm sure some of our audience members would love to kind of hear just your story and, like, hey, why a bookstore? Of all the different resources out there that you could have, why a bookstore? And then if it's been 10 years, why now for your first book versus earlier? And then, just tell them a little bit about what the book itself is going to be about.
Well, the book is all about Covenant Christian Bookstore.
Okay.
So if I tell you too much, you ain't going to have to buy the book. You have to purchase the book or to hear all the yummy stuff and the hard stuff and the
broad synopsis for me.
Heartbreaking stuff. So the wide synopsis is Covenant Christian Book. When Faith Embraced the Promise is the name of the book, and it just details the 10 years of the life and existence of Covenant Christian Bookstore. The pros, the cons, the ups, the downs, the successes, the things that I may have failed at, and the things to come to continue on this journey of having this amazing work, all based on faith. One thing I can tell you is that when I was driving on the highway and the Lord just started talking, he said, daughter, and I said, yes, Lord. And he said, I created Covenant Christian Bookstore in heaven, and I look for a faithful servant to watch over it on earth, and I choose you. Now, mind you, I'm driving. So now I got to pull over because I'm just going through all these tears and just being so, I don't know how to explain how I felt, because when the Lord tell you that he trusts you,
that's a big deal.
I'm surprised I didn't have a heart attack at that time, because I know his voice, and it was like, wow. But I was overwhelmed, and then I was comforted, and then I just had all kind of emotions going on at that time. And so when I pulled over and I collected myself, and I said, well, Father, I got one request. And he said, what is that, daughter? And I said that we do it debt free. And that's how it all happened. And I only had $1,536 in the bank. So when I got home to tell Kevin about, I'm going to open up a Christian bookstore debt free, he really just was like, okay.
And so it's
10 years later.
Yes. Well, I love that. So what advice would you give someone who is considering opening up a bookstore? What advice would you give her?
Open up a bookstore or open up a business?
Well, how about the combination of the two?
Okay, me being chosen to open up a bookstore, I can see the Lord doing that for me because I'm a reader. And I'm a journalist. I write down everything. I don't ever want you to see my bedroom. Praise the Lord. Because my poor husband, I was like, when you find a piece of paper that I don't wrote on, do not throw that piece of paper away. Just put it on my dresser. Okay. Because I don't know. But I was hearing it at the time. So, but I was a reader, and I read a lot, and I still read a lot. And I have a bad habit of reading like 3 or 4 books at a time. You know, and it's weird, but it works for me. So whatever that thing is that you enjoy doing, that whether it's sewing or cooking or interior designing or whatever that thing is that you love doing, that's what you have to ask the Lord to help you navigate to make it into something beautiful and successful. Like I said, as a reader, I was like, okay, Lord, well, you know what I like to read. So if I fill the bookstore up with all that, is the people gonna come? The books I like to read are spiritual warfare books, and guess what? I can't keep them on the shelf. I get them in, the people come for them. So you literally just have to. I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what happened. I was at this group meeting, and they was helping new business owners, new businesses with advice on how to open up a business. So when I said I was going to open up a bookstore, the man over the program, because you had to introduce yourself and tell them what you were there to do or what your business was, the man over the program literally told me, oh, that ain't going to work. So I'm sitting there like, wow, what if I didn't know the Lord, didn't know his voice, and I allowed this young man to say that? We wouldn't have had no Covenant Christian Bookstore. But I thought, and I said, well, when I get into a position to be able to tell somebody and to encourage somebody and hear what their dreams are, Lord, never let me speak like he spoke to me. Because he could have killed my dream if I didn't have faith. He could have killed my dream if I didn't know who I was in the Lord. He could have killed it. But for my sisters and my brothers out there with the dream you have, be careful. Don't let nobody kill your dreams, especially if the Lord gave it to you. Walk out in faith on it. Because what you got to do, it won't be for everybody.
I think that's a really great segment into our last portion of today's session, which is your affirmation. Yes. Right. And so like it's a great tie-in, right? Okay. So then we have a new affirmation book that's coming out, and Monica is one of our contributors for that book, and it's called Affirmations of a CEO on the Move. And so again, if you are an individual out there that's considering opening a business, or perhaps you have a business already, right? But we all know that wherever you land at in life, your mind honestly got there first, right? So, the Lord imparted an idea in Monica's heart, inside of her mind, as far as the Covenant Christian Bookstore. She went there, that was her first intro. Her first introduction really was just, it was in her mind, and then even from there, having to put together the plan so that she can land where she's at now, 10 years later, with a thriving brick and mortar Covenant Christian Bookstore that's making an impact on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, right? And so with that, Monica, I want you to talk a little bit, about your affirmation, and I want you to address any woman out there that's considering opening up some type of business, or maybe even a woman that already has a small business, but again, she's been challenged with her ability to be able to do it and to do it well. How would you advise her? What is it that she needs to say to herself so that she can continue with the plan that the Lord has given her in regard to her business? So I'll give you the floor, Miss Monica. Your affirmation should pop up here on the screen here any second now.
Hello, my beautiful sister. I just want you to know that I am armed for success. And the success that I'm armed for is through my faith. I want you to know, whatever career field that you are in, whatever career field you started and you done set it down, whatever career field that you are being pulled to birth it through faith. Because that's what it took for me to birth Covenant Christian Bookstore. It took my faith. It took my relationship with the Heavenly Father knowing who he was and what he had for me made the journey of Covenant Christian Bookstore such a great success. To see the manifestation of his promises daily at Covenant Christian Bookstore is totally true. Another strategy or another avenue that arms me for success, because when I say the Lord did it and you see it, all you can say is, yeah, the Lord did it. So, sister, I promise you that whatever it is that you have been doing or desiring to do, first you want to serve with gladness. You want to be humble. You want to remain humble. You don't want to be that person where you go to that business and people are like, well, they were rude, or well, they was very unprofessional, or they don't have any experience. Own it. Own what you love. I love reading. I love encouraging. I love empowering, and I do it every day. That's what arms me for success. The things that I love doing. When you see that your love for what you have been called to do, and it empowers you and it motivates you and it renews your daily strength of that thing that you want to do, then that's when you're going to see the results, the good results. You're going to see the where all you can say, it was the Lord. He told me to go here. He told me to get this. He told me to do that. And I did it. I might not know. When I started Covenant 10 years ago, it was really easy. It was different with the paperwork and everything as far as the state is concerned and getting registered and everything. But what I do know, I'm willing to share it, because guess what? The world I look at it as a big pie. I don't have to have the whole pie. If I can get a slice or half a slice, or maybe even the crumbs, the same ingredients, like they say, that's in the pie is in the crumbs. So sometimes you might just have to scrape up the crumbs, make your own little piece, and feast off that. But do it with gladness, and know that the very thing that you have been called to do, that you're going to be successful, because guess what? You are armed for success. So all I can say is be encouraged, be empowered, reach out to me. You can find me on Facebook, Covenant Christian Bookstore on Facebook. The young people don't set me up with, hey girl. Hey,
Hear me. I'm sorry. You didn't realize. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me. You saying the young people, they've already set you up with what?
They got like Instagram and all that social media stuff. I don't know what that is. Facebook.
It's okay. It's so okay. No worries. No worries. So let's round out today's show just by again. Let's do a real quick recap again. For those of you that if you've been listening to Monica and you've enjoyed hearing, her story, I'm sure she would love to have you to follow her on, connect with her on social media. Yeah. And your social media, you're active on Facebook for sure.
For sure.
Okay. All right. So you can find her at Facebook is Covenant Christian Bookstore, and her information is down on the bottom of the screen now. If you are, a question to you, Monica, do you place orders for individuals? Like if somebody's listening in and they want something from your bookstore, but they're not necessarily located here on the Gulf Coast, can they order online, or how can they get connected with you? Do you ship orders out, of course, from others, or is it only for locals?
No. I ship all over the world. They just call me and let me know what they need, and I have it drop ship right to their door. Even here on the coast, whether you don't have to necessarily be in Gulfport, we do delivery service. So we're just an all around kingdom operation, and wherever we need to get the word to, that's where it's going.
Okay. Well, tell us, all right. So you said they can call you. What's your phone number for calling?
228-871-6152.
Once again,
228-871-6152.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
And we're closed on Saturdays, but our hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 11 to 5, Friday, 11 to 6. And because I was getting so many phone calls from my personal phone, churches needing things for Sunday service, we're open on Sundays from 8 to 11.
Okay, all right. So just
For
a
that
few
church
hours
group.
in the morning. That's probably pretty wise. All right, very good, very good. So again, Monica, I thoroughly enjoyed having you here. For those of y'all that would be interested in getting the CEO Affirmation Journal, you know, what I want to say for the time being, we're still working out some of the kinks in the background to make that book available, but you have the option of buying that book directly from Monica. And so what you can do is kind of reach out to her, you know, through Facebook. Again, it's Covenant Christian Bookstore. Reach out to her. She'll have copies of the book available once we are ready to actually launch the physical copies. So again, you want to make sure you reach directly out to her to get a copy, and you'll connect with her on Facebook with through Covenant Christian Bookstore. So with that, Monica, thank you so much for being a guest on today's show. I've, as always, I thoroughly enjoy hang out with you. And so I will see you, I'm sure, sometime soon. And for the rest of you guys, be sure to tune in for our next broadcast. This is Tiffany Bell. We have enjoyed connecting with you, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Yes, love you.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it and be it, and live your best life.
Hello and welcome to the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. So today we're going to talk about these narcissists and gaslighters. So welcome to the show. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. So let's get right into it, and with my co-host,
Gio from the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Yes, Hunty, yes. So, guys, let's talk about this topic. You ready for it? We're going to talk about some people who have some mental issues, right? So, we're going to talk about narcissists. We're going to talk about gaslighters. And let me get right into this information. And I got this information on the internet because I want to come to y'all with the real, okay? So, narcissists are people who have like this, they call it NPD, or narcissist personality disorder. And it's characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance or a need for admiration. And they don't care about anybody else. They have no empathy for anybody else. Everything is about them. And they have difficulty handling criticism or rejection. You remember, they have this inflated ego. The whole world revolves around them. Everything must happen right for them, and you must do what they want. And they'll do anything to take advantage of other people and to manipulate people and coerce you into doing what they want from you. So that they want you to do. They'll give you all the talk, all the words. So do y'all know any people who are narcissists?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know a couple of people like that. It's always about them. You know, you can call them on the phone and you got a problem in some kind of way, they'll turn it into what it's all about them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they say, oh yeah, and then you could just say what it is, but then in a split of 5 seconds, they talking about them. Like whatever you going through don't matter. It's I matter. I'm, you know, this. Oh, I got this problem, and this. And I'm like,
everything is about them. Everything, and listen, they're the biggest liars. These narcissists, they're the big, oh my God. And if you pay attention, you're going to be like, how come everything I say or everything somebody else says, it applies to them?
Child, you know, we know a person like that on YouTube.
We know a few on YouTube.
I mean, everything that happens, it didn't happen to this person.
Yes.
God, you must be pretty toe up. Let me stop. Okay, let's roll.
Now, for real talk. Some people here on YouTube, like I have said on my previous podcast, I think the one I did yesterday, I talked about some people need some medicine. And it's nothing wrong. I'm not throwing shade or making fun of people. If you're not okay up here, you need to take some medication. Go see a doctor, because that's the only way you're going to get some help.
But that's just the problem, Marlene. They don't think that nothing is wrong with them. They think it's something wrong with you.
Yeah, and that's why I did this title, that narcissists and gaslighters are convinced that you're the problem.
Right.
Because, of course, everything being about them, this big ego, the world revolves around them. Everybody else is wrong. They never have any issues. They don't do anything. So, of course, who has to be the problem? You.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
All
are
right.
the problem.
And that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. If you think that everybody is always the problem, that's when you need to start looking inside of yourself. And I'm going to tell y'all from my own information going in therapy, the things that I have been through in my life. I'm not a narcissist, but I definitely was very selfish. And I thought that everybody else had the problem, when all it was is that I needed to start looking at myself and talking about what issues do I have. Everybody has issues. Everybody has problems. But the difference between me, I would admit that I have a problem. I admit that I needed to make changes. And then I did that. See, a person who is a narcissist, or people who are gaslighters, they're not trying to make any changes. In fact, when you confront them, you know what they're going to get big mad.
Yeah, they do.
They get so angry. And why would you say that? And you've known me for years, and all kinds of stuff. And they love to turn things around and make it be somebody else's fault, or take the heat off of them when you're catching on to them.
It was just like I was watching this show on the television the other night, and the guy got caught in a lie. He lied on the show, and they brought receipts. The receipt was his ex-girlfriend, who he had contacted and asked her, do she mind if he come over to her country? So the girl herself, ex-girlfriend, brought receipts. And do you know he sit there and act like he didn't do it? And he tried to make it all about his present girlfriend. You're just performing for the TV show. That was to take the the focus off of him, and put it on his current girlfriend. I'm not 8 years old, and we're not in elementary school, and you're just doing a performance for the show. So that pissed off the girlfriend, and she got up and left. So there wasn't nothing else to say to him.
Yeah.
That's how they do. They turn things and twist it and make it all look like it's somebody else when it's really them.
And they are the best actors and actresses that you will ever meet.
Yeah.
And they will have you convinced and fully believe them, because they will make that story, those lies, so believable.
Right.
Oh my God, they'll make it like, and you'll be like right in it. And you start getting mad at people. And most of the time, what they said, none of it is true.
None of it. And another thing is what I'm grateful for is that I spent time with a therapist to find out. Now, see, I'm not going to say that I'm going to catch it all, at one time or anything like that. But most of the time, my gut be saying, something ain't right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, after 2 or 3 times engaging with this person, I was like, If you pay attention to your gut, it will tell you most of the time that that person lying, or that person is not telling the whole story.
Yeah, they'll make it where it's just maybe it'll be 1% truth and 99% lie.
Yeah, that's how they do.
That's how they do it. So let's get into some more of this information. So we would talk about NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. So people who have that, they take advantage of other people. They manipulate, they coerce. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about some of what gaslighting is. Okay. So we've been hearing this term gaslighting. So what is it? Gaslighting is a type of emotional abuse that can be used to control, manipulate, and isolate somebody. Is characterized by constant, invalidating other people, denying, criticism, and gaslighting can make people question their own memories and thoughts and perceptions. It'll make you think like, did that really happen, or did it really happen that way? Because they are so good with words that they'll make you think, did it really go that way?
Child, can't nobody make me think of nothing, because I'm gonna tell you something. I am not you can't tell me what I saw. That what I did, you can't tell me I did not unsee that. Okay? Because before I went to therapy, maybe you could, get away with it for a long time. And that's what people depend, they pick the people that they know that they can, turn into whatever they want them to be, or make them unsee something that they know that they have seen. Most of these people, they know who to go for. Now when a person meet me, I guarantee you they're not going to try to pull that on me. Okay. First of all, I'm going to start talking about God to them, and they're going to run. Okay. All right. First of all, I'm going to tell them how God saved my life. Okay. And how I trust my gut, because that is where God lives in my soul. They ain't going to want to hear nothing like that, but I'm just trying to say that because I spent a lot of time in therapy and working on GEO and becoming healthy and stuff like that, can't nobody tell me what I didn't see.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is because I know we have been introduced to some narcissists, people who are gaslighters, and they are very good at what they do. They will have you going, wait a minute. Like, but you know what you saw, you know what you heard, but they'll make you question, like, what?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they'll make you question. So, and they'll try to convince you. Like, they'll try to turn it around, and they're the one that did wrong, and they'll say something like, if I wasn't with you, that wouldn't have happened.
Well, I don't know what she's talking about. All I tried to do was help her and show her the right way to go. Line. You ain't trying to show me nothing. You either trying to, one, make a fool out of me and get my money. Number two, make a fool out of me and steal my whole story. Okay.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Now, these narcissists, what they'll do, and they're very good at it, they are gonna try to become friends with you, get close to you and your family, so get in really close with you in your circle, and then here they swoop in for the kill. Now they got all that information. They're gonna take stuff from you, then turn around and try to convince other people that they had that first.
Right.
And then they make it seem like, oh, now they don't know you.
Right. Block you.
Yeah, blocking you, or trying to whatever. Oh, and telling other people, oh, don't deal with them anymore because they're this way, because they don't want people to go back and find out all of, the real story of how it really happened.
Right. Yeah, and see, that's how you have to really kind of know people a bit before you even, but you really can't really. I can't even really say that, because sometimes they are so good that you really think that these people are your friends, and then they are not. They just in there to get whatever they can get.
Yeah, and it's sickening. It makes me feel sick to my stomach, actually nauseous, the way people will do things like that. Like they'll do everything underhanded. They'll take money. Even some of these narcissists, the crazy ones like you see on Snapped, kill
Yeah.
people and hide them down into a room and lock the door. So they got a lot of mental issues.
Right.
And the whole thing about it is that they make everybody want to believe and be on their side, because most of the people who you find in these Snap shows that are narcissists and they're crazy and these gaslighters, they are very convincing, because most of the time they're so sweet and they're so nice to everybody, and so everybody's like, oh no, it's not them, what are you
Right.
talking about? But the person who knows about who they are, that's why they try to get everybody to turn on their side and try to convince other people to be against them, so that they don't find out who they really are.
Right.
Yeah.
Girl, you just have to be, careful of people, and just sit and listen and see what their actions are, and then see how they talk to you and stuff like that. You have to trust your gut, but there are a lot of people out here like that, Marlene.
Yeah, it's a lot of, let's be real, it's a lot of people out here on YouTube that are narcissists and gaslighters, because come on now, they come on YouTube and they try to pretend they have all of this glitz and glimmer. I got this, and you don't have nothing. Trying to pretend that they have all this money, all this cars, all this, and they working at Taco Bell.
Yeah, I already know. That's why I tell people I need my light bill paid. Okay, I ain't got no whole bunch of money. Okay, I'm on here trying to make some money so I can get these bills paid. I ain't coming on here acting like I'm rich, no man.
Listen,
I'm coming on here telling you what the real geo is about.
Listen, you think if I had money, I would be doing YouTube?
No, I wouldn't either.
Come on now. Let's keep it 100% real. If you had money, I'd be traveling the world. I would not be thinking about no YouTube. Let's be honest, 100% all the way.
Right, come on.
Come on. So,
but you got to come on YouTube. I got this and I got
I
that.
have this. I'm so fancy. I'm so cool.
Yeah. Well, give me some then.
Yeah, I was like, you got so much money. Give me some.
Oh,
I got a light bill.
God, please,
Get me started with that light bill, because that light bill is real in Florida.
Yeah, I bet. It's real down here in Texas too.
Okay, so let's talk about some of these signs of narcissist gaslighting. Okay, so here are some of the signs. I want y'all to pay attention to some of these signs. I bet you when I tell you this information, you're going to be like, yeah, I do know some people. Okay, so they may try to make you feel like you're overreacting, or you're being too sensitive by saying things like you're being paranoid, or you're imagining things. They might also want to control what you do or who you see. They want to control your friendships, the people you're around, or they want to isolate you from your friends or your family. They also may want to try to make all your decisions, and especially in a relationship, they're very controlling about the decisions you make, the people you try to hang around. And if you're being gaslighted, you might start to doubt yourself and your perceptions. You may feel like you're going crazy. They may also tell you that you're imagining things, or you're remembering that wrong. And gaslighting can involve making someone doubt their own judgment, make you feel like maybe I can't do that. Maybe that it didn't go the way I thought it was. They have try to mess up your perception of reality. And the narcissist may try to convince you that other people are better than you and that you're not good enough. What they are very good at is they try to take blows to your self-esteem and make you feel that you're nobody. They're very good. They want to make you feel like you're powerless and you have no power so that they can have all of the power for themselves, or that they are the only ones who can understand you. You know, those, oh, they don't understand you like I do. Now, come on, Gio, tell me what you think about that.
They need help.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and if people have told you these types of things and you can't understand, how come all the time when you get around this one person, you don't think you're good enough? You don't, you know, you don't feel good about yourself because they always telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not good enough for this person. You know, get away from these types of people. You know, make your circle with positive people, you know, that's going to tell you you are good enough. You know, if you want to start something, oh, wait, this is the one I don't like, who you can be around.
Oh, let's talk about that part. Go ahead.
Child, look here. If I'm in a relationship and the guy tells me, oh, I don't like this person, so you can't be around, hit the door, buddy. For one thing, you don't run nothing here. Okay. I had to learn how to take my power back. And I'm not finna give it to nobody to tell me what to do. And if you ever date me and you ask me to get off my computer where I make my money at, you can really hit the go. Because I don't play that.
I know.
This is what I build. You can't tell me that it's not going to pay my bills or ain't nobody going to come to your live. You know what I'm saying? Who do you think you are? And, oh, baby, you got to go.
Yeah, they really try to tank your self-esteem. And I had one that was always wanted me to be all covered up, jealous, because they didn't want another guy to see beauty in me and take me away from them. But they were crazy. They were crazy. They was like, everywhere I go, where are you going? What's the address? Who's going to be there? What y'all going to be doing? What you going to talk about? They want to know everything. They got to be involved in everything that you do. And they try to plan, oh, I don't think they're a good person. You shouldn't be around them. And they didn't do anything. And they started, one guy tried to plant some seeds of doubt in my mind about one of my best girlfriends. And she'd never done nothing. But he was just trying to control me so that I wouldn't be around her because he knew how smart she was. He knew that she was a person going somewhere and he wanted to keep me down. Because of course, if you're being around somebody who's very smart, and my friend got a master's degree going for her PhD, you didn't want that because what happened when you elevate your mind? You don't want somebody small-minded anymore because you're smart. They want to keep you down.
That's what narcissists want you to think. You know, they want you to think that they want you looking up to them and doing whatever they ask you to do. They want you to trail behind them like a little puppy dog with your tail wagging,
right?
So that they can control you and make you do anything. And that makes you feel like you'll commit a suicide because you don't feel good about yourself. But what I want to say here, Marlene, is that they know who to pick.
Yeah, see, and that is the issue. They look for people who have low self-esteem. They look for somebody who don't put themselves together, or they're in situations to where they have to depend on them. They don't want you to, they're not looking for a person who's independent, a person who's doing big things in their life. They're looking for the people who are, I hate to say it like, but not on a stable level. Like they don't have everything together. They're not independent. They don't love themselves. They look for the people who are very vulnerable. Especially they like to go after women who have kids because some women think because they have kids, I can never find somebody else. So they'll find somebody who has kids and use them like a little puppet, use their car. They live in with them. They don't work. They have to clean up after them and cook for them. Now listen, that's not, that, and also all of these behaviors that me and Gio have been talking about with narcissists and gaslighters is they are the most toxic people. And we have to stay away from toxic people because it's not good for us. They want to drag you down and make you get to a level to where you're so low that you can only depend on them. And that's where they have you exactly where they want you.
They want you. And it's just not just, it could be people with a lot of money that are narcissists.
Yeah.
And they look for people with low self-esteem, and you think they helping you because they helping you pay your bills, they helping you doing this, but you're going to pay the price. Trust me on that. Whatever it is that they want from you or want to make you feel so they can feel better and all powerful, they're going to make you feel that. You know, that's why I say, child, pay your own bills. It's not even worth it. When you meet a person like that, oh, he's doing this. Oh, he's doing that. Be careful, because you just don't know what else he's doing to your mind until it's too late.
Yeah. So let's talk about gaslighting and narcissists in the family, because they are out there. Of course, and they always want to start with, I'm your mama, I'm your cousin, I'm your this, I'm your that, whoever they are related to you. And that's how you're going to treat your cousin. That's how you're going to treat your sister, your brother. So they use this and manipulate you to make you do what they want. They pull all the tactics out. They pull on your heartstrings. Oh, I need this money and nobody will help me. And you know my situation. And if I could do it, I would. See, these are the people, they won't work. They want you to do everything for them. They'll make you feel that you have to do it. Oh, I thought you loved me. No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought you loved me, but you don't. See, they play a lot of mind games.
Right.
So in the family is one of the biggest groups that people really don't talk about. This group of narcissists and gaslighters in the family, they always pull on your heartstrings. Oh, I thought you could do this for me. You know, I'm depending on you. I can't do it without you. They always want to like use that as like a tactic to hang over you. Oh, I thought you were my sister. I thought I could depend on you, so that you can always constantly be in this toxic cycle of feeling that you have to constantly bail them out, constantly do things for them when they keep making bad decisions. And that's not healthy. It's not your job to bail people out. It's not your job to make people grow up when they made bad decisions for you to always have to be their savior. That's not your job. I learned that in therapy, that it's not my job to rescue you. It's not my job to save you. That's Jesus' job. That's a job for God. That's a job for the Holy Spirit and the angels. That's not my responsibility. And I had to learn that for myself, that it's not my job to rescue other people. You have to let people grow up. And also, I had to learn you have to pay attention that when somebody is showing you toxic behaviors or showing you that they're crazy, don't question it and say, is it me? Because that's what I used to do all the time. I always used to say, oh, how come, like when they make you feel that you're less than, or they try to put you down, and you say, well, if I didn't do this, then they wouldn't do that. Don't make excuses for their bad behavior. That's what they want to do. They want to have you feeling low. They want to make you feel down so they can step on you and have you exactly where they want you. And that's why they have a problem. That's why they have the problem, not you. So if you're around people who are like this, pay attention, stay away from toxic behaviors. And we talked about in romantic relationships, in the family, and also there's narcissists on the job, because on the job sometimes they will always make you put it like, oh, nobody does it like you, and we're depending on you, you know, and always to make you feel that you have to do everything for them. Always
Right.
like, you know, bait and switch, you know, but you've always been doing it and we depend on you and we don't have anybody else. That's gaslighting and using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And don't let people do that to you and treat you that way, because you deserve way better than that.
yeah. That's why I don't miss corporate.
Mhm.
It's a lot of narcissists and gaslighters up in there.
And control freaks.
Right.
That's my issue, is the control freaks and the, what do they call that, micromanagement. That's my
Right.
biggest problem on the job, is I don't like people who try to, like, every minute of the day, have you done this?
Right.
Have you done that? Have you done? I don't
That's
need.
controlling, and it runs people off. And you be like, damn, what? I know how to do my job. So they bring that stuff, they micromanage at home, and then they bring it to the job and gonna micromanage you. You know,
If you let it. If you let it.
yeah.
That's the thing.
And I'm like, please, I know how to do my job.
So, is there anything else that you want to end? Let me see if there's any more information that I wanted to bring out in this. Oh, this is the last thing that I want to read. So these are the common reasons why a narcissist gaslights. They want to control you or make you dependent on them. They may also do it to boost their ego or to make themselves feel better or seem better. Narcissists may gaslight someone because they are insecure or have low self-esteem. Narcissists may also gaslight as a way to manipulate or hurt someone, and may also do it to gain power or control over someone. And finally, narcissists may gaslight someone because they want to keep them from leaving the relationship.
Well, I'm just,
it's just sickening that people are this way. And listen, you're not going to change them. I've talked about this many a time before. A lot of times you get into, especially a romantic relationship, and you see somebody and you think you're going to change them, but the only person that winds up changing is you. You get nasty and get hurt, and you don't have to go through all of those things. Deserve better.
I'll just say, in conclusion, for me, is just watch how people treat you, you know, and watch and see how you feel around certain people. If you don't feel, if you feel less than, you know, or you just don't feel good, or when you leave that person, you feel all icky and stuff like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Then you need to really take a look at that person and see if they belong in your life.
Exactly, Jill. So this has been an amazing topic about narcissists and gaslighters. And this is to prevent somebody. Maybe if you're seeing some of the signs of some of the things that we've talked about in this discussion, be aware of it. Maybe you need to see a therapist, but please stay away from these type of people, because it's just going to drain you, and it can get to the point like on those shows like Snapped, to where you will snap because of they've done too much to you, and then you wind up looking like the person who is crazy. So get away from them. So thank you so much, Gio, for being here with this awesome topic. I have really enjoyed it. And remember, this is the Marlene Saunders Show and podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Leave me a comment about this if you're watching on the replay, and also check out my co-host channel. Thank you so much, Gio. And I will see you guys on the next Merlin Saunders Show and Podcast. Bye-bye.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Hey, here we are again on the Wellness Driven Life Show. Rise, the story of Dustin Jones. Dustin Jones is the CEO of Encompass HR LLC and a sought-after keynote speaker on resilience, identity, strength, and endurance. Drawing from her experiences as an entrepreneur and business leader, Dustin provides audiences with real-world tips and tactics for thriving in any situation. In this video, hear Dustin's story and learn how she has applied the principles of RISE to become one of today's most successful CEOs. I want to thank you so much for being on the Wellness Driven Life Show today. And I can't wait for you to hear from Dustin Jones today. Stay tuned, and you're going to be on a wellness driven ride. Hi, I'm Dustin Jones is a trailblazing CEO of Encompass HR LLC. With an impressive 20-plus years in human resources and leadership development across multiple industries, she brings a wealth of knowledge to her role as leadership trainer and speaker for the John Maxwell Group. Not only does Dustin bring enthusiasm to every room she enters, with her BA from California State University San Marcos, plus a management certification from Southern Methodist University, plus master's coursework at Grand Canyon, but also validation through keynotes on HR compliance, mentorship programs, and more. Please welcome Dustin Jones. Hi, Dustin.
Hi.
It's so good to have you on the Wellness Driven Life Show. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Our pleasure. You've told me so many great stories about yourself, and you have such a beautiful background and how you've bloomed into this beautiful human being and, hit so many strides in your career life. Could you share a little bit with us about, your beginnings into where you are now?
That's a long story, but I'm going to shorten it down as much as I can for you. So I was born and raised in Southern California. I'm an identical twin, and I lived a lot of my life kind of as this person that had this identity that was connected with somebody else. And that kind of spurred me to get out of California, and I ended up getting married literally the day after I got out of college and moved all the way across the country to DC with my new husband. And then a year later ended up here in Texas. And so I've been here in Texas now for, I guess, going on 25 years.
That was pretty young age.
It was. I was 21 going on 22 when I got married, and I just thought that that's what I needed to do. And so I jumped, and this is where I landed, was here in Texas a couple years later, and was married for just under 9 years, and then ended up divorced with two very small children. My son was a year old and my daughter was 4. And through the course of all of that, divorce is never easy for anybody. And it was fairly traumatic for me. It was a very unhealthy relationship. And so I made a decision to leave and start a new life with my children for the sake of my children. And through all of that, I ended up in HR, and most of us in HR just kind of land here where it's not something a lot of us plan on being in, but I really loved the idea of being able to help businesses and help the employees and learn operations. And so that's what I did. And so I had this life as an HR professional, and then I had this life as a wife and a mother, and then a single mother with 2 small children. And through all of that, I was still really fighting an identity. So growing up as an identical twin, my identity was in direct relation with her, although our personalities were polar opposites. If you met me now, when I open my mouth versus when she opens her mouth, you would know for a fact that who I was versus who she was, because we're just very different. And then when I got married, I had this identity with my ex-husband, and then I had this identity at work, and they never meshed. And so after my divorce, trying to figure out who I was a really big deal for me. It took me about 3 years to kind of reconcile who I was in business with who I was as a woman and as a mother and just honestly as a human being.
I love how you bring identity into this. And I feel like so many people have these ideas of who they are, who they identify with. And so I love that you bring that into the conversation. And I know that's a big piece of RISE, and that's your acronym that you have created. And we'll go over that a little bit later. But I want to talk a little bit more about this journey because it's very interesting. And I think that there are many people that can relate to or have an understanding of, being in not such a great situation and doing things young and learning what we might think is the hard way. And so I know that we talked a little bit too about when we started realizing and understanding like our mental health and the things that we needed to change in order to be more clear and in order to strive and to support. And you had 2 young children, right? And so I know also that you talked to me about how that was a big why, but what really made the shift? I know you were married for 9 years and then you went into HR, and that's also interesting to me. And I don't want to take over the stage too long, but I relate with that a little bit because I think that we go into fields where we really want to help and reach out to others, and HR is a big factor in that, isn't it?
It is. It's a big factor. And I had been in HR about 8 years when I filed for divorce. And one of the biggest things that people never understood was how I had 2 very separate lives going on. I had this, I was this very confident, self-assured, dynamic person at work, and I climbed the ladder fairly quickly. And then at home, I was not. I was almost the antithesis of that, and the very much the opposite of who I was at work. And so my family really struggled with who I was in one place versus who I was somewhere else. And that's where the identity becomes a really big piece of my journey is, I thrived at work because I was in a place where I was respected and where I could help people and where my opinion mattered. And I wasn't at home. And so there became a time where, you brought my kids up, and there became a time where I looked at my daughter and I looked at my son, and I had to make a decision of whether or not I wanted them raised in an environment that was unhealthy for me and in turn unhealthy for them. And so I made the hardest decision of my life, and I ended it. And it's a hard decision, and it's something that has had ripple effects in my life as well as my children. And, we've dealt with that as much as possible. And I never regret my marriage. I never regret that because I have 2 beautiful children that my life is just revolves around. But I also don't dwell on it. one of the things that I think we as women, we become very emotionally attached to our past. And I think when it comes to mental health, we have to learn how to separate and get rid of that negative, and realize that we have to you either grow from it or you sit in it. And if you don't learn to grow from it, you can't move forward, and your mental health is just going to deteriorate. And so, you know, I'll be honest, the first 6 months I was diagnosed as depressed, and I took medicine for that. And there were days where I did not want to get out of bed, you know, and there were days where I didn't know how I was going to pay my rent, because along with divorce comes financial, you know, restructuring is a nice way to put that, I guess.
Yeah.
And I lost everything. And I had these 2 children, and my children were my motivation every single day to get up and to find the strength that I need, and to endure through all of the heartache and the tears and the, you know, family and the people that just didn't understand why it didn't work, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's the other thing too. When we make a decision to get out of a situation that is not good, we have absolutely no responsibility to explain ourselves to anybody else. Just us. It's what I need to do for myself.
Dustin, can you say that one more time?
We have no responsibility to explain to anybody else why we got out of a situation. Ever.
I love that. I think that's extremely powerful, what you just said, and that's why I had you say it again. So I'm going to play a short commercial, and then when we come back, I would love to know what toxic circumstances led you to really start taking your mental and physical health seriously. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hi, I'm April Hove, the managing director of the Fort Worth, Texas chapter of eWomen Network. I'm so excited that you stopped to watch this video. I've got good news for you. You have just discovered an international network of women entrepreneurs who are committed to helping you achieve, succeed, and prosper. We are on a mission to help 1 million women entrepreneurs each achieve $1 million in annual revenue. Here at eWomen Network, we have a complete success system that supports you every step of the way in building and growing your business. You being here right now is no accident. We're supposed to know about you. We want to meet you to find out how we can help you, as well as learn about what you have to offer. With over 500,000 women connecting through 118 chapters across the US, Canada, Australia, and the UK, you are never alone. If this is resonating with you, please go to eWomenNetwork.com/Fort Worth. Notice too my contact information. I invite you to reach out to me and check out our upcoming in-person and online events. I am really looking forward to introducing you to our community. Welcome back. So, Dustin, can you tell me what were some of the toxic circumstances that led you to take your physical and mental health seriously?
I think probably, without going into a lot of detail, because I really am trying to, when I speak about this, which honestly, April, this is the first time I've really spoken about this in a public platform. So one of the things that I have committed to myself is not to bring a lot of the painful stuff up because of my children and my family and everybody that sees this. I have a good relationship with my ex-husband, so I try and keep that. But really what anchored it for me was that I had lost myself. I didn't recognize myself in the mirror anymore. And I realized that the arguments and just the feeling around all of it just started to get to a point where I didn't want it anymore. I didn't want my children to see me that way. And, you know, I have a name that's very unique, and it's something that I struggle with my whole life. A lot of people always thought that I was a male, a white male. So I gave my daughter a strong name, Catherine Elizabeth, and I gave my son a strong name, Ethan Thomas. And while I was mindful about making sure that my children were going to grow into these very strong, independent people, I wasn't giving them a good example of what that looked like. I wasn't giving my son a good example of a woman that he should marry. I wasn't giving my daughter an example of a woman that she could aspire to be. And really, at the end of the day, thinking about the fact that I had lost who I was and who I was raised to be, that probably made me the saddest of all of it, because I allowed the relationship I had in my marriage to affect who I was as a person and to become somebody that I didn't want to become. And so I made that decision with the support of my family, and it was hard, and it was the toughest decision I've ever made in my life. But, it was the right decision, and I would make it again.
Dustin, that was so beautifully and eloquently said, and how you're keeping others mindful. And truly, isn't that the stem of it all, where we don't recognize ourselves anymore, or we're not living to be somebody that we really desire to be. We're not living to our full potential. We're not shining.
Right.
And
Yep.
and so thank you. That was beautifully eloquently said. Can you tell me a little bit about what changes you made? I know that you made the big leap to separate, and that in and of itself is a massive change when we start to separate ourselves from the people, places, and things, environments that are no longer working for us, where we are looking to find newness, in anything and in our environment, and new relationships, etc. But can you tell me a little bit about what you did outside of that or in also in addition to the changes that you made to in your lifestyle?
So I made a choice when I filed for divorce not to go back to California. My whole family's still in San Diego. I have a few relatives here in Texas, but they were in West Texas at the time. And so I made the decision to stay. And, I know that my family didn't always understand why I did that, but I did that because I needed to prove to myself that I was not codependent. And I needed to prove to myself that I could make my life work. I could do what I needed to do to support myself, so that in turn, I never had to have a relationship again that I was dependent on that other person. So that next relationship, that next, real relationship was one that was in because I wanted it, because that other person wanted it, because we were friends, because it was healthy. And so I stayed, and it was hard. I lost my house, I lost my car, I filed for bankruptcy, and all of those things ended up showing me the strength and the resilience that I had, and that it was buried, but all of those things bring it to the surface, right? And then to endure the loneliness that I would feel, because I'm definitely a person that wants to be in a relationship. And one of the other big changes that I made was I stopped dating. When I finally felt like it was okay for me to date, I had all these rules and boundaries, but I was dating the same type of men. And I think we get out of something, and that's what's comfortable for us. And that's what we recognize and attach to. And I finally realized, Justin, you're dating the same men over and over again. Like, work on yourself. So I learned how to go to the movies alone, and I learned how to go to dinner by myself. And I learned to go sit at a bar and have a drink if I wanted a glass of wine by myself. And I met some really amazing people for that time in my life. And I made new friends, because when I left my ex-husband, I had no friends of my own in Texas. And his family was here, and they were his friends. And so, it was like starting all over again in a place that was familiar but not, right? And so it took me about 3 years to realize that I could do this on my own. I was moving up in my career. I finally got to a spot where about 5 years into being single, I bought my own home. About 3 years into it, I met a man that just took my breath away. And, his story, he had lost his wife a couple months before I did to illness. And so he was a recent widower. And we made a decision. We're going to be friends. We're going to get to know each other. And you pull out all the stops. If you can learn from what did not work before and implement what the right thing is to do. Open communication, nothing is off the table. If I offend you, you need to tell me. If there's something that is upsetting you, you can't be afraid to hurt my feelings, right? Relationships, you shouldn't be walking on eggshells. And so I learned throughout this process, this 3-year process, and it was 3 years for me. It can be shorter for other people or longer for other people. You know, I learned what it was like to be healthy again, but I learned it before I met him, because I was like, you wouldn't have liked me a year ago if you had met me a year ago, you know? And now we're celebrating 10 years of marriage this summer. And I look back at that and I think, you know what? I'm really glad I had that time. And I'm glad I didn't rush it, because I got to know myself again. And who really gets a chance to do that for a second time in your 30s? You know, and I learned how to be one identity. I learned how to be who I was at work is the same person I am at home. And man, when I figured that out, the whole world just opened up to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it felt like so much freedom.
It did.
And you're sharing so many amazing things, and I'm getting excited about it because you're really sharing in such an authenticity and a vulnerability. So many of the things that you're sharing with me. And Dustin, I see so much growth as a human being that you have experienced, and you have now so much wisdom to share, and it gives me great joy to have you here on the Wellness Driven Life Show, because you know, your experiences and now the wisdom you're sharing is exactly the things that I want to bring on this show. So thank you so much for being here and sharing it. So you know, I want to go back to a few things and highlight that I feel are important that you mentioned. And one of those is that you really gave yourself the space to work on yourself, to learn how to be alone, to be brave enough to go out and do things on your own, to go to the movies, go have a glass of wine at the bar, and venture out and make new friends and connections that you didn't have and you weren't used to. And I can relate to that as a parent, as a mother, you know, when you're so consumed in your career and in your children, and you don't venture out and do those things. And I can say too that my life drastically changed when I made those decisions. And I was brave enough to do so. And when I made the decisions to work on myself. So thank you again for sharing so many of those wonderful things. We're going to go to another commercial. And when we come back, I would like to know if you've seen your physical and mental health improve since making these changes. And I mean, honestly, we can say yes, but I'd love to know, you know, the continuance of that and how that shows up in your life now.
Hello, everyone. I am Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and you all know who's right here with me, Dr. Les Brown. How are you, Dr. Brown?
I'm blessed and highly favored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you want to give yourself a competitive edge. If you got a message, you have some knowledge or experience, a story, or if you want to do something adventurous and exciting with your life that can increase your credibility, expose you to millions of people, I'm encouraging you to have your own talk show. I used to have a talk show. That one talk show catapulted me to another level. Now there are more people watching the internet, as you are aware, than television. Yes. Come on, somebody.
That's right.
Dr. Kim Jacobs, she trained people on how to have their own talk show. She will train you how to do that. And now with me partnering with her, now you have the combination of an audience, expansive audience. We have over 4 million people in all of our platforms, and the coaching you need to grow your business, to grow your multi-level marketing organization, to draw more attention to yourself in this noisy economy. Go ahead, Kim.
So in the training that I do, Les, I actually do a 6-week training. It's 1 hour per week. And each week I meet with the individuals one-on-one. We go through and we talk about all of the things that's necessary for a show to become a reality. We go from how to actually identify your focus area, what's going to be your ideal customer that's going to be tuning in. We'll talk about how to get guests, how to get sponsorship, how to go about getting your lighting, your branding, and your banners, and everything that you need to know. And guess what, Les? They own their own content at the end of the day.
And that's exciting. Now, if you're ready to create a shift in your business and in your life and increase your cash flow, I want you to go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. It's right down the screen, KimJacobsConsulting.com. You know, people say opportunity knocks on every door. Right. No. Opportunity stands by silently waiting for you to recognize it. So I want you to recognize that this is a time for you. This is an incredible time to have your own talk show. It establishes a level of credibility.
Yes.
And by being exposed to people on a regular basis, it allows you to strategically begin to impact and attract your audience. She can take you in a place in yourself that you can't go by yourself. So go to KimJacobsConsulting.com. That's KimJacobsConsulting.com. Did I say KimJacobsConsulting.com? Yes, you did. Very good. Make sure you go there and sign up for the coaching, and we're looking forward to working with you. You have something special. You have greatness within you. That's my story, and that's Kim's story, and we're sticking to it. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back. Well, I would love to know, Dustin, how do you keep your physical and mental health, all these changes that you've made to maintain that? How have you been consistent with that?
I think the biggest thing for me, so when I first kind of got out of the fog and realized that, you know, I could do this on my own, and I had, you know, a great work environment. I was raising healthy kids. I realized that I had started to put myself really into my work, because that gave me great satisfaction. It gave me a feeling of accomplishment. Between that and with my kids, just watching my kids thrive and grow, that helped me continue kind of that mental health journey that I was having, to stay healthy and to stay really authentic to myself as well. I think authenticity is something that we're not always honest with ourselves. And so I always had to be honest with myself when I was doing something that maybe was going down the wrong path. I reestablished connections with my family. I became a little bit closer to my twin sister. I have an older sister and a brother that I also really kind of reached out to again. I traveled home twice a year, so I got to see my family more. And so, and my cousin that was here in Texas, she and I really developed a very close relationship. So one of the biggest things was to surround myself with people that were authentic and that were willing to be honest with me, as well as just really supportive and healthy. And so that kept up my spirits, even when things got really tough or they got hard or I couldn't pay my rent or, you know, filing for bankruptcy. That was really traumatic for me, because you don't want to be that way, but you know, sometimes you do what you have to do to get further and to make sure that you're taking care of your kids. That was always in the very forefront of my mind. And then working for companies where I was able to make a difference and where I was able to make an impact, whether I was there for 4 years or 11 years, those folks supported me a lot as well. And so, and I worked out. I took my kids on walks. We did charity runs and 5Ks, and so kind of exposed them to that. And then we drove around the country a lot. We'd drive to California, and we'd go visit whoever we could, wherever we could. And so my kids and I had an opportunity to travel together and see different parts of the country. And then when I met my husband, he became a part of that. And that took a little while. We met in March, and he did not meet my kids until the end of August. And that was important for me because I don't want to bring people in and out of my children's life. And he was probably my biggest advocate. And he has been to this day. He's my cheerleader, and he's always in my corner. And he took on my children after he had a daughter in college when we married and a son in high school, and my children were still in elementary and middle school. And so he embraced them as his own. And that helps me because then I feel like I have not just a blended family, but just a whole family again. Right. And that was really important. So having the right people around you really helps. Having people that are willing to tell you that you're being dumb or you're making a bad choice so that it makes you think about it.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
important too. My cousin Terry Jo, she's a big personality, and she was one, her and my best friend Sara, they both made sure that I was staying on that path that I had decided to go on with my career and with my kids. And were always authentic and honest. As much as I didn't want to hear it at times, they still would.
Ah, that's awesome. It makes me think of a few friendships I now have that kind of keep me, you know, in the right lane when I feel passionate about something. I need to just pull the reins back in and reflect on my feelings. So that's a cool thing. And I've heard a lot of, again, juicy stuff out of this conversation. So, going, yes, the relationships of the community that you were surrounding yourself with and the importance of that, and giving your children experiences. So I really liked that I heard that, where you traveled and you showed them experiences and you got yourself out to have new experiences. And your relationship with your now husband, and when you guys decided to wait to introduce the children, I think that is so responsible. And I can too relate with that because Manly and I did a similar thing. It took us a really long time. He told me, April, I want a crock pot relationship, not a microwave relationship.
I love that. My husband used to say, this is a marathon, not a race.
Yeah. And I've heard that many times too. I will always say he's my greatest teacher because I have learned patience like no other.
Yeah.
But we have such a beautiful relationship, and we also have a blended family. And I love that you use the term whole, that you really have this feeling of wholeness. And I'm seeing many things that we can relate to, Dustin. So that's great that you've shared that with me. And now I really want to get into this acronym that you've created, RISE, RISE, and it stands for resilience, identity, strength, and endurance. Could you please share with us what the meaning behind all of that is?
So, I love to be able to tell stories. And I've been, since I started my business a year ago, trying to get on more stages and just really kind of thinking about what is it that really kind of resonates with other people and women in leadership, young women that are trying to get into corporate are really near and dear to my heart. And so I really sat back and thought, what were the things that I recognized in myself as I went through this journey, and not just in my personal life, but also in my professional life. And I really believe that when you're learning things, you're learning for both, right? If you're learning something new, it should have an effect on both your personal and your professional life. So I sat down and I really kind of thought about it. And I realized that those 4 things were the things that got me through the hard times. And, resilience, women have more resilience than they think. We don't give ourselves enough credit. The identity was something that I seriously struggled with. And I'll give you kind of a short story on that. I go home and visit my family, and my twin sister still lives there, and we are identical. And we were born and raised in the same place, several generations. So people know our family. And so I inevitably, every time I go home, I run into somebody that stops and talks to me that I knew from high school, whether it was an acquaintance or maybe it was one of my sister's friends, and they'll talk to me like I'm my sister Shelby. And I have to make a decision at that point in time. Do I continue the conversation with them identifying me as my sister, or do I tell them, I stop them and politely say, hey, I'm not Shelby, I'm Dustin, I'm in town visiting, which will inevitably change the conversation, but now they're identifying me as myself. And
Yeah.
so each time I take the opportunity to stop them and say, this is who you're speaking to. Because I lived so many years not knowing who my identity was, or my identity was wrapped up in somebody else, that
Yeah.
I want people to know me. And so I want that conversation to change to make sure that it reflects who I am. And so identity has become this really big thing for me. And it's really important for me to be able to share who I am and that people know me for me and not related to somebody else. And then strength.
Wait,
Yeah.
sorry, hold on. I'm going to jump right in because I have to, and I can't help but think that maybe some of our listeners might think the same way because um, I know when we started talking about this initially, you're like, well, identity, but it's not the identity in the way that you think. And I was like, well, identity is identity, right? No, you have a totally different perspective on identity because you're an identical twin. And I mean, that's much more rare for most of us to be able to understand that. And so when you talk about how you get to make a decision when you come across somebody who's talking to you as if you are your sister and you're like, well, do I play along and, lead this person around when, they have no idea? And, at first I'm like, well, of course you would just tell them, hey, I'm Dustin. But when I go back and I put myself in a child's shoes, when you grew up with that, when people made that mistake often, how would you know how to react as a child? I'm sure that it was likely that you would oftentimes react in that playing along where you're like, yeah, I'm my sister. And so it would just intensify the feeling of not really knowing or feeling like you were your own person. And so I just wanted to highlight that because I'm sure that some other listeners may be thinking the same. And so thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to have you continue on to strength.
Yeah, and you're right. I think that my situation is a little unique. Not everybody is a identical mirror twin, right? So there's a little bit of a different experience there. But when you take your identity back, there's power in that. There's strength in that. And I learned that I had the strength to overcome so many obstacles, right? I mean, divorce and being single and not having enough money to pay rent and all of these things, bankruptcy and how am I going to provide for my children? All of these things, there was still strength in me. And that strength bubbles to the top if you allow it. And I think as women, we don't give ourselves enough credit. And I've said that several times throughout this interview because we don't. And being a woman in leadership, I was a vice president at 36. And I had a lot of experiences where women would work with me. They'd be colleagues. They would be people on my team. And they automatically had this idea of who I was because I was in this leadership role, right? And we don't support each other well. We don't support each other well. And I think that's why I like eWomen Network so much is because we do support each other well. And that was one of the things for myself that it was like, who are these women? Like, I wish I had met you a decade ago, right?
Yeah.
So this strength that comes in us, it's not just strength to be who you are from an identity. It's strength to get through the disappointments in life. It's strength to get through why do more women not support leadership? Why do more women not support each other and understand that you get more from that than by sabotaging each other, right? And I've had way too many experiences where that has been a thing and it shouldn't be a thing. So that strength is really important. But the other aspect of that is the endurance, right? Like I said, my husband said we're in a marathon and we're not in a sprint. Well, marathon takes endurance. Life is a marathon, right? Getting to the next level in your career can be a marathon. It doesn't happen overnight. The fact that I took a dive or a jump off a cliff in 2021 and quit my very cushy, nice paying corporate job to start my own business, that has taken endurance way more than I thought that it would take. And it takes all of those things. It takes the resilience of not being able to close a deal. It takes identity so that people know who you are when you're networking and building relationships. It takes strength to get up in the morning and say, I need to get out there and pound the pavement, or I need to get on more podcasts, or I need to get my name out there. There's all these things that you need to do. And then it takes endurance to understand that you're in it for the long game. And all of those things are things that I want to make sure that my children see and that they can use as an example in their life going forward. And I want other women to see that too. I want women to understand that those 4 qualities we all have. We all innately have. We just have to find them and let them bubble to the surface to help us move on to that next thing, no matter what it is.
I'm starting to see, Dustin, really your passion within HR when you're working with the corporate world because of your experiences with other women in that realm. And I get that. And our excitement about eWomen Network right now, because we see women supporting other women, whereas it's not necessarily like that in the corporate world. It's not necessarily like that. And why? When it shouldn't be. And so being able to be this light in the world and painting a different picture, like you say, using this Rise, it's such a game changer for us, and to be able to break out of our shells and treat each other in a different way and see each other in another view instead of as this competitive arena.
Right.
Or this, fear of others excelling when we should be encouraging them and realizing that when others excel, it's just, it shines light on us being able to do the same thing, and being able to encourage each other. So, yeah. How do you use Rise in your days now? I know that you're sharing it on stages now, but how do you incorporate that? Do you incorporate that within your trainings through corporate and your HR?
So it's new, right? So I think I always incorporated it with my business just because I believe it's part of relationship building. I believe that those 4 things are something that as a woman in business that you're going to use every day. And so I want that to reflect on how I build relationships with my clients and how I build relationships with just anybody that I meet. But I am using it to develop ways to be able to speak on stages and to share this with young women. I've developed a leadership through mentorship program that is very near and dear to my heart, where we don't do a good job of mentorship in corporate America. And there are some great things that you can do around mentorship. And I think that Rise is an integral part of that, especially when you're mentoring other women. And you should be able to mentor men too, because men need the same things. But I'm coming from a place where I was a woman in corporate in a executive role where we just didn't support each other as well as we could have. And I think we would be a lot more successful if we support each other that way. And if we recognize these 4 things as, man, you really need to develop these. And these are skills that you can have. And you can do this through mentorship and you can do this through leadership. And it's something that we need to be doing with our younger generations that haven't experienced the same things that we have as women that are part of, Gen Z or Gen X or, whatever, wherever we're at. I'm not going to age myself too much, but I think that our experience as, middle-aged older women that have come out of corporate America when it was very male-dominated when we started, I think that we have a lot to share with women that are coming up through the ranks. And that's very close to my heart because I had some good mentors and I had a great couple of bosses that were women, but I never felt like there was this plan in place for me or somebody that would sit down and help me figure out what was next and what I was capable of,
Right.
And so I kind of figured that out on my own, just through trials and tribulations. But why should everybody have to figure it out on their own and go through the things that I did when they can kind of get that step up by hearing my story and by taking Rise and by having that mentorship and that leadership to get to that next level in their life and in their career. And I want to share that with everybody. I want people to hear it. So, I'm incorporating that now into my training as I'm going into companies and training on a plethora of different things. And Rise for me, I want to get on as many stages as I can to share my experiences and to let them know they can rise up. there is nothing in their lives that they cannot overcome. And I think Rise is the way to do that.
Ah, Dustin Jones, Rise, resilience, identity, strength, and endurance. All right, we're going to share some pictures and some a family album when we get back. Stay tuned.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Okay, so I'm going to add some fun pictures to the screen and we can share with the people who are viewing. Oh, let's go back to the beginning. Photo album, Dustin Jones.
I just
All right,
realized I did
let's
not have
go
a picture of
from
my
the
husband in
beginning.
this. Yeah. So these are my kids. This is my why. This
the
has been my
babies.
why forever.
Oh, they're so beautiful. Was this a photo in California?
Yeah, that's actually my parents' backyard. It's where I grew up. This was about, I'm trying to remember how old my son is here. I think he's about 4. So I think this was about 2 years after my divorce. And we had gone home to visit for the summer. So yeah,
Oh,
my babies.
yeah, precious. And here they are a little
Here they are
older.
now. And my daughter's going to kill me for that photo, but it's the one I had. This was about a year ago. And, you know, she's in college now and my son's getting ready to finish up high school. But they are still my why. And I think that will continue even into, you know, my 70s and 80s. They will continue to be my why.
Oh, yeah, always, always. So tell me a little bit about this. Your son looks very dressed up. What event is this?
That was their spring dance. And so we all got to go and meet his date and take photos. And my mom was actually in town for that. So he goes to a charter school here in Frisco. And so it's a very small, tight-knit group of seniors. And he was a junior that year, but that was his spring dance.
Okay. He looks very handsome.
Thank you.
And who is this beautiful woman? I think we're
Oh,
talking
that would-
to her.
Yep, that would be me. That is my fashion shot that Susie Burleson did for Mrs. Texas that I'll be competing in next month.
Yes. Oh my gosh. We have to talk a little bit about this because Dustin, I am not as familiar. I see little bits and pieces, but please share.
Well, you know, as I've gotten older, I've decided I need to do some things that will get me out of my comfort zone. And I did pageants a very long time ago in California. And so Taylor Kilpatrick, I met randomly about almost 2 years ago now. And she was Miss Frisco and now she's Miss Arlington. And we went to see her at Miss Texas. And I was like, you know, this would be fun to do again. And so I decided I would try out. And it's another way to get myself out into the community more, to kind of get my business name and my name out in the community. And so I signed up for it and I'm currently Mrs. Frisco here in Frisco, Texas, and no idea what I was getting myself into. And we will say that it is definitely way far out of my comfort zone, but I have a great support group here and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, well, I think you're showing up so beautifully. And I was really excited when I saw that. And I wasn't sure exactly what all it entailed. I never really knew what all that was about. And I think you're right. It really pushes you out of your comfort zone. I'm not sure how many appearances you have to make, but you know, and at the same time, it's kind of a win-win, right? So you're growing, you know, because you're stepping outside of your comfort zone and you're expanding the audience for your business. You're shedding light on who you are. Hey, this is me. This is what I do within the community. So bravo,
Thank you.
and beautiful, perfect person.
Thank you.
And is this photograph, go ahead and explain this photograph. It looks like the primary one for your business. Is that correct?
It is. It is. This is a branding session that I did last summer. So, when you start a business, you learn all these things that you didn't know. And so with eWomen, they've really given me an opportunity to grow and learn how to be a business owner. And so I was fortunate enough to win a branding session with Trisha Turpinoff, who is a traveling branding photographer out of
Oh, yes.
Colorado Springs. And she came down, and this was in the rain down in Grapevine, Texas. And we had so much fun that day. And it was 3 outfit changes, and we're running in and out, and my hair doesn't look as good as it does today because it was in the rain, right? So, but we had a great time, and she did some really great work. So yeah, this is the cover of my website.
I can attest to Trisha Turpinoff. I too have had a few photos, not the extensive photo session where we're going somewhere. So that must have been really exciting. I think that's incredible that you won that, because she really is talented and truly makes you feel just comfortable and alive. And some of the photographs that I use, I mean, I use them for my business, and they're wonderful. And so we got to give a shout out to her. And tell me this photograph. That looks like it's Grapevine too. I feel like I recognize
It is.
Marie.
Yep, it is. It's downtown Grapevine in the old Main Street. And this was the same session, and it was so much fun because the jacket that I'm actually wearing on this, I love this jacket. This was designed by a friend of mine, Panache Designs she's in LA now. I met her. She was a single mom. We met when we were both single moms with little kids back probably, man, it's been probably 15 or 16 years ago now. And she's an incredible designer. And so I bought this piece from her, and I was like, I'm wearing that for my photo shoot. And I absolutely love it. So this was a fun shot. It's a little sassy, and, we had a great time.
I do. I like that. It is very, very fun. And last but not least,
This is the same photo shoot. It was raining outside, and this is the, I want to say Main Street Bakery. It's a French restaurant downtown. It's got a bakery attached, and then a restaurant and bar. And they were just opening when we got down there, and Trisha went in and said, "Hey, can we take some photos in here?" And he's like, "Yeah, come on in." And so we took some really fun photos inside of the bistro. And this is one of my favorites that she did. It's a little bit different for what I normally do. It's not quite super corporate, but it's just fun. So we had a great time.
I absolutely love this photograph. And I know that you shared with me that this is one of your favorites as well.
It is.
And to me, when I look at this, I mean, there's so much elegance, and you're just shining. You're bright. You're very happy. You look like you're about to go out on a night, like you're about to go to the opera, and you're just having a bit of coffee to help wake you up and keep you going
Yeah.
for the long night ahead. And maybe some dancing and cocktails. But yeah, it's just a beautiful photograph.
Thank you. Trisha did an amazing job, and she makes you feel comfortable, so it's easy to have fun.
She does. She does. So you've shared so much with us, Dustin, today. And I would love to know, I think I want to go back a little bit. I had one last question. Is there any last thoughts or pieces of advice that you'd like to share with people who are looking to take their mental and physical health seriously?
I think that the one piece of advice I would give is that you are going to be your best advocate. And if you know that you're struggling, if you know that you're, wanting to make changes, whether it's mental health or physical health, that you're going to be your best advocate. And you need to make sure that you're willing to make the changes in your life that you need to make. Getting rid of toxic people, getting rid of bad habits. It's hard. But like I said, you have the resiliency, you have the strength, you have the endurance to do it, and you need to be consistent. But once you make that choice, you need to make sure that you're telling yourself and you're having those daily affirmations that you're enough and that you're good enough and that nobody has the right to judge your choices, and you have zero responsibility to make an explanation of why you've made the decisions that you've made. They're yours alone. And I really think that you have to be your own advocate for that. And why rehash it with a bunch of people when you've already made a decision to move forward in a healthy manner? Keep that commitment and keep that in the front of your, everybody wants to help, but that doesn't mean they're being helpful, right? So you're going to be your best advocate going forward, whether it's going to a mental health professional, which I did, or maybe it's, going on prescription to help with depression, which I did as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you're the best person to take care of yourself.
Such great wisdom and advice, Dustin. Thank you so much. I want to make sure everybody knows how to get a hold of you. They can reach you on your website at www.encompasshrllc.com. They can also watch your new YouTube videos. You're going out there and you're creating some content, which is wonderful. And that's going to be at HR in 90 Seconds by Dustin Jones 10. So I welcome you to go and check her out there on YouTube. And I'm going to be putting in the description below other ways that you can contact Dustin. She's got many ways: LinkedIn, through email, and then you'll have, of course, her website and her YouTube. So I also want to let everyone know that the Wellness Driven Life Show is here because of your donations and your beautiful contributions to us. This is how we keep showing up, and we bring you this wonderful content and bring you beautiful guests with powerful stories of inspiration so that you can live your wellness driven life. Please donate you can do it through Cash App. You can do it once, weekly, monthly, or annually, any way you so choose. Small, big, it doesn't matter. All of it helps. If you go to the Wellness Driven Life website, that's www.thewellnessdrivenlifeshow.com. When you donate through the website, you get a beautiful email follow-up that you can keep for your records. So again, I want to just say thank you so much for our audience. Thank you so much to Dustin Jones for being our incredible guest here during this session. And I want to say goodbye for now, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast, a safe place for melanated families and homeschoolers, business owners, and overcomers to come together to connect, communicate, support, and introduce you to some amazing melanated families from all over the world that homeschool and more. I'm your co-host, Simone Nopel from Hardy and Free, and today we're going to talk about living a non-toxic life with my husband and life partner, Jack Nopel. We will discuss why making the switch is so impactful and how we can embrace it with our young children. You might remember today's guest from our first episode, Jack Nopel. He is a retired Army officer with a passion for teaching leadership development to young men and women. He is going to share with us his experience of what it was like to live with somebody who was making this drastic change in their life and if he ever jumped on board. Let's jump right in. Welcome again, Jack. I'm so glad to have you here today. Why don't you share a little bit about yourself for the audience members who may not know about you?
Thanks for having me again. I'm happy to be back. And a little bit about me is I just retired from the U.S. Army. I was a medical officer. I worked on leadership for the last 13 years, I'd say, and developing it and just having mentors and mentees. And yeah, it's totally different when you have a kid. That you're not a mentor, but you are a mentor and a teacher, and everything that leadership has and parents have, it's all kind of like a whole bundle of leadership, I guess, and guidance.
Yeah. So the topic that I wanted to dive in today, I got a lot of questions on Instagram about this, about making the switch to a more conscious way of living, a non-toxic life or a plant-based life, however you want to go about saying it. The gist here is that
when we know that there's changes that can be made, or we know that there's alternatives to the things that we use in our life, or what we do in our life, we know there's alternatives, but how do we actually take that leap of faith and kind of switch over our life to it? Like, how do we make that change, and then how does that change last? And for me, and personally, I made the change as kind of cold turkey, like very quickly, and you witnessed that. And so I want to share a little bit about my story on why I started living a non-toxic life, and then I want to hear from you on how it was living with me through that moment, witnessing my journey, and then how your journey was affected by that. So sound good?
Let's go.
All right. So I started switching over in about 2019 is when I started. I pretty much just trashed all of my hair products, my skin products, and cleaning products that had chemicals in it and were not plant-based derived. And for me, that was a change that I started again, like during pregnancy, and it just lasted. I saw the effects that it had on my body. My skin changed. I felt like my mood was more stable, and so these changes that were happening within me, I wanted it to last. And so for me, that was the first step, and it was a pretty easy one, just to be able to, go into the store and look for, laundry detergent or dish soap that they have those in the big chain stores, and you can find them at Safeway, at Publix, at Kroger, at Fred Meyer, all these places that are easily accessible for most people. And so if you're looking to make that change in your life and you want to live a more non-toxic life, that it's actually like, know that it's actually easy. It's not very difficult. And financial wise, it's a pretty comparable price from using these chemicals and these cleaners and these products that have so much toxins in them. And a lot of these toxins, when you read the ingredient label, and if you start getting into that habitually, I read labels all the time. It's a second nature for me. And so when you start looking at these labels, you can Google on your phone or whatever, or use whatever search engine and look up what they are and where they came from, how they were made, and what effects they have on the body. And so a lot of these ingredients on cleaning products, skincare, hair care are actually linked to increased cancer rates. And so they have carcinogens in these products that we use directly on our skin. And one thing that I share often with my community and with my clients is that it takes only 26 seconds for something to absorb into your skin before it gets into your blood system and affects you. And so, cleaning products, like again, cleaning products, skin products, hair products are all things that we can make simple and easy changes. And so, that's where I would recommend anybody start. And so, well, I'll pause there on my personal story and ask you, what do you use now, or how was that when you were experiencing me trashing certain products, and especially when it came to cleaning products like laundry detergent and dish soap? Like, how was that experience, and do you actually like the alternatives, like the plant-based alternatives?
It's funny because I just had this conversation with a friend yesterday, and he's going through the same thing where his girlfriend is throwing out stuff and putting more natural stuff into their house and products. So for me, I did not like it at all. When it first happened, I was so upset that you're throwing out all this stuff, and we could give it to soldiers and stuff like that. Obviously, hindsight, we knew that, and at the end, we actually did that with a lot of our food when we switched over. So it wasn't more about that; it was more about like it just disappeared overnight. And the products didn't matter to me. A little bit, it was like, oh, I missed my certain lotion because I just got used to having a certain lotion for 10 years, and then I realized, oh, this is not great. And then you gave me a new one, and I was like, oh, this is better actually, and it felt better. So finding a product that I actually liked and knowing it was better definitely kept me on board. And then that goes through all of them. From my deodorant, knowing that it had metals in it and was not good for me, and then switching over to something that's non-toxic, it just became second nature then. But at first, it was a very hard bump in the road. And at first, it was not like a bump; it felt like a hurricane happening. But now I look back, I'm like, oh, it's just a little bump in the road, right? Changing over just these products, because then we had to go through food and all these other products that have a lot of toxic chemicals. So yeah, it was hard at first, but I knew that you're doing the right thing. It was the best thing for our family, And knowing that we had a newborn at home really was just like, all right, I need to make these changes, because I knew the system has been rigged to let Americans make whatever product they want without any um, real regulations and boundaries. Like they'll say they have regulations, but they don't. They just do whatever they want in America, and that's kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And there is a lot of great products out there, and now I'm a lot happier.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up another point of um, in the United States compared to Europe or a lot of countries, even in Asia, that the approval list of what the FDA actually can approve versus what they will ban. Our list here in the United States is far, far, far more extensive and longer than the list in Europe. So here in the United States, there might be a list of 10 banned, chemicals or ways to put in products, versus in Europe, there's like a list of like 100 things that are banned. And so, start asking yourself that if you're listening and you're a citizen of the United States, and start asking yourself, like, why do we allow certain chemicals or synthetics into our products and our food, and other countries don't? Like, what's up with that, and where does that come from? Start asking those questions, because those are it's all part of our daily lives. Everything that we come in encounter with can be done better, to some degree. And so that kind of brings us over into the food, right? So the non-toxic way of living also is one of the most important parts, in my opinion, is our food. I kind of mentioned this in the last episode of food is medicine. And so what we put into our bodies, especially when it's food, is so important. And so there's this constant back and forth when I'm in the grocery store or at restaurants, when it comes to reading labels and finding an alternative to the things that either I grew up with or that I've grown to love throughout my life, and trying to find an alternative that might not have those chemicals in it. And so what's it like for you shopping at the store when you know that your wife is very adamant about certain labels or certain ingredients and labels? Like, how does that feel for you?
Well, I mean, again, having our son helps, because it's like you don't go there with you in mind. It's more of a selfless, like, hey, I want him to have the healthiest food he can have. And the ways to do that are to eliminate all those toxic chemicals that they put in food. So to me, it's super easy. I'm like, hey, most of my food's coming from the produce section. We're going to be where everything's raw and we can just pick it out ourselves. And there's a whole organic section there. So that's super easy. And then it's funny because as you're going through the grocery store, you hit those aisles where it'll be like health food. Well, if health food's here, then what's the rest of the store for? Right? It's just like, and I'm sure people have seen memes and stuff like that about the same topic, but it's serious. There's a whole health section in organic foods. So what's the rest of the foods? Artificial flavors, chemically made, GMOs, just stuff that's not good for the human body, and it's causing a lot of problems in the human body. I was going to say children, but everybody, actually. It's not just us. So going now, it's nice to be awake and be like, wow, holy crap, I don't need most of this stuff in this grocery store. And now I look right past all this stuff. So it's like if I'm going down a cookie and chips aisle, super easy to just walk right past all of that and not even want it. So, and then if you want snacks, of course, there's organic snacks that are, gluten-free with less chemicals, more natural. And those snacks taste actually better than the ones that are old, because the old ones now, if I eat it, it's like, oh man, what am I eating? My teeth feel it. Like my body feels worse when I'm eating it. And when I'm eating the healthy stuff, my body is like, all right, this is good. And a lot of times it may be like, oh, I'm still hungry, but I definitely know my body is at least taking it and using all the nutrients it can.
Yeah. And I love, we've talked about this before, and I would love for you to share here with everybody listening, is why do you choose organic? Like, what's up with organic, and why should people try their best to pick the organic version?
All right, there's so many ups and downs with organic. You could read so many things because journalists aren't accountable anymore. They could just write whatever they want. So there's going to be people that you're going to read and they're going to say organic is fake and you don't need it. But if you look into like the whole farming and agriculture of it, organic has 5 to 10 pesticides overall, and it can even have less than that, right? So that's, it seems like a lot, right? But then you go to non-organic, and it has anywhere from 50 to 70 different types of pesticides sprayed on it. That's a ton. That's way more. And then what you're getting with those extra 40, 50 pesticides are other chemicals that we just don't know what they are. We don't know what the farmers are using. And as we've seen in the last couple of years with Roundup, all of a sudden Roundup's the worst thing in the world, causing cancer. And if you have that directly onto your food, what do you think that's going to do directly to the body? It definitely cannot go and be beneficial for the body. So getting organic, at least you're getting less pesticides. At least for me, that's how I feel. I feel like I eat organic because I don't want those extra chemicals sprayed on there. And I think maybe consciously people were growing it with intention of being organic, of being in a better area, maybe better soil. I don't know. But I just like to think that way, that it isn't grown intentionally and a little bit better and not sprayed and genetically modified at all.
Yeah, and I think that's even a good point too about like, we've lost connection with our food source.
Yeah.
As a society and humanity, we've lost touch with that. So, think about your great grandparents. They were growing their own food in their gardens, or they knew the farmer up the street or the family up the street that were growing, tomatoes and onions, but they were growing berries, so they swapped, and there is a sense of connection with our food source. And so if you can get close, the closer you can get to your food source, the better. So if you're able to shop at farmers markets instead of these big chain grocery stores, then do that. If you're able to, go to actually the location of where the farm is and say, hey, do you guys have a farm stand? A lot of farms, they'll have farm stand at the beginning of their property where you can go up and they can have their abundance, their extra, produce or their extra harvest out there for you to be able to pick up right there at their farm. Get to know the farmers in your area and try to connect with that community. Go to the farmers markets on the weekends or during the week, whatever it is for your area. Because the closer that we can get to the food source, the better. And those farmers will tell you exactly how they grow their food, and they love talking about it. That's their passion. They love what they do. And so you can learn more about your food and where it's coming from, instead of, like Jack was mentioning, being in this monocrop field and getting sprayed by pesticides on a daily basis. These are the things that we have to start thinking about, because it really does affect our bodies on a physiological level, on a mental level, and a spiritual level. Because again, with this perspective of holistic health and holistic wellness, we really have to think that everything is connected, even within ourselves as an individual person. And so if we're eating something that has pesticides or chemicals in it, and that's going into our blood system, that's going into our brains, how does that affect then our hormone production in our brains and our brain functioning? And those things all impact our mental health. And so if you're listening here and you're struggling with your mental health, think about the little things in your life that can change, the habits that you're doing on a daily basis that can change, that will impact your mental health. So if you've tried different things and you're like, oh, I'm still stuck in this funk, or I have anxiety or whatever it is, and you've tried all these things, think smaller, think that what are the small things that I can change? And so what if a slight change in the way you eat can have a huge impact on your mental health? Think about no longer eating regular produce and only buying organic produce. So that's fruits and vegetables. Just that one change in that one category of food. What if just that can change your entire life? And so I think that's something that I want to throw out to the audience right now, is just the simple changes that we can make to switch over to a non-toxic life can be a gradual process. It doesn't have to be like how I am, kind of extreme and just, cold turkey everything overnight. It could be where okay, in the month of January, we're going to switch all of our cleaning products. The month of February, we're going to clean all of our skin, hygienic products, like our shampoo, our conditioner, our soaps, and gradually do that. And that's what I love to do with my clients, and the work that I do is so awesome, is because everybody is different. And so to cater to one person or one family's needs is going to be different than the other. So one plan I might have for a client might be switching up their things on a weekly basis, because they can do that and it's attainable for them, versus another person could be on a monthly basis. And so just, take a moment, you can pause this right now, or reflect back after you listen to this, and what are those gradual small step changes that you can make? Can you commit to making a change every month? If so, then write that out. say that to your partner or your kids that, okay, in the month of February, we're clearing out all of the canned food in our pantry and we're going to switch it to organics. You guys can donate it to food banks or whatever you feel is right for you and what's aligned for you. However, just make those small changes.
I also want to add, I know we're talking about more produce and vegetables because we have a high plant-based diet more in our family, but I do eat meat. And so the grass-fed beef has all those vitamins, all the nutrients still in it. So you're still getting all the good stuff. And a lot of the meat that you get at the grocery store, guess what? It's injected with all kinds of stuff. It's treated bad. So if you're eating food that is being mistreated, separate from their family, especially mammals like cows, they have feelings. So you think those feelings don't go into that meat, and then the hormones go into that meat, and then they eat corn and crap that they don't normally eat, and it's just not going to be good meat that you're going to eat, right? So a lot of times what they're saying is you're not getting the proper protein, you're not getting the proper nutrients that meat normally gives you. And so when you go back and get the grass-fed beef, it tastes different, it tastes healthier. Happier cows make happier meat, makes a happier belly after you eat it. So that's just something to think about. And as I added meat back into my diet after 2 years of not really eating meat, every time I eat something that's grass-fed or organic, it feels way better. And I don't really eat chicken or pork, but I do eat beef. And I could tell you that I could feel a huge difference doing that.
And what is that difference like? Why should people try going for grass-fed beef instead of like the regular kind? Like what's the actual difference that you feel? Is it like their energy levels? Is it your sleep quality? Like, what is it?
Everything. So for me, right away, and Simone could testify to this, that when I eat grass-fed beef, I feel like this surge go through me of just energy. I feel so good. My body was craving it. I don't eat it often, but when I do, it's just my body is getting that iron, it's getting the protein, it's getting all the stuff that it was needing, and I could just feel that. Now, if I eat something that's not so healthy of meat and it's not organic, not grass-fed, I don't feel anything. I feel sluggish, and I feel like my body is taking so much time to break it down, and it does take hours on end. And instead, that grass-fed beef feels like it's just my body's going right through it. I'm still hungry. I'm just like, wow, that was great. Surge of energy, and it was just night and day difference.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point that I want to make here too. With everything that is non-toxic, it's going to be absorbed in your body way quicker and faster, and then be able to also eliminate from your body faster. And so when you're using things with chemicals, it's like almost gets trapped in your body, and in order for it to get out, you have to detox by either fasting or taking some detox teas or supplements. And so it's like, what can we do? How can we help our bodies to be able to move through the elimination process, whether it's, like I said, through sweat or urine, feces, like whatever it is that we're doing to eliminate. Our elimination system is so important for our bodies. What comes in needs to come out. So when it comes in and it stays in, that stagnancy, that stuck feeling is going to affect your whole entire system. It's going to affect, like I said, that leaky gut can, when things are stuck in our system, it will go into our blood system. When we put things on our skin, it's gonna stay there. And so, like, how can we help our bodies do what they're naturally meant to do? And that's going back to natural ways of living. Natural soaps, natural foods, things that our great grandparents were doing and eating. That was what is meant for our biology and our physiology. And so getting back to that natural way of living and leaving behind the chemicals, leaving behind the synthetics, to me is just so imperative to happiness and to health through and through.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, being intentional overall just makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Just knowing that you're putting in the effort to be intentional with all the products, all the food, makes you overall feel better. Now, is there a bunch of junk food and junk that says organic? Yeah, but you'll go through those waters yourself and talk to friends and figure out which ones are the best ones for you, and test them out. I mean, I think that's a big thing too, is we tested out so many products. You have to test the things out. It's like restarting over, and you can make it fun also. So when you're starting over, it's like, all right, now I'm going to find this new thing I like to eat. I like to find a new lotion that I use, or hair product, or so on and so forth, right? It's actually can be fun. And at the end, it's like you go to a store and your mind is totally different. It's like, wow, I don't even see all the junk and the synthetic crap. I see all the healthy stuff that is available, and now that pops out. And so it is a little bit fun. And teaching Destin, our son, is absolutely makes it better. So if you're a father or a husband out there, take your kids, go to the store, and explain to them why you're buying things. And if you're giving them fruity pebbles, say, for breakfast one day, and now you realize about red 40 dye and all the dyes that are in there that are bad for them, go find something that's maybe similar, and you want to stick to cereals, that's fine. There's organic, gluten-free, whatever you want is out there now and available, and explain to your kids as you're buying it. I think that's a great way to do it. I know when we take Destin, we're always telling him, hey, check this out. This is why we're buying it, because it's actually healthier for your body, and your body's going to be thankful for it once you eat it and absorb it.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a great point, like making it fun, because it really can be like we were a big thing for us was the dairy alternatives. So when we first stopped consuming dairy, and we had, we had to find a different milk, we had to find different yogurt, we had to find different creamer, different cheese. So there, and there's a lot of plant-based alternatives, but like how do you choose just one? And that was part of the fun. It was like, okay, we've tried probably at least 8 different types of plant-based milks, and so we finally find our favorite one. And what happens if that favorite one isn't on the shelf? And like then you experiment and you find a different one, and that could be fun. Like even for your children, like it could be a game. Like, okay, we're gonna pick out. You get to pick today which alternative you're gonna do. Is it gonna be this one or this one? And you go bring them to the store, and like you said, make it fun, because it is a really great learning opportunity. Instead of telling our kids, oh, this is just good for you, like explain why, or explain why what they were eating isn't good for them. Like what does it actually do to their bodies? Like I love this chart that I created and I share with my clients, but I also I think my son is now ready for it, right? Like you would say Destin's ready to learn like which foods are good for us. Like is it good for your heart? Is it good for your brain? Is it good for your bone density? Like what in particular is it that we want to give our children, and why do we not pick the other version? And so I think that will help, especially if you have children who have already been eating a certain type of way that you might want to get away from, like to help them understand why you're making this change is to be able to actually communicate and explain to them what's going on in their bodies and why they should do it. And if they like certain things, like if your children are athletes, tell them that like you'll be able to run faster, you'll be able to jump higher, like whatever it is, because your bones are going to be stronger if you eat this instead of these fruit snacks that are full of all these dyes. Or like you'll be able to have a calm body, or you'll be able to focus on the things that you love to do better because your body is going to be stronger. And so try to get more specific, try to be just very honest on what the processes that you're going through, because change for anybody can be difficult, especially for children who may not have a voice a voice in your family as much as you do, to be able to really include them and educate them on these things.
And I think one last thing is when you include the kids, you're going to see that they tend to find the ones that are actually healthier. Dustin always, when we offer options, this is another thing, when you're changing, offer options. So don't be at dinner or lunch or breakfast and be like, this is what you got to eat it or else. Because now you're changing your whole diet for the family. All right. So it's good to have multiple options. Say if it's berries and oatmeal, maybe, hey, if you don't want oatmeal, then we can make you eggs, right? Because we still eat eggs, and we try to get ones from the farm if we can. Otherwise, we still look for free range organic eggs too. So yeah, you're going to see that the kids really end up eating the healthier stuff, and they seem to love the best version of it too. It's with our milk, it was Dustin wouldn't drink a lot of it, and then we watched YouTube explaining which milks are the best, right? And or non-dairy milks. And when we switched to the one that they recommended as the number one, he started drinking milk all the time. He loved it. I did too. I was just like, wow, this is so much better. And you find out there's like pea protein, magnesium, vitamin D, all these other great vitamins inside of there. So it's a lot of fun to watch your kids change their diet and pick what they think is their favorite, because you're going to find out if it's their favorite, it's probably going to become your favorite too. So it's a lot of fun. And fathers and husbands out there, or fathers and husbands, have fun with it. Don't let wives just take over and do it themselves. I think at first that gave me anxiety and made it not as fun for me. Once I got involved and actually was doing the grocery shopping or going and doing other things, like getting the lotions and hygiene products, it was way better and made me feel I was involved in the change with my family.
Yeah, because there was actually quite a few things that you went and got on your own that I had no idea. Like, I think your deodorant was one of them, your toothpaste, like you found the plant-based versions of it. And, that's just so, for me, comforting on these versions because, um, it's really nice to be able to know that we're also helping not only our bodies and ourselves, but also the planet. Because a lot of times using those chemicals and synthetics, it's just seeping into, like, where do you think it goes when you're done? It's going also into the soil, into our ground. Like, all these things, like, don't just disappear, like they're still here. And so if you're able to get the eco-friendly version, on it's usually also going to be non-toxic, and so it's going to be non-toxic for you and for the planet, which
And, families, just be intentional with everything and look into it. Don't be afraid to slow down at the stores when you're buying things. Look at ingredients. And a good thing that Simone taught me when we were doing the change and she was learning was look for products that have less ingredients. Let's stick to under 10 ingredients. And you're going to find out when it has less ingredients, it's always a little bit more natural, more organic anyway. So if you start doing that, it's going to be a great habit and it will lead you to success. Good luck with your changes. See you guys next time.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's probably the best practical tip here is if the ingredient label has less than 10 or less than 5 things, it's probably good to go. And just like you said, get in the habit of reading those labels. So thank you guys again for being here and listening to us share, and we'll see you guys next time. CTRMediaNetwork.com sponsors Melanated Homeschooling Show and Podcast. CTR Media Network is a marketing and podcasting network that reaches 350 million global listeners in over 40 countries. CTR Media Network specializes in helping entrepreneurs and podcasters grow and maximize their visibility. In addition, CTR Media Network provides access to impactful positive media and content designed to help you walk into your purpose while positively impacting the world with good. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com today to learn more.
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 37 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids, and it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight, and it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Welcome to the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, turn on your notification bell, and share me out. So let's get into this real conversation today with my recurring co-host at the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Hello, everybody. There we are. Okay. I was like, what? All right, now I'm Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, and I'm so happy to be here with my lovely partner, Marlene.
Yes, thank you so much. So today we're going to talk about ending toxic relationships. We all know about people who are just not healthy for us. and we're going to get into what are the signs of these toxic relationships, 6 signs of a toxic relationship, and the reasons why we should end it. So before then, Gio, did you talk about your channel?
Oh, well, my channel, the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, is all about chit chat. I will be interviewing home business owners over there from time to time, and also my friends with Super Channel, so that everybody can know that people have a business on YouTube as well. And we also, Marlene and I are also a part of the CTR Media Network, which shows our podcasts in many, many, many countries. So you guys, if you want to get an interview with either one of us, you need to do so because we're seen worldwide.
Exactly, Jill. Yes, the CTR Media Network with Dr. Tina Ramsey.
Right.
So, guys, let's get right into this information. Talking about toxic relationships. So let me give you this information that I found on the internet. And it says, we now live in an age where people can get their hands on just enough information to think they know what they're talking about. Google a few buzzwords such as narcissism, toxic relationships, bipolar, and gaslighting. Next thing you know, everyone is running around diagnosing their spouse, boss, mother-in-law. So there's no shortage of information on the internet. But the problem with these relationships is that sometimes there's a thin line between being a little unhealthy but worth working on to downright toxic, and you should run away as fast as you can. With that in mind, let's look at 6 signs your relationship may be toxic. So let me ask my co-host, what do you think about these? Do you know anything about toxic relationships, and what do you think?
Ron? Well, first of all, you have to know what is a toxic relationship. And first of all, you have to even know if you are toxic to know you're in a toxic relationship. And then you have to recover from knowing that you are a toxic person. So then when you run into one, you can run.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. Because sometimes we don't even know that we ourselves could be toxic, or the people that you're with, or people in your family, because it's a lot of different types of toxic relationships out there in the family, between the person you're in a relationship with romantically, on the job. It's a lot of toxicity, and it's important to know what are these signs, because it's important. We're in a new year. This is 2023. We live in an information superhighway. There's plenty of information out there for us to get the information, but it's what we do with that information that counts. Okay.
Right.
So let's get into these 6 signs. So this is one of the first signs of a toxic relationship: physical or verbal abuse. Now, you know that this really doesn't need a lot of explanation. Abuse of any kind, physical, verbal, emotional, sexual, all of it is unacceptable and it's unhealthy in a relationship. So physical abuse, even one time, is a cause for concern, and possibly physical separation for a time while the offender discovers healthier ways to control their anger. So also consistent verbal abuse, talking down to you, telling you all kinds of nasty things, that you're nobody and you can't do anything right and you're stupid. That's toxic too, and that needs to be eliminated so that there is a hope of having a healthy relationship. Your thoughts, Gio?
Well, I'm not going to ever stand for physical abuse. And one of the things that I learned about myself when I was in therapy, if I'm going to be in a romantic relationship, a companionship relationship, I cannot have a person that's violent in my life because of where I come from. You see, at least I know that about myself. And if I meet someone and they make me feel afraid for my life, I got to go. I mean, it ain't gonna even be no second thought, or I'm staying there. No, ma'am, I cannot, because it'll put me right back at that 17-year-old girl again, and I'm not doing that no more. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
So-
and what I don't like about the physical abuse is that there's always someone who's always what they do. The main issue that I have with the physical abuse is that they always blame the victim. That if you didn't make me so mad, if you didn't do this, if you didn't do that, there's no accountability with these toxic people because they never accept responsibility for themselves.
And never will. It's always your fault. That's why I say just walk yourself right on out the door. You know, because it's ridiculous because there are so many women that's going through it right now that's so afraid to say
And men,
anything.
Gio, and men.
Yeah. They are so afraid to say anything to the person or anything to their family member or even ask for help because that person is so violent that they are just afraid if they say anything, they know they dead.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And Gio, I will also add to that. A lot of times the person who is the physical abuser, they isolate them from having friends and family coming around. They usually move them away or do something, pull down their self-esteem to make them feel that, you know, they're stupid and they can't do stuff, so that they will always have to be dependent on the abuser. And then they'll have you exactly where they want you. And then you can't leave because you will feel that you can't leave because this person has told you and played so much mind games with you that you think, I can't do anything by myself. I need them. Nobody wants me. I'm ugly. They play on those. They play those mind games, and that's very toxic behavior.
Yeah, my heart goes out to people like that because they do feel like they can't leave. I will say this every chance I get. You know, I'm glad I fell apart at work. I'm glad I could not stop crying that day. And my boss and my CEO of the company told me that I had to go get some help. I'm glad that God broke me down and then put me together because I would have never known. You know what I'm saying? That was abuse.
Yeah, and a lot of times we don't even know that that's abuse because it depends on what was your dynamic growing up. Sometimes in your childhood, you grow up in a toxic environment. And when you think of love, you think that's how my parents identified with love. So that must be love. So not everything that we see is really what it is. So we have to look at healthier ways. And that's why I'm doing this podcast, because I want to bring awareness and knowledge to this subject, because there's a lot of women and a lot of men who are thinking that this is normal, and it's not normal for someone to put their hands on you, and it's not acceptable. And if it's happening to you, please reach out and get some help.
Right. Because and you're so right. And I have to just piggyback on what you said. And I'm glad that you said it, because if you come from a dysfunctional family where somebody is putting hands on either parent, the father or the mother is hitting one another and knocking them out on the floor and stomping them and all of that. And then the other one gets, oh, I'm so sorry. And, you know, I didn't mean to do that. And then they get the hugging and whatever. That is not love, you know, and they do that continuously. That ain't love, you know, and then you grow up and then you pick a guy just like that beat your butt. Yeah. That's not love.
Yeah. And if you don't go and seek help, like me and Gia, we are definitely advocates for getting therapy or getting a counselor or a life coach, talking with somebody, because you can't just get through this on your own. It's behaviors that you have to unlearn when you go through toxic relationships, whether it was in your childhood or in romantic relationships or within the family. You have to seek some help so that you don't continue that cycle in your own life.
Right.
Yes. So we're going to go to Point number 2, the second sign that you are in a toxic relationship is constant control and monitoring. This happens when a partner is literally controlling everything you do and say, looking through your phone, your email accounts, your social media, your receipts. They want to know where you are every moment of the day. Who are you talking to? What are you talking about? Everything is controlled and monitored, and you cannot think and do anything for yourself. That's a red flag. That's not normal, and that's not right. Nobody has the right to control what you do and think about every waking hour of the day. And if you're dating somebody or you are with somebody who is doing that in your life, it's not good. It's untrustworthy. It's an invasion of your privacy. And most of the time, the person who is constantly controlling and monitoring you, they themselves are the ones that usually are the ones that is cheating on you.
Right. I could not have said it better, you know, and I go right back to the point that if I had not have gotten no therapy, you know what I'm saying, I would have picked men like my father who cheated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what I was picking before I got therapy, and couldn't understand why I kept picking the same guys. I had to walk back through all of that and forgive it, release it, and let it go, and just say, my picker is broke, God, you do it.
Yep. You have to make it right for yourself. And this is about awareness. This is not, we're not making fun of you or trying to belittle you or make you think, oh, you shouldn't do anything like that. You know, sometimes you get in those situations and things happen to you. But the whole thing about this is for us to understand that nobody has that right. Nobody has the right to control you. Nobody has the right to put their hands on you. There's nobody's right, no matter what they say, even the ones that try to blame you and all of that. It's not your fault. That's one of the first steps to your healing process, is that you have to accept what is happening to you.
True.
Yeah. And I learned that in therapy, that until you can accept what has happened to you, you're always going to be in that cycle. If you keep denying that nothing is happening to you and that everything is okay, that problem is going to exist. You're going to be in a cycle, a whirlwind of this toxic behavior, of physical and verbal abuse.
True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not good. And the whole thing about that is that, you know, they do this so that they can have control of your mind, because guess what? If somebody has control of your mind, you're not going to be wanting to go out and have friends. They don't want you to have a life outside of them. They want you to be their entire life. You have to be there for everything for them, but you get lost, you know, because I went through that too. Not the physical abuse, but I went through the emotional abuse or the verbal abuse, you know, talking down to you and all of that. And it really makes you feel like, what have I done? You start thinking, what have I done? Because that's what they're telling you in the mind games, that you did this and you did that. And it's not, it's just them trying to control you and having power over you, but you got to take your power back.
Right. And it's a journey, you know, to come to this. It's a journey to get through. It wasn't like, you know, I just stopped picking guys like that because I was in therapy my first year. You know, no, I had to go back and walk through to see how what my father did affected my mind in the way I thought, how my mama reacted to it and just stayed. That's crazy. Today, that's crazy to me, you know, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. And today I don't have to do that, you know, because I already know the signs. But if I had not helped, went and got myself straightened out, I probably would be in the same boat as my mother. And she did the best she could.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like she says, we're not making fun or anything like that. We're just trying to tell you we've been through it, but we made it out.
Yeah. You made it out. And the whole thing is that it all starts with you acknowledging that this is not normal. This is not right. Me being talked to this way, talked down to, someone putting their hands on you, someone trying to control everything you do or say. You have to say, that's not right. That's not normal. And it isn't. So if that's happening to you, it's not normal and it's not right. And you don't deserve that. You deserve way better than that. And it's time that we support other women and men and say, because it's not just women. I know most of the time we look at the physical and the verbal abuse and think it happens to women, but it happens to men too.
Right.
Yeah. So let's get into point number 3. This is the third sign that you may be in a toxic relationship. No is not acceptable. So a healthy love requires trust and freedom. And that means that we have the freedom to tell our partner no at times. We don't always want to do what they would like to do or like for us to go, you know? And we may say yes to most things, but it's okay to say no at times. But in a toxic relationship, no is not acceptable because you are not allowed to have your freedom or opinions or ideas or to be an individual. So you have to learn that no is okay. And if the no's result in punishment, withdrawal, or physical abuse, your relationship pattern is very unhealthy.
And toxic.
And Rochelle says, most abusers are broken and know they are broken, but want to cause the same to others, while some don't know they are broken, but hurting someone else gives them power. Yes. Yeah, I can understand some people don't know that they're broken, you know, and most times, like we said earlier, people are just continuously doing you know, like a repeated behavior from their childhood or the previous relationship. I speak about this all the time. After you get out of a relationship, if it wasn't a very good relationship, you need to take a little bit of time to yourself to heal, to find out where you are in your life and what you want and why did you choose that person. And if you just keep jumping from one relationship to the other, you don't have time to identify, okay, what did I do and what did they do? And you're not going to grow as a person until you say, yes, this is what they did, but this is what I allowed.
Then you have to admit it. You know, what's going on in your life and, you know, what part you played in it.
Yeah. We have to accept the role that we played in the situation, or it just keeps continuing in a bad cycle of toxicity. Okay, let's go to point number 4. This is the 4th sign that you may be in a toxic relationship. Number 4, they won't take ownership or responsibility. So people who are emotionally and very immature, they are not willing to take ownership of their behaviors, attitudes, and decisions. They do not accept responsibility for their wrongs in any situations, and they will not be able to maintain a healthy relationship because there are many times where they make mistakes. They're selfish and they hurt one another intentionally. But a toxic person will never admit their role or accountability in a situation because they believe they have no problem and they did nothing wrong.
Yep. That's a shame, but that's how it is, you know, and they will always believe they did nothing wrong. But you have, if it's you being abused or controlled, you have to be the one that says, I don't have to allow this anymore. I can do better. I can get out.
Yeah. See, and I think that is the main thing, you know. Like Rochelle says here, exactly. Some victims fail to acknowledge what they allow in their life. you got to accept responsibility for your part, but also the person, you got to say, this person is toxic. This person is not good for me. This is not healthy. This is not right. And one thing that I will say, it's not in the information that I read online, but it's something I learned from personal experience. If you are trying to get out, especially from a physically abusive person, you cannot tell that person that you're going to leave them. You can't tell them. It's one of those things where you're just going to have to just disappear. Like, okay, have a good day. And boom, just like that, you're gone. Because unfortunately, I've heard one too many times where people have said, I'm going to leave you. And then
they beat them down.
Yeah, they beat them down.
And you have to have plan A, B, and C. In case A don't work, you can go to plan B and plan C. I believe in plan A, B, and C.
And D and E and F.
You have to have a plan to get
Plan
out.
for plan.
Yeah.
You do. And most of the time that people can't get out of these toxic relationships, you know that, Jill, because most of the time in these relationships, one person is a person that is not working and they don't have any money. So of course, you know, when there's no money, you can't really do a lot of things, but you can always reach out for help. There's lots of agencies. It's not like how it used to be 20, 30 years ago. There's agencies that just work with domestic violence or abusive relationships and helping people.
Yeah, you can go on the internet to find the number, or you can look in the phone book. It's just lots of places. They even have it at the grocery store, domestic violence numbers. If you're in there, write it down.
Right. And the first step to changing or growing in an area of your life is a willingness to acknowledge and take ownership of where you are at. If a person is unwilling to do that, there will be little hope that this relationship is going to continue and be healthy.
Right.
Yeah. So number 5 of how signs of a toxic relationship, they keep a scorecard on you. So if your partner loves bringing up your past failures or your shortcomings in order to keep you in check or discredit something you presented to them, they may be toxic. You tell them how it hurts when they do X, Y, and Z, or when they embarrassed you in front of others. They are quick to respond with, you did this and this 5 years ago. That may be true, but bringing out a scorecard to say everything that you've done while not acknowledging what they have done is a big sign of a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
Be aware of that.
That is so true. You quickly bring up your past, but try to bring up theirs. Boy, they'll knock you out.
They never do anything wrong. Ever. Now, something has to be wrong with somebody who they can't admit when they're wrong. If a person can't say, I'm sorry, that's a sign of a toxic relationship. Or if they're always sorry after they do something wrong.
Right.
That's a sign of toxicity, because it's always the, oh, I'm sorry. And then in an hour or a few days, they did the same thing all over again. Not good at all.
No.
Yeah. So this is the 6th point of you being in a toxic relationship. You've stopped saying things because it isn't worth it. If you are dating or with somebody and they don't make you feel like it's worth your time or your energy to address issues in the relationship, or if you bring up a tough conversation, it might be time to move on. If that person makes you pay for confronting poor attitudes or behaviors, or they aren't open to accountability or change, or if you're married, then it's time to communicate some clear expectations for behavioral change. But if it has become past the point of no return, where they're putting their hands on you, it may be time to shut the door or close the door on that relationship, because being silent when you're dying or hurting inside is not good for you. It's very toxic, and you'll eventually lose any hope to want to leave the relationship because you have begun to settle.
Right.
You shouldn't settle in a relationship. I'm not saying nobody's perfect. Nobody does everything right in a relationship, but a person has to be willing to do things that make you happy. It can't all be one-sided, that everything is about pleasing them and you never get anything back for yourself. Big toxic, big red flags all over the place.
Yeah, anything that you want to do or bring up, or if you want to get into a business, now you can't do that because you're not smart enough.
Yeah, or who would listen to that? You're not good at anything.
Yeah, that's just awful.
Yeah, I don't like when someone discredits somebody, and like they were saying with what I read in this information online, if they embarrass you in front of somebody, that is like, oh, that infuriates me, even when it's not me. When I'm around somebody and they'll say, oh, well, you don't know how to do anything anyways, or that's so stupid, you don't know what you're doing anyways. I feel so, it boils my blood when I see somebody do that to somebody else. Like, you don't do that to somebody that you claim that you love. No.
Right.
You embarrass them in front of other people. If you have something you want to talk about, wait till you get home, but not in front of everybody, because it makes everybody in the room feel uncomfortable. I don't know if you've been through that, Gio, where somebody says something and everybody is like,
yeah.
Yeah.
And I be wanting to say, y'all need to go to therapy. You need to get up out that relationship, because you can't be saying that in public to me, because I probably just walk off and hopefully I got the keys and leave your butt there and would not even go home. If I had a chance to escape, I would take the car and keep going to the next state and the next state.
You couldn't find me out, I would disappear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a plan.
You have to have a plan. And that's why I always say, I'm not talking about other people. It's different strokes for different folks. But that's one of the reasons why I don't believe in joint bank accounts. It's me. It's a personal thing for me. I don't believe in it. I do think it's important for bills and stuff. But this joint bank account stuff where, you're both putting in money, but that the other person is using up all the money. So when it's time to pay a bill, there's no money in there for bills. That just doesn't work for me.
That's another reason. So when you get some more money in there, you be the one to take it and put the gas in the car and leave. And my heart just goes out to women in that position, because it really is a tough position. It's a hard position, because you become what they think that they make you think you are. And it's hard to get out of. But I'm here to tell you that if you just dial the domestic violence number, somebody there will understand. And there is always a way out of toxic relationships.
Yeah. There's always a way out, but you have to, the whole thing, it starts with you as an individual. You have to want to get out these bad relationships. And also, I'm just going to get into this quickly, talking about toxic in the family, because there's toxic relationships in the family where you always have to do everything for them. And you're always asking for support or this or that. And that's never acknowledged. It's always me, do for me, do for me, do for me. And never anything comes back to you. So don't let family members, and don't even talk about these, what they call, the young people are calling frenemies. They're really your enemy, but they hide behind that label. I'm your friend, but you have to do everything for them. When you go out to eat, they want you to pay for them every single time. If everything, if you're going on a trip, you have to drive every time. If you're not getting back whatever relationship is, romantic, a friend, a family member, if you never receive anything back from them and they never make you feel good, if they make you feel drained, that's a sign of a toxic relationship, and it has to end. You can't continue the cycle. Anything you were saying, Gio?
Well, family, child. All I can say is that I just had to set up a lot of boundaries with that. Like, you know, I can't do everything for you. I don't have no money like that. You know, I can't be lending you my bill money, and then when it's time for you to give it back to me, you don't have it. Oh, I learned real quick.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that I will give if I have it, to give and not expect it back. You know, and that's got to be something that maybe they likes when they get turned out or something. But after that, too many times, I don't do that either. Say, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to be without some lights.
Yeah.
You need to be held accountable for what you're doing with your money. I'm not taking care of you.
Exactly. It's okay. You know, everybody needs somebody. Everybody gets those down times where everybody needs a helping hand and some support. But if it's always you and they're not doing anything on their end, and it always has to be you doing all the work, that's a sign of toxicity, and that's not healthy.
Or when you need something, I don't got it. I don't have it, but I wish I could help you.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, when I hate when I ask for help, because it takes a lot for me to ask somebody for help, and when I finally ask them and they get mad, I get so mad. I'm like, I don't even like to ask for help. And what you do with your money, or what happened to your car, or why can't so and so do this for you? Like, like you don't know what you want to do. Why you gotta tell me ask so and so? I'm not asking them. I'm asking you.
And then they go tell the whole family, girl, child, did you know Gio called me and asked me for, and then get back to me? And I'm like, when you ask me for something, I don't even ask you what you need it for.
Yeah.
If I got it, I will give it to you. But when you ask a toxic person for some money, they're going to call the whole family and tell it. Well, that's how it is in my family.
Oh, I know. That's how it is in mine too. Oh, can you believe? Oh, she's asking me for some money. Didn't she just buy this $300 purse? What's she doing with her money?
That's family, you know. You just have to set up a lot of boundaries. And it's hard in families sometimes to say no. But when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired of giving your money out or whatever they asking you for, support or whatever, you'll stop. You'll say, I can't do it. And then you're going to feel guilty. Because I don't feel guilty no more. I just don't. It's almost as though, well, it's not that I don't care, but I care about me more and my bills in my house.
And I think that's what it all comes down to. This everything about these toxic relationships, it all goes back to you. What do you think about yourself? How are you taking care of yourself? And if you're always giving to other people, but you're never giving to yourself, that's not healthy. Because in a good, healthy relationship, somebody should be asking you, how are you doing? How are things going with this or that? When's the last time you did this for, and how can I help you? And how can I serve you? That's loving relationship. And if you don't get that back, what can I do to help you and be there to support you? I got to move on. I got to get away from you. Because that goes to the danger zone. And then one day, you know, you wind up in a hospital sick with something, or you have a panic attack or something, or you wind up in therapy.
For real.
Like what happened to me? You end up in therapy behind some people.
That's a good place to be, therapy. Because once you find out, well, you're going to get your power back, and them people going to be really upset because they can't control you anymore.
And that's the thing about taking your power back, is that once you realize the amount of power you have, there's so much power and peace in the word no. And that's something that we as women and men have to be able to say without an explanation. I don't have to tell you why it's no. It's no. No is a complete sentence.
Right.
And we're done, right? So this has been a great discussion about 6 ways that you can identify toxic relationships and how you can end it. So, you know, if you're in this physically, I can't think of the word. If you're in this physically abusive relationship or a verbal relationship or any type of relationship, if it's not healthy, family, friend, romantic, whoever it is, if it's draining you,
right?
If they're taking from you, if they don't treat you right, if they make you not feel good about yourself, if they put you down, make you feel that you're less than, that's toxic, and it's time to end that relationship, because moving forward, once you cut off those toxic people, now you can give yourself the wings to fly and to do what you need to do in your life.
Amen.
Yes. So this has been amazing. Thank you so much, Gio, for joining me for this podcast about how to end toxic relationships. I'm going to have her information in the comment section below. And of course, if you watched all the way to the end and you're not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, share me out, and leave me a comment in the comment section below. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. And we will see you on the next Marlene Saunders Show and podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations, and you're welcome to it. Bye-bye, guys.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? I forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? Ooh, hey, yeah,
Everyday people doing extraordinary things. We're able to position ourselves like no other, and also provide opportunities for other people to opt into what we do by bringing value. So I couldn't do this all by myself. I had to get out of my own way. Okay, and because every person in this room has a group of people that you are on this earth to help. And if you do not do what you're supposed to do, they will not get the help that they need. And that is selfish. So I want you to stop doing that, because what you've been hoping, wishing, and praying for is right in your hands. Because guess what? Open access right now is with podcasting.
Hello, everyone. I'm very grateful that you took the time to tune in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Listen, we have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Jacobs Show, and we are here with some fabulous people that's going to be talking to you about a wonderful opportunity that you don't want to miss. We have with us today Love Ford, and we have Camelia Carter. How are you all today?
Doing great, Kim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. And you all are definitely a bright light and difference makers, even though everybody may not know why I'm saying that, but they will throughout this hour, right?
That's right. That's right.
They're going to learn that. So everyone grab your virtual seats and tag as many people as you can. Share the broadcast on all of your own social media pages. Let people know that we're talking about something today that everyone can play a very important role in. So go ahead and take time to do that now. And if you would, Love and Camelia, am I saying your name right, Camelia?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So Camelia first, just in like a nutshell of like 30 seconds or something, tell us what people can expect from today's discussion.
Well, today's discussion, you will be enlightened on how you can participate in a movement in helping Ghana's economy, as well as investing into your lives. So we're here as a humanitarian company to help you connect with Ghana, provide opportunities for you through housing. So that's kind of what you to expect today.
Oh, I can tell already my cheeks are going to be burning throughout this broadcast. So if you're like, you know how when you're at a wedding and you're like, oh, and that's how I feel already. And it's the first 5 minutes here. Okay, Love, tell everyone what they can expect to hear today from your perspective.
From my perspective, I definitely mirror what Camelia just shared. And it's a win-win opportunity because everyone wants to know what they can do. How can they make the world a better place? Well, we've got a solution for that. And so we definitely want to share it and welcome everyone to participate and be part of this movement.
Okay, so as you see, we're in for a great treat today. And I'm going to definitely be recognizing our studio audience. So if you have questions or comments or just some encouraging words to our guests, feel free to pop them in, and we will be popping them in throughout today's broadcast. What we're going to do is take a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, I'm going to formally introduce these two women, and I'm talking fast because I want to jump right into the project. So we're going to introduce them, and then we're going to deep dive into this Ghana project. So Go ahead, everybody, and continue to grab your virtual seats, and we'll be right back right after this commercial break.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With Funeral Advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions. 704-499-3616.
We are back, and we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm making sure that some of the business professionals that I know are also tagged today because people want to know how they can make a difference in Ghana. And one of the questions I definitely will kick off with is, why Ghana? Because a lot of times people want to know why this particular location? So get your minds right as I prepare to introduce you, because that's one of my questions that I want us to
Okay.
to tackle. Okay.
Our
All right.
motherland.
Huh?
I said it's the motherland.
All right. Well, see, you already answered. Come on, love. Give me a chance to get the question out first. Love Ford loves to network and open the line of communication between investors, customers, and businesses to successfully complete deals and projects. Her mission is to create relationships, not transactions. She is always part of a solution as questions or issues arise. And this is what she's been known for over 25 years in the private sector. Her experience includes management consultation, sales, team building, and professional development, strategic implementation, and company collaboration. She has received multiple MVP and sales awards in the Washington Mutual and Dun & Bradstreet world. So this woman is top notch with her experience in building business credibility and credit worthiness. I am super excited that she is currently the CEO of Oracle Assets, LLC, where she offers business development consultation services. And she believes at the end of the day, life should ask us, do you want to save the changes?
Yeah.
Authors unknown. Welcome, Love Ford, to the Kim Jacobs Show. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I also want to formally introduce you all to another powerhouse. Camelia is a successful financial account manager with over 8 years of proven high performance. She's a team player with experience in the finance industry, driving high impact performance, sales goal oriented, and demonstrating ethical practice and customer care. She is able to perform at high quality levels in a very fast paced environment. Hello, Ghana. You're like, come on, y'all, get involved, get in where you can fit in. Okay. So here we are. She is certified in diversity and inclusion training in 2019, and she aims to embrace our unique experiences, reinforcing that our culture of inclusion and celebrating our diversity with the goal of providing mechanisms where all may be positioned for success. Her business, Start to Launch, helps companies to strategize projects for growth maximization. Oh, welcome, Camelia Carter.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. You know how people say OMG? Well, I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm honored to have you all here. So let's talk. Why Ghana?
Why Ghana? Ghana is the motherland, and it's time for us to go home. It's time for us to go home.
Okay.
Ghana is the motherland.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What's your philosophy on that, Camelia?
Well, Ghana is growing as well. And the National Geographic, right, Love, deemed Ghana as a top vacation place and retirement place. Actually, Africa as a vacation area top. And it's
I know what she was gonna say. She was gonna
for
say
it. The economy is calling for it.
And people are going to be calling you the whole show because you're on your phone.
It's so silent. I don't know how they even got it.
That's because you're popular over there with your high pace maximization and growth stuff. You're going to be busy, you know? So we'll just keep it going. But you're saying it's a growing area.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. And I do see here too that with Ghana, and I wanted to recognize this, with the recent economic growth in Ghana and African continent with approximately 1.7 million housing deficit, Ghana looks to create a luxury affordable housing community to support the growing middle class with the help of the Investor Group under the leadership of Dr. Is it Kizito?
correct, Dr. Kizito.
Okay, so it's because too it's such a housing deficit in the area that's why you all are specifically focusing in this area?
Yes, that is definitely it, Kim. I actually had the pleasure of going to Ghana in December, and it was a life-changing experience. I was able to meet the team. I was able to see the project. I actually was invited to go to a groundbreaking ceremony. And what I can tell you is it was an awakening for me. I don't think I'll ever be the same. Able to visit the castles. I saw where the slave trades happen. And so something just clicks once you come home. I've always felt like the United States was my home, but when I went there, I really felt a sense of being home. It's just different. It is magical. And the conception that we have here in the United States of what you may think Africa is like, the continent is like, it's a complete misconception.
And now, did you get to go too, Camelia?
I am on my way.
I'm sure I'll be going at some point too. I do have my passport, so I'm ready to go.
But I will be getting dual citizenship very soon. I love No. I came to her a couple years ago, and I talked to her, and I said, "Hey," because we worked through Dun and Bradstreet together. But I contacted her, and I said, "Hey, I saw the Ghana project and everything she was doing," and I said, "Let me know when you go because I'm already there." So if you help with anything, so I'm already in Ghana.
Okay, and you taking some mental vacations over there right now. But love, now you say with you actually visiting there at that particular time in your life, what was it that made you decide that I'm in, my life has changed? You said my life has changed forever. What was it that was the experience there that made you feel that way?
I feel like when I went to the castles and I saw where 1,000 people had to live at a time and the conditions that they had to live in, and you could literally still smell the smell after all of these years. You can still smell a hint of it, and you can feel the spirits. So you could feel the energy and the vibration once you're there. And when I went there and I saw that, it made me grateful and have more of appreciation for what I have. And it awakened me to realize that I'm not doing enough. I could be doing more.
Okay.
So when I left there, I'm like, I need to be doing more. I need to be giving more. I got to be about more. I've got to help with this housing crisis. I'm like, let's get this done, because it's time for a lot of us to stop talking about doing things or feeling resentment because we're being held back from so much. Now it's time to be part of the movement. Now it's time to be part of the change and stop talking about why we can't do this and why we can't do that. Now it's time to get involved. And so that's when I came back on a mission. I am on a mission. And I am also going to get dual citizenships. You guys will see me every other month. I will come back to visit, but I'm out of here.
Oh my goodness. And this all stemmed, just so I visualize what happened. Because I mean, people don't just up and go to Ghana. So when you went over there, you went for, what was the reason that you went there?
Great question. So I had been working on a blockchain project.
Okay.
And I met Dr. Kizito through that project. And so we started working together a year ago. And we've kept in contact and we've been in communication. And he invited me to Ghana to the groundbreaking ceremony. And so that's how I got to go and over there. And it was the best decision ever.
And you went by yourself, or did you go?
I went by myself, Kim.
So paranoid. That's what I'm saying. God allows people.
I was completely taken care of.
Yeah.
I had security. I had a driver. I had a carrier that took me everywhere and made sure I was completely safe and taken care of. Think of Wakanda.
Oh my gosh, I have to
Don't
go.
think of the feed the children and all. Don't think of that. Think of Wakanda.
You over there doing Wakanda forever. You're like, yes,
the
right.
perception we have here is not correct.
Oh my goodness. So you can't wait to go, Camelia. And I'm sure when you go, I'll probably be right there tagging along.
I already told my daughter, she's going to college. I said this year, I said, how would you feel if your mom is in Ghana for 6 months at a time? I'm so serious. She's like, I'm fine, because she'll be over there too. Yeah, it's Ghana's in my heart. I had the opportunity attend an event years ago for TD Jakes, the International Leadership Summit in Charlotte, North Carolina. And the president of Ghana, that's when he came that year, last year. And when I tell you, it was just like a connection there. And it was just like, I just know I'm supposed to do something in Ghana and I'm supposed to connect with Ghana. So I'm for love, for help, like allowing me to participate. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I thank Dr. Cazito because he has been working on this project for close to 10 years. So this is not some overnight thing.
Amazing.
He has been working consistently on getting this project to where it is today. So I definitely want to give him thanks. And I thank Alex Slocum for introducing me to Dr. Cazito. So I definitely want to give those two people thanks.
Well, I am honored to give thanks as well. And I'm grateful because I believe that nothing happens by happenstance, but that everything is ordained and your paths, your two paths cross for a reason, because now y'all are going to be lockstep. And then Des, I said Des because you and Des.
You know why you said Des? Because I wanted to say, I want to thank my sister Des too, because even though she's fighting cancer, she's still helping me. So she's still behind the scenes helping me, you know, putting together with Camellia the marketing and all of that to make sure it has a good look and feel. So I was literally going to say, I want to thank Des. So the Holy Spirit led you to say it. So I'm grateful for that. We're good.
That's amazing because we love Des. She's one of our Freestyle Friday experts. And we're going to talk more about her at some point throughout this broadcast too, because we do want to just give a formal shout out to her. And so honored that we are all connected in a variety of ways, even from a family. And two of my nieces are loves. We share the same nieces as well. So things happen for a reason where we all cross our paths here. But let me go ahead and show a couple of pictures that I have here from, is this the ribbon cut?
That is the IMVG team. That's the team in Ghana that's ready to help whoever would like to purchase a home, whether they want to relocate or rent the home out. That's the team in Ghana that's ready to assist.
Wow. Okay. And they do look at that, like almost like, you know how you see Chick-fil-A. I would think of a Chick-fil-A of Ghana right here, because they all like my pleasure, excited, and eager to serve. Just in a photo, you can feel it right through the photo. Let's see some more pictures here.
That is Dr. Cazito. That's the man behind the mission, behind the movement. So he's the one that started this about 10 years ago.
Wow. And I know he has to be so proud that it's really becoming a reality. And I see
I'm proud of him and for him. So yes.
Now, this is you in the pulpit. Where are you? You minister?
Yes, I was on stage and I had an opportunity to speak to some of the politicians that attended, from the housing minister's office, the secretary's office. There were people well connected in Ghana that are part of this project, that support this project. And so, yes, I was on stage with them.
Wow. Okay. I have some more pictures too, because I'm like, what am I seeing here? When I was going through all of these photos. Let me pop another one up here. Let's see what's happening here in this one. Oh, I didn't pop it in yet. Give me a second. There we go. I would have Mackenzie. She probably like, see, you should have told me this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's Dr. Cazito just speaking to the community about the project and welcoming them to that area is called Mama Dede. And the first 156 units will be built at this location.
Right at this location behind him, right here?
See all that land and the beautiful greenery in the background?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're literally on the lot. And then the house that you're seeing is the model that was built. It's a 3-bedroom.
This one here?
Correct.
Awesome. So they've already started building projects.
Oh, yes. We are ready to go. We're ready to push this movement forward. So we are looking for people that want to invest, relocate. We're looking for people that want to do something to be part of this movement. The 2-bedrooms start at $49,950 and the 3-bedrooms start at $69,950. And they also have a property management team in Ghana if you want help with at an additional cost with renting your unit out. And typically in Ghana, when they do rent, Kim, it's not month to month like it is here. They do rent, it's upfront for 12 to 24 months.
12 to 24 months, and it's completely paid for.
Upfront.
Wow. Okay. So just so everybody's aware, let me go back because I want to make sure what y'all are seeing here. This is one of the models of a 3-bedroom home that is already erected in Ghana. And this is going to be the model that is being used for some of the other homes that will be built. Do you know approximately how many homes they're looking to build here in Ghana?
We're building up to 1 million homes. The government
up to 1 million homes?
1 million homes. The government has worked with Dr. Kizito and has provided him all the land that he needs. And so as we're developing, we're acquiring more land. So we have 600 acres approximately that's already ready to be developed. And he's in the process of finalizing 2,000 additional acres, which would build approximately 65,000 homes within the next 12 months. So this is like a 10-year project.
This is
an ongoing project. And so I really want people to know about it and get in while the prices are the price points that they are right now, because the price is probably going to go up. The economy is going over there by leaps and bounds. So
amazing. Okay. And let's see, what is this image here?
These are people on the team that were at the groundbreaking ceremony, just sitting in the audience. Another thing too, they have 2 banks that will be backing the project for investors that want to buy. So if you don't want to pay cash, you do have an option to pay terms. Dr. Kizito will work with you where you can split the payments into 4 equal payments. But we also have 2 banks in Ghana, Cal Bank and Republic Bank, that will be offering financing. So you put 20% down and then it's a 15-year note for all eligible. Correct. That is correct. And that's a big deal. And I've been told by people that have moved to Ghana that when you have the financing component, that's a game changer, because that was the missing piece. All of these communities will have schools. So education, yes, mini marts. Some of them will have clinics.
Oh my
yes, so it's
goodness.
going to be like a whole little community.
This is crazy. This is like unbelievable. So where people are always looking for ways to participate and to contribute, that you're bringing that right here on the Kim Jacobs Show to our viewing studio audience, and all of you have the exact level playing field opportunity to be a part of this project. So let me see there. I know that there are some things that I want to make sure we don't miss. What does your organization in particular, and Camelia, you can answer this as you and Love when we come back, but I want you to kind of start off and talking about some of this too, is what kind of role are you going to be playing when we come back after this commercial break? We'll be right back, everyone, and we're going to talk more with Camelia Carter and Love Ford about the Ghana Housing Project right after this break. Wow. I'm excited what y'all are doing too. So Mackenzie, I don't know, she's backstage doing something. So let me just go to our commercial break, everyone. We'll be right back. Here we go.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
Much to our episode sponsor, which is Hunter Everett Law Firm, and we'll put their contact information right in the comment section for you all to reach out to them if you have any kind of disability claim or you have any type of wrongful death of a loved one. We definitely want you to know that Hunter Everett is one of our sponsors, and you can let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show actually sent you their way. All right, so thank you, Attorney Charles Everett with Hunter Everett Law Firm, and Attorney Hunter and Attorney Pate all you all for being one of our episode sponsors today. Okay, so let's learn more. What is your role as a company in this whole project?
Right. So I'm director of operations. So I work with ADM. So I'm under Love's company. And so I'm director of operations, project management, those tedious tasks, making sure things are pretty much getting done in the time frame that they need to get done, and helping Love with, anything that she needs to be, help with or whatnot. So I'm here. Yep.
Excellent. And Love, can you even further expound what role your company plays?
Sure. So Camellia heads up Africa Development Movement, and what Africa Development Movement does, also known as ADM, is it pushes forward the movement of not only the homes being purchased in Ghana, but there's also a store. If you don't want to purchase a home, you can purchase items from the store, and a percentage of the proceeds from the store will go to different things. So it can go towards some, doing their expression of interest reservation fee. We want to get to a point where people, purchasing homes for Ghana. All nonprofits, like the Gabe's Heart Foundation. I would love for the Gabe's Heart Foundation to be able to participate in Africa doing random acts of kindness. So we would support things. Yes, we would support things like that with Africa Development Movement.
Wow. Okay. And people that want to get involved, where would they go to get involved?
They can go to www.ghanahousingproject.com, and they can send us, an email from there. They can join our Zoom calls. There's a Zoom every Wednesday at 8 p.m. for the next 10 weeks. So the link is right there on the site. When you go there, we tried to make sure that everything was accessible so that it's easy for people to get the information.
Wow. Okay. So every Wednesday at 8 o'clock p.m., you can join in on a Zoom. The Zoom information is right under GhanaHousingProject.com. You go to that, right?
That's correct.
You go there, and then you'll get the information for you to be able to hear exactly firsthand what's happening with this project. Let me ask too, do you think that, and I don't know, I'm just asking my own questions, but you all can ask your own questions in the virtual studio audience for real. Is this like credit based where people have to have great credit and a great, like you said, Dun and Bradstreet number and be representing a company? It's a lot of different questions I'm asking. Or is it just, I am Kim and I can come and be a part of this?
So in terms of the banks, they said the process will take like a week to 2 weeks for the approval process to be completed. And so I'm sure they're going to ask for traditional things to make sure that you can afford to make your payments. But it should be a streamlined process. It should not be complicated or complex. And you will know within a week or two if you can move forward with purchasing through a mortgage. If that doesn't work out for you, Dr. Cazito is allowing people to split the payments into quarterly payments. So you put your down payment and your reservation fee, and then from there he would split the payments into three more payments so that you can do this.
So regardless, I'm going to tag in a person that is in Cameroon that I know. I'm just thinking of people. I'm like, you need to be on this and hearing this right away. But yeah, this is some good stuff. So
if you can also pay in full too. You don't have to go the bank.
That's true.
Have the house to 2-bedroom or the 3-bedroom, you can pay up front. That's not a problem. And then also if you're with an organization or a group, you can come together and purchase as well as a group or in bulk. You can purchase in bulk too.
You know what we would like to see, Kim? We would like to see the Delta fraternity buy a whole community. We would like to see the AKAs buy a whole community in Ghana. We would love to see different church organizations buy communities, not 1 or 2 homes, but buy a community for $10 million and name the streets, name the buildings.
Right.
That would be phenomenal. That would be the ultimate. And that's what I would definitely love to see.
I just tagged any Delta. I was like, well, I don't tag somebody in the Midwest region. I don't know. They're probably like, what's she tagging?
And Avenue and all that.
That is so wonderful. So no matter what your financial situation is, there are opportunities for you to collaborate with other people that still you can join forces and still buy a home in Ghana. So
could you imagine like the Detroit Lions having a whole community and then they have the buildings named after the different players, basketball, football, all the sports get together, and then the rental income is going in towards the retirement fund or something? I'm just throwing examples out there, but the rental income that's collected can go towards funding. And so it's a win-win situation where they're helping humanity and then they're also benefiting.
this is good.
Yeah.
I just tagged somebody from the Black Film Festival because he does these whole Black Film Festival tours.
Right.
This might be a film that people need to learn more from.
Hey, I'm ready for the movies.
I am thinking this is just incredible. So listen, if you have questions or comments, pop them in. What is the goal? What are you trying to accomplish as an organization yourself spearheading this project? What is the ultimate goal?
To bring awareness, to bring people together, to form a movement. It's a call home. It really is a call to home. I'm gonna just be real straightforward about it. I feel like the motherland is calling us, and now we need to do something. We've been idle for a while.
Right. And it goes with when I started looking into the 400-year return that Ghana released was in 2019.
It was like
400-year mark for the year of return. And that's when I started getting more aware of Ghana. And I was on the dual citizenship then. And so everything is just like aligning. I definitely feel like there's a call home. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see the website. If you all go to the website, GhanaHousingProject.com, and I'll put that in the actual comment section here. Everything you need to know is there for you to be able to stay connected with this initiative. And I see a lot of your comments that's coming in. Please make sure you're sharing this broadcast. Don't deprive anybody of the opportunity to be a part of this Ghana Housing Initiative. And please, if you do get a chance, let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way when you do reach out, okay?
That'd be awesome.
So listen, I would love for us to, Mackenzie, I'll take care of this for 1 second. I just want to show you all just the commercial. It's a commercial that they have, and it gives you a flavor of what the Ghana Housing Project is about. Let's take a look at it.
Ghana has an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit. The Ghana Housing Project is marketing the ability of investors to support the housing crisis. Investors can purchase homes to relocate, a second home, or rent. Nonprofit and profit organizations can acquire a home for a family. With the recent economic growth in Ghana and the African continent, with an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit, Ghana looks to create a luxury affordable housing community to support the growing middle class with the help of Investa Group under the leadership of Dr. Owusu Kizito. Ghana was recently featured as a top 10 location in the world to retire. Investa Group has started developing in Accra and surrounding areas with a goal of up to 1 million homes, featuring affordable luxury 2 bedrooms starting at $51,000 and 3 bedrooms starting at $71,000. IMVG, Investa Group, and Africa Development Movement are separate companies and do not have prior affiliations with each other. Africa Development Movement does not represent the buyer or the seller and is simply marketing the Ghana Housing Project initiative. INVG will work directly with buyers with the purchase of apartments in Ghana and investing in InvestaFund LP.
All right. We can't hear you.
Oh,
there you go.
Did it just cut off?
Well, it ends with InvestaFund LP and then it stops.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, it's mid-sentence. I was like, how did that happen to me? I thought it was something I did. Okay.
No, it was
You know,
NP.
I was leaning in because I was listening to Mackenzie. Thank you for popping in, Mackenzie. Okay, so I'm gonna put you backstage here. Hold on. This is perfect. So listen, that is extremely, it's visionary. That's the only word I could think of saying. It is a visionary, forward-thinking movement and project to really help an area that is in dire need of it.
Yeah.
And so I'm impressed with how things are really kind of coming together here,
Yeah.
and with the help of individuals and companies and investors and philanthropists and angel investors, these type of initiatives can really become a reality in Ghana, is what I'm understanding.
That is correct. And Investor Group is handling the housing side of the project, but there's also Investor Fund LP, which is the last thing you heard in the video.
Okay.
And Investor Fund LP is for accredited investors and institutions that want to contribute to the infrastructure. And so they are building cold and dry storage warehouses in Ghana. We already have one up that is ready to be rented. And they're going to be building hotels. There's going to be solar farming, everything. And so through Investor Fund LP, that is for accredited investors and institutions. And that is a 10-year return on your investment. So you receive a return on your investment for 10 years with that. And the return ranges between 15 and 20% annually. So that's the other side of this project. So you can come in as an individual, or you can come in on an institutional or accredited investor level as well.
Good gracious.
You've got it all covered.
It sounds like it. And so how big of a problem is this housing issue in Ghana? How do either of you want to touch on that?
Yeah, it's a big problem. One of the things that I recognized when I went there, it seems like Ghana never sleeps. And what I realized just in traveling and going from place to place, there's like entrepreneurship is something that is promoted there. So imagine going from Greensboro to Charlotte and just seeing businesses in tents lined up on the expressway all the way from Charlotte to Greensboro. And then when that shift ends, another family member will come out and run the business. So it's like they never.
Interesting.
Yes, it's always ongoing. And so with the housing crisis and with the way the people work there, this is just, I feel like it's a tremendous opportunity, because housing is a basic need. Housing is a basic need that we all deserve, and we all have a right to. So this project is going to solve that problem. It's going to solve that problem. It's going to contribute to the solution.
Okay. And what were you going to say, Camelia?
Yeah, and if you also think about, all the training that we have here in America as African Americans, our education, excuse me, our knowledge, everything that we have, not to say that Ghana doesn't have some of that, but we can take that information and bring it back to Africa and help build and bring that knowledge and help them to structure their businesses and help them to do, all things by just going back and participating in this project. We also bring our knowledge.
That's right.
Our education. We are really putting everything into this economy. And that's one of the things that the president of Ghana was talking about. We bring our expertise back to the economy that when we left, it's like all of this stuff now, because we've grown in education, women, we're African women. We bring all of that back.
Well, okay, because this is so, and I'm not trying to put any controversial spin on it, but there is so much that's needed here, right here in the United States too. So when people want to invest, sometimes people do go outside and they'll go and find initiatives like this. do you all have any type of investor groups or anything here in the United States too that's interested in investing here, or no? Is it just primarily there?
It's primarily in Ghana right now. It's primarily over there, and it's going to expand to other African countries.
Okay.
But it's starting in Ghana. So this movement is to build Africa.
And I love, I'm so excited personally. I've already said that. I think I've already made that quite clear. And let me put too, because the views expressed, and Mackenzie, I got it. I know you can't wait to click this button. She forever put it in this, but the views expressed are our own personal views. Okay, doesn't always reflect that of the show,
Right.
or TR Media Network, or Believe in Your Dreams
Right.
Network, because I'm streaming on those platforms as well.
Right.
But I personally am excited that you all have selected Ghana and the initiative that's kicking off there, and to see some things actually not just having a conversation about it, but to have the model there. It's like, here you go. And this is what the plan is, and have all of the schematics, the blueprints, different things ready to go. It's just super exciting to me.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm excited to be a part of it too, Kim. I really do feel blessed, and I'm very grateful. And I'm excited to see who comes on this journey.
Well, if you know that you're going to be going on this journey, whether it's because you're going to be collaborating with some other individuals, or if you yourself personally are an investor or a pastor or a business owner, and you know that this is something that kind of God has been putting down on the inside of your belly and has been nagging at you to do something, then please put in the comment sections that I'm helping with Ghana, I'm going to be reaching out. Say something so people know that you will be reaching out to them. And that's what we're doing. You know, sometimes when you have those telethons and different things that are happening and people are telling you, call 1-800, blah, blah, blah. So I'm telling you, according to the Ghana Housing Project, reach out to GhanaHousingProject.com. Reach out to GhanaHousingProject.com. Reach out to GhanaHousingProject.com. Do it now. Reach out to Ghana Housing Project. I promise I'm not joking. I'm quite excited that this project is happening. So reach out to GhanaHousingProject.com and do it now. Do it not right now during the show. Wait till 12:01. Then do it. All right. Listen, we're going to take another commercial break. When we come back, let me see, so you can have a courtesy heads up on where we might go next with our conversation. We talked about how somebody can get involved and what type of person is going to love being a part of this project. And we're going to go to some of our studio audience comments. We'll do a flash round and give you a chance to answer some questions and to hear some of the comments that are flooding in. Okay,
that sounds great.
Right after this commercial break from our episode sponsor, Silver Shield Security. Silver Shield Security is a place that you want to be able to have for your home security.
It's not just another day.
We'll be right back.
It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands.
That was fast.
Stop that commercial because it has some copyright stuff in it, and play the one.
Okay.
Because I won't be able to use this.
I
Here
have
we
peace
go.
of mind
Here we go.
with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
We're going to go to some of our virtual studio audience comments. Mackenzie, if you would pop some of those in, and we're going to acknowledge as many as we can right now. Let's see who's coming on with some comments. I see my mom is on. She said, hey, I'm loving watching this. Love, I'm watching you. You, love. Sounding just like Dez. I even thought Dez was on the show. I even my mom and my son are watching in the other room. And they're like, is that Aunt Des on the show? That's what they thought was happening. So they were like, is that Aunt Des? I said, no, it's Aunt
Des
Laura
will be-
was on.
Des will be happy for me to let everyone know that I am the older sister. So Des sounds like me. When she introduces me as her older sister.
Oh, that's right. Even though y'all sound just alike. Okay, Zeke says, I'm in Ghana. Okay, so
Hi, Mr. Zeke.
Zeke said he's in. He's definitely in, and he's going to be supporting the Ghana project. He's in Ghana, and so glad to have you here in the virtual studio audience today. Let me also do this in case anybody wants to pop on in today's broadcast and ask a direct question head to head. I'll be happy to put this link. All you have to do is copy and paste it into your browser, and it'll bring you into the virtual studio audience. Now, when you do that, let me be very clear. You're going to pop into the broadcast. So be prepared to ask your question quickly or say your comment and keep it moving, okay? Because some people come on and like, 10 minutes. I'm like, didn't I tell you? And then some people like, they come on and they're like, where am I? You're in the virtual studio. All right. Let's keep it moving. Let's see. Other comments. Okay, so somebody, I think my mom is talking to one of the other virtual studio audience members. So it's like we're in the studio audience and she's like, hey, Damona DeBrew. That's who I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna reach out to, she said, contact Love and her team, and they will give you some great information. Let's keep in touch and tell your mom hello. I miss y'all so much. So my mama and Damona, who must be also in the studio audience, they talking like they sitting away from each other. Girl, meet me out, and when we get out of the show, meet me in the hallway because I have something to tell you. Okay, in their own world. Okay, thank y'all both for being. Let's see any other comments come in. I just sent this one to some of my family members. I will need the Wednesday Zoom link, please.
It's on the website. So as soon as you go to GhanaHousingProject.com, at the top, you'll see a tab that says Zoom meeting. Just click that tab and you'll see the link right there. You just click the link at 8:00 and you'll be led into the meeting.
I'm glad you're saying that because what I'm going to do right now, I'm a visual person, is I'm going to share the screen with you all so you all will know exactly
where to
go. That way, nobody has any question as to how you can formally get this Wednesday, 8:00 p.m. meeting link. This is where you go. You're going to go to GhanaHousingProject.com and you will see, I'm going to pop this right at the very top where it says Zoom meetings. That's what you're going to click on in order for you to get the information. When you click on that, it says Zoom meeting, 8:00 p.m. And here is where you're going to click to join, and how much the starting for 2 bedrooms, the starting price for 3 bedrooms, and how you can stay connected with the Ghana Housing Project. Can you all see that? Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're going to get the Wednesday night Zoom meeting link.
And Kim, we're also encouraging people that are interested to travel to Ghana, to visit, to go see the project, go meet the team. And so I am going to put together a group going in August, September, and again, definitely in December. So if there's anyone that wants to travel to Ghana, there's a visit tab there as well. They can go ahead and submit information on the visit tab. Actually, I think the visit tab is on AfricaDevelopmentMovement.com. So either site will connect you to us. But yeah, if you're interested in visiting, if you're interested in seeing the project, if you are interested in meeting the team, we want you to do that. We want you to experience what it feels like to be over there, because you are definitely going to feel a sense of being home, like finally home.
Okay. The thing is, when we come back, when I go, because I'm going to go at some point, right? So when I go, because you're different than Camelia and I at this point, only because we haven't been. So I feel like it's a situation that you only know once you know, and once you've really experienced it, then you're kind of sold out for it type of thing.
Because there are kings and queens in Ghana. So you're among royalty. So it's amazing to be there and experience it. So
You're gonna have me coming out there walking. I'll be like, okay, hello, hello, I am here. Where do I go? Where would I need? They'd be like, girl, if you don't sit down somewhere, you the most. You doing the
no,
most.
they're gonna help you. Everyone is so welcoming and loving, and it's just a kind place to be. It's just a wonderful, kind place to be.
Oh my God.
experience.
Amelia, you ready, aren't you?
I am there.
How are you gonna act? How are you gonna act when you get over there? Oh, look at your eyes. Look at your eyes. You said,
No, I'm just, I have to remember that I have to come back to America.
okay. Well, now don't get me wrong. I love these great United States of America. I am honored to be an American citizen.
I am too. But I'm excited. I'm excited about this new experience.
I'm excited too.
There are people already planning to move to Ghana. There are people that are already in Ghana. Camellia has introduced me to someone. Her name is Maya Gilliam, and she actually has a spa in Ghana. And she's been in Ghana for 10 years. She goes back and forth every month to Ghana from the
I want
US.
my show in Ghana. Well, it might already be because CTR Media Network streams in 68 countries. But I definitely want the Kim Jacobs show streaming daily in Ghana.
I know, yes, for sure. Let's make it happen. But she
You
has
got me crossing my legs over here. Y'all can't even see all this. I'm down here, I got my legs crossed. I'm ready.
She has a successful spa there. And so when people want to travel there, I'll definitely make sure they also connect with her and have an opportunity to visit her spa. She told me that when people go there, she gives them free tea and they get like a free 2 to 3 minute massage that's complimentary when you go. Yeah. So it's just a welcoming place to be. If you are here in the United States and you want to go somewhere, and this is my opinion, you want to go somewhere where you feel welcome and you feel a sense of love, you want a sense of love and just people that want to support you and love on you and have a community of people that are about things, then you should go.
I'm looking forward to it. And I promise I will wear some shoes because I have my socks on right now.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. In December, it was hot. It was like 90.
Oh, okay. So I can wear some flip-flops.
Yeah. You definitely gonna want to wear the less clothes, the better, or the thinner your clothes, the better. And definitely
interesting. And that was in December?
Yes.
Yes. The name of the festival in December.
Is it Afrochella?
I think it is Afrochella in December. It's supposed to be huge.
Okay. Yeah. And Arnetta Caldwell, she has a podcast called Reinvented, and she is one of our Freestyle Friday experts. She said, wow, this is just so amazing. And I'm sure her and her family will be looking into this as well. She said, good morning. Benita says, good morning to everybody, ladies. And Sure Patel says, this is a great opportunity and can't wait to be involved. Lots of people are just chiming in. I see all of your comments. I don't want to overlook anyone, but I want to make sure that you great project and great idea. Yes, just hello, everyone. Demona, that's the person that was talking to my mom, said, hey, I'm just joining in and I'm planning a trip to Ghana at the end of this year. This is interesting. Maybe Demona, you can go on the project tour with them while you're there.
Yes, if you're interested, we welcome you to travel with us. Again, it'll be August, September, and again in December. So there'll be more information on that on the site.
And then someone else said, hey, I'm very excited about this too. Make sure you all reach out to them at the GhanaHousingProject.com. Are there homes as well or just apartments? Because this person.
Well, they're units, almost like what you would expect a condo unit to be here. So that's a great question. So there are units. There are people that are building homes there that have reached out to me, like on a onesie, twosie type of basis. So if you have like a specific need, let me know and I'll get you connected to who you need to be connected with.
Excellent. And then someone wanted to know, what is the cost for the trip in December? And then I'm thinking this may be Akaya Canada. Now, she is a powerhouse as well. She has a mission project called My Mission is Love. My Purpose is Love. It is a beautiful initiative that she's spearheading in the North Carolina area. And I'm sure she would be interested in this going global as well. So she wanted to know about the cost in December for that trip.
So Amaya, it depends on when you book your ticket. So when I went within a 1 week period. So my ticket was expensive. So it just depends on when you book your ticket. And then I stayed at a hotel called the Kempinski Hotel. And that hotel has a museum in it. There are upscale stores in the hotel.
So you went all out. You did it. You did it.
Yeah, it was amazing. And so it just depends on, when you go to the africadevelopmentmovement.com, put your budget in there, and then our team in Ghana can work with you with your budget. So it depends. Do you want to go basic or do you want to go first class? I mean,
well, I'm gonna tell you, these two women right here, when they go on first class, let me show you. You think she went basic? Let's see. Do you think she went basic? No, she was like, I'm going all the way in. And I can tell you right now, when Camellia goes, that's how she rolling, just like that.
First class.
Y'all, we're talking to Love Ford and to Camellia Carter, and we're talking about the Ghana Housing Project, an initiative that anyone can participate in. Here's how you can stay connected with them. Tell them once again, either of you. Camellia, you haven't talked that much. Tell them how they can stay connected.
Go to GhanaHousingProject.com. There's tabs up there. Connect with us. We'll get back with you within 24 to 48 hours. In regards to the trip, if you're interested, all of the information is there. We'll definitely get in contact with you.
And I do want to, because some people are just joining in and you're probably like, what is the Ghana Housing Project? Kim just recently tagged me and I don't know what's going on. So I want to take a moment just to play again, if y'all don't mind.
No.
I want to play that clip to show you the Ghana Housing Project initiative.
Ghana has an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit. The Ghana Housing Project is marketing the ability of investors to support the housing crisis. Investors can purchase homes to relocate, a second home, or rent. Nonprofit and profit organizations can acquire a home for a family. With the recent economic growth in Ghana and the African continent, with an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit, Ghana looks to create a luxury affordable housing community to support the growing middle class with the help of Investa Group under the leadership of Dr. Owusu Kizito. Ghana was recently featured as a top 10 location in the world to retire. Investa Group has started developing in Accra and surrounding areas with a goal of up to 1 million homes, featuring affordable luxury 2 bedrooms starting at $51,000 and 3 bedrooms starting at $71,000. INVG, Investa Group, and Africa Development Movement are separate companies and do not have prior affiliations with each other. Africa Development Movement does not represent the buyer or the seller and is simply marketing the Ghana Housing Project initiative. INVG will work directly with buyers with the purchase of apartments in Ghana and investing in InvestaFund LP.
All right, that's it. Once you hear LP, I got in my mode. I was already looking at the studio audience. So Investa Group, InvestaFund LP, right?
So Investa Group is the Ghana Housing Project, and then InvestaFund LP is the commercial side. So if you are an accredited investor or institution, then InvestaFund LP is what you may want to look at.
Okay.
That has a 10-year return on investment.
Now, someone wanted to know, are you all interested in possibly expanding your initiative to, was it I gotta go back and look at the comments. There's been a lot of comments coming in. Okay, hey, we're awesome information that you're sharing. We are working in Tanzania and would love to connect with you and chat with you about Tanzania. Is that
Sure. Send us a message on the GhanaHousingProject.com website, and we can definitely set up a Zoom meeting to have a conversation.
And
Absolutely.
I see that they have Les Brown, Dr. Les Brown, international motivational speaker, in their photo there. So they must be doing some work with him. A lot of people that watch the Kim Jacobs Show have come from Les Brown because he's my mentor as well. And so that's who some of the people are that's chiming in as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, this is good. What else do you want people to know? So yes, Haki, you all can connect via social media and make sure that you have a conversation with them about that.
Absolutely. I just want to encourage people to be the movement. Stop talking, stop blaming, stop pointing the finger. It's time for us to get up and be the movement. This is the opportunity. These price points may not last much longer. I don't know how long it's going to last. And so now's the time to get involved. Get involved now and be the movement.
Okay. And Camelia?
I agree. Be the movement. It is time for change. We've been talking about it. This opportunity is huge. I mean, a 3-bedroom costs as much as a car, pretty much. Spend so much on cars. And so it's a huge opportunity for you to just expand your life and live what you've been talking, how you want to live and the change you want to have. So like Love said, be the movement.
Be the movement.
Wow. All right. Be the movement, you guys. You want to hashtag be the movement, hashtag be the movement, and Ghana Housing Project, hashtag Ghana Housing Project. Let's all hashtag that now. Put hashtag Ghana Housing Project. Now I done misspelled it. Now, that's right there. It'd be like, that's not what you, okay, there we go. I got it correct. And people, yes, we all love Dr. Les Brown, international motivational speaker. So yes, I see you.
I would love for you to bring him with you, Kim. You should bring him to Ghana with you.
Well, I definitely can do everything I can to make something like that happen and be like, hey, don't you want to go back to the
right?
And
it's calling. It's calling. Come home.
Come home, according to Love and Camelia. Go ahead, Camelia.
I was just I have my son listening to him at night while he sleeps, Les Brown. Yeah.
We all do. So he said, if you fall back. So if you can look up, you can get up. But one of the most profound things that I've heard him say, which has resonated with me for many years, is that we don't want to come to the end of our lives and around our bedside are our gifts and our talents. And they're angry with us because we did not use the gifts and the talents that God put inside of us, and they had to live in our bodies. So I commend both of you.
Oh, thank you, Kim.
Yeah, I commend you because he talks about living full and dying empty. And I'm just believing that that's part of why you're on this mission, Love and Camelia, because you want to live full, do everything you can on this earth, and die leaving nothing on this earth.
Yes, we all have more. We all have more that we can give.
Yes. Well, I'm committed to leaving no stone unturned. Whatever God's will is for my life, I want to be a part of it. Even if it looks like I'm a Haman, I don't care. I'm using the gift and the talent he gave me.
Well, thank you for this platform, Kim. This is awesome. Thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Well, Damona said her dreams are coming true and she can't wait to learn more, live full and die empty. And you're so welcome, both of you, for being here today. If any of you want to be a part of just even keeping a program like the Kim Jacobs Show literally coming on the air as often as it does, which is daily, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m., I encourage you to invest in our program as well. Literally, any amount is great. So it's no amount that's too small. And we're only thriving from community contributions by members like yourself. So just yesterday, one of the community members gave $150. So it's like, whoa, thank you. We appreciate the support from our community members. So please pour into the Kim Jacobs Show. You can do it through $Kim Jacobs Inc. or through paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. I say that because we have audio podcast listeners on iHeartRadio and Spotify and different places that aren't seeing this. And so you can contribute in any Zelle. Anyway, you want to contribute, reach out to me. You can give to the Kim Jacobs Show. And make sure you subscribe as well. Subscribe to our YouTube channel so that the program can continue to grow and thrive. And you can do that right at Kim Jacobs Show on YouTube. All right, closing comments.
Be the movement. I can't say it enough. I'm beating it in everybody's head. Be the movement.
Yeah. I'm in Ghana already.
You're in Ghana. You're in Ghana. So that's the point. You're in Ghana. Keep in mind, everybody, today's episode is sponsored by CTR Media Network as well. And if you're looking to have a podcast stream on ctrmedianetwork.com, just let me know and I'll send you a referral form and connect you with the appropriate person. And I am excited for everything that's happening with the Ghana Housing Project. Stay connected with these two beautiful women that are letting God use them in a significant way to make a difference on this earth. And you can stay connected with them right at the Ghana Housing Project, GhanaHousingProject.com. And participate in the Wednesday night, 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Zoom meetings, which lays out everything you need to know about the project. Yeah. Right. I went over a little bit on purpose because I want y'all to get it. I want you to get it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I see all your comments. Sounds like a dream come true. Ghana Housing Project is being hashtagged a lot. So make sure you all keep hashtagging that. I see y'all hashtagging Ghana Housing Project. All right. I think that's all we can cover in this last period of time. If you could just say, who is the ideal person? Love. Who is the ideal person? If you had to paint a picture of the ideal person to start trying to help in this initiative, who would it be?
Anybody. I mean, it could be a single mom that wants to do something for her kids, make a difference. Someone that's looking for a potential return on their investment every month to help out with their bills here if they're still here. Again, in Ghana, it's typical that they pay their rent upfront for 12 to 24 months. And so if you get financing and funding, and then you have your rent prepaid for 12 to 24 months, that could possibly make a difference for you here. I encourage you to probably use that money to go over there and visit, but just, an idea or an example, not saying anything definitive, but this is for anybody who wants to see something different in their life, that wants something different, and that wants, in my opinion, wants more.
Wow. I think that beautifully sums it up. And did you have anything different, Camelia?
No, there's nothing left to say, but .com, let's go. Let's just go.
It's time to go. If you want to be a part of it, make sure you go to GhanaHousingProject.com and be a part of this movement. And it really is a movement. And there are people waiting for these properties. It's not like you're going to have these properties be built and nobody's going to go in them.
There's a 1.7 million housing deficit. So 1.7 million people need a place to live.
So they just need you to go ahead and invest and be able to make this become a reality. Now, normally I would say if there is a show that's being dedicated to someone, typically you notice that person is no longer on this earth as far as people that I've dedicated things to in the past. But today's show is dedicated to somebody who is alive and thriving and fighting this thing called cancer. And her name is Desreen Gerald. And Des needs all of our prayers, love, and support. But she is a warrior. She's not, she ain't taking this thing lightly.
Wakanda. She got her Wakanda picture up. That's right.
I did not help but put this picture. Desreen Gerald. She's going to be coming here on the Kim Jacobs Show. She also has her own healing home where she's going to be talking about a wide variety of things. Make sure you go and subscribe. Videos are going to be uploaded soon. So subscribe to Healing Home and support her journey. She is a warrior, and there you have it. She is fighting this thing called cancer, but she's kicking it in the head and doing it with grace and dignity. And I just want to tell you, Des, that we love you. We all support you, and we celebrate you in your journey called life.
Yeah. And I'm on my way to go be with her now. She's having chemo today. So
I
I'm
knew
gonna
that. So that's
go
why I wanted.
go visit her right now.
Yay. And so she's just a warrior. And with her being one of our Freestyle Friday experts over the years, she's talked about real estate, but you never know how God really is. We started off about some real estate, but now when she comes on, she's going to be talking about healing home and how she's beating and kicking this whole thing in the head called cancer. So, and she's doing it again with grace and ease and dignity. And I'm just really grateful that God would even allow her to be an example to show other people how to get to the other side of that mountain. And I'm grateful for her testimony. All right, that's today's episode, everybody. We will see you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here, one more time, I'm going to share with you how you can stay connected with these lovely vessels. GhanaHousingProject.com. GhanaHousingProject.com. Thank you for tuning in today. If you want to stay connected with the Kim Jacobs Show, I want to make sure I put this up because, we're getting ready to close out. And I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay backstage, ladies, okay?
Okay.
All right. And thank you, Dr. Lotus Riche, for these intro and outro commercials that you did. I really like them. Thank you. I love them. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference. And I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you and make it a great day.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
Welcome to Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I'm so happy that you're listening today. My goal is to bring something new, something promising. I plan to bring conversation, resources, and wisdom around the things that are holding us back from going for our best. We'll talk about everyday life and careers. I'll bring us dialogue designed to dig deep, identify our passions. We'll talk about the limits that you need to let go of and the promise that you need to grab a hold of. I'll interview women who bring valuable insight to the table. We'll have opportunities for Q&A, and we'll talk resources to help along the way. There are levels to this, and we'll hit them all, starting at the ground floor. We all have dreams, and now is our time to level up. Ground floor. I remember when I was in college and working at the library, there was someone who worked along with me, and she was a student as well, a couple of years behind me. And she suffered from something called brittle bone disease. She was frequently in a wheelchair. And I remember her always just being the happiest of people, always had a smile on her face. I also remember an older woman who worked there. Well, to me, she was older at the time. I may differ at this point. I would say she was probably, I don't know, middle-aged. I remember that she was also an incredibly happy person, frequently spoke of her children and the things that they did on the weekend. I remember I came in one week and was told that this person's husband had suddenly passed away. Not ill, no reason. It was just his time, and he passed away. To say the least, she was totally devastated. And some weeks later, she came back to work, and she wasn't her usual jovial self. My other coworker, the younger lady who was in a wheelchair, would frequently talk to her and try to boost her mood in so many ways. She would bring her treats that she knows or that she knew that she loved. And she would frequently do some little extra tasks around the library that really nobody wanted to do, but she knew by doing them, it would make my other coworker really happy. And we all, of course, tried to boost this lady's mood. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it really didn't. But we noticed something over time. The young lady who was in the wheelchair really had quite an effect on the older lady who had lost her husband. And after some time, they had really, really started to bond. They talked about so many different things. We would overhear them at lunch, and the older lady would be imparting wisdom to the younger lady who was really so naive in so many ways, I recall. And the younger woman who really seemed to frequently have low self-esteem at times, she would somehow manage to not show any of that when she was talking with the older woman and really provided encouragement for her. I watched their relationship grow into such a beautiful friendship. This older woman consistently imparting knowledge to this younger girl who had a disability and was so able to bring light to this older woman. Made me think of scripture that talks about the responsibility of the older woman, the older women really sharing wisdom with younger women. That was the first thing I thought about when I witnessed their relationship, and just how important being able to do that is. My audience are women 45 plus. However, I know that we have so much to learn from the younger generation because they too will become us at some point, and they keep us young and they keep us current, and we can impart wisdom to them so that as they grow, they perhaps will make mistakes, but not have to suffer through some of them as we have. So I know that I have a responsibility to younger people, just as they have a responsibility to us. And I have determined that I will do whatever is possible to make sure that whatever I impart, whatever I do, will bring wisdom, will bring knowledge to those women behind me. So my affirmation is, I know that over the years I've hit bumps, I've hit speed bumps, I've hit closed doors, I've hit broken windows, I've hit elevators that haven't always moved in the direction that I desire for them to move. And I know that my knowledge and the lessons that I've learned along the way are not just for me, but they're also there to encourage those behind me. So I say that I will be there for the women behind me. Yeah, the younger women. And I will encourage them in every way that I can. And I will also encourage them to help us. Yeah, we older women, so that we can help one another to be better in life, to be knowledgeable in life, and to be our absolute best selves.
Main level. Hi. Hello and welcome to Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I am still here today, the third day of the Authors All-Star Conference. And with me, I have an all-star author today. I have Miss Katara Williams with me, and she has written a book. But before we even get into that, I just want her to tell us a little bit about who she is. And I know you're going to enjoy what she has to say to you so much today. So welcome, Katara. I'm so glad you're here. Yes, I'm very excited to have you. So tell us a little bit about you. What is it that I know that this is your first book, right? Okay. So what else is it that you do in addition to your book? Is that your main thing right now?
Right now, this is my main thing. I'm
Okay.
actually working on a business called Not All Wounds Are Visible. Katera Monet Enterprises. So I'm trying to get that together. 'Cause my book
Okay.
actually just came out in May this year.
It's a brand new author.
Yep, brand new author.
Yes, awesome. Well, tell us then a little bit about your book and what prompted you to write this.
Well, actually, my book is called From Broken to Healing. Here's a copy of it. It actually started out as me journaling about my life. Like, you know, we just sit there and be like, this is my diary. This is what happened to me on this day.
Yes,
So
yes.
it took me 3.5 years to write it. So
Did you take your time?
Yeah. When I finally finished it, I was like, okay, so what am I supposed to do now? Am I just supposed to, like, is this really supposed to be happening? So it did. I got it published, of course, through Amazon. But Taria said, no Amazon. So we learned what to do. So no Amazon. So yeah, it came out May 1st of this year. That's a special
That's a good day.
Yes, it is. So what is it about?
Yeah, what's it about?
It's basically about my life.
Okay.
I just turned 25 probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
She's so young.
Yeah.
Not our typical riser audience, huh? Riser, we talk about my risers all the time. My audience are really women 45 and plus. However, women like you are the women that we mentor, you know? So, and we can impart so much wisdom because we've been where you are a little while ago, maybe. But we can still impart so much wisdom, and talking to people and authors such as yourself at your age helps to keep us aware of what's going on and helps to make sure that we're staying tuned into the things that we need to stay tuned into.
Yeah,
So,
we
hey,
keep y'all hip and y'all
that's
help
right.
us.
There you go. And let me tell you, I need some help with being hip. Trust me. Trust me. And that's wonderful. First of all, let me commend you for being so young and for taking on the task of even having the courage to put your story out there. You said this is about you. Yeah. And you know, we as women, we have a fear actually of being vulnerable, of letting people see who we are, of letting people hear our stories. And it's our stories that really free us up. You know, telling our stories frees us up. And it also frees up other people who hear it because they're like, well, you know, somebody else has been through this too. And if they can do it, I can do it too.
Yeah.
So what is it that you hope to do with your book now that you have it written? Is it just the fact that you got it written?
Yeah.
And that's not to discount that at all, because for many of us, that's huge. I was happy when I got mine done. That was all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
You know?
So I actually want to work with men and women.
Okay.
Because men go through things in silence.
Absolutely.
Just as much as women.
Yes.
So I was always told what happens in this house stays in this house. We're gonna break that. If you're going through something at home and you need to talk about it, you need to talk about it.
Exactly.
And then when you get older, you have all of that bottled up.
Yes.
So that actually happened to me. I ended up in a psych ward. I went and got myself checked in. I was in there for 7 days because I had all of this stuff on me. And I really didn't talk to nobody about it. So it was just like, oh, she's about to explode. Like pop. When you shake the top and open the top, it explodes.
It explodes.
So, you know, every little thing would irritate me and tick me off.
Right.
So yeah, that's where I am now.
You felt like emotionally you just were not at a stable place where you wanted to be.
Emotionally, mentally,
yes.
I even tried to commit suicide and all of that.
See? And you know, what she's saying, women, you know, is nothing new to us, but it demonstrates just how fragile and how quickly fragility can just push you to a place where you just feel as though there's no hope. You know, there's no reason for going on. And doing something like this is so cathartic, being able to write down your feelings, you know, and I know doing something like this will help you in what you're trying to do with your business as well. Because when people see you and know that, well, she's being vulnerable and she's opening up, maybe I can open up too. And she may be able even to help me to get through some of these things. That's wonderful. Well, I'm so glad that you realize your value and know that you have a place here on earth that nobody else take the place of. And I tell my women that all the time. It's your imprint, that is so important, and it's unlike anybody else's. And it can only do what God has designed you to do. So that imprint is needed. You are needed, and I'm so excited. And we're gonna make sure to keep up with her, find out what else she's doing, so that we can continue to support her in all that she does. Because I think she's budding on an absolutely fantastic journey with her book and with the business that she's starting. So I'm excited about that. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to mentor too. Because these are the women who become the risers, right? And the cycle goes on and on and on. So tell us how we can get in touch with you, where you are on social media, and I'll include it in the notes here too.
On Facebook, I have my personal page, Katera Monet Williams. My page for my book is From Broken to Healing.
Okay.
My IG is Tara_1125.
Okay. All right. So if you didn't hear all that, or if you missed some of it, don't you worry, because it's in the notes here. We're going to be sure to have it in here so you can get in touch with her for sure. Absolutely. So what is it, what is it that you just want to say? What advice can you give to anybody who, is kind of teetering and like, well, I got some thoughts and maybe I don't really want to put them in a book. And, maybe I'm feeling like I really don't see a reason for going on. Just what can you do? What can you say to encourage them?
What I'll say is do it. Don't even think about it. Just do it. Because whatever you went through will help somebody that might go through it. Absolutely. The generation under us, even I've had older women where I live talk to me about when they read my book and said it helped them.
Yeah.
So they're in their 70s coming to a 25-year-old saying how much I've helped them.
That's powerful. And that shows you that what she's dealing with is not unique to any specific age, right, audience? If we have not been there, some of us are still dealing with it because we're at a different stage. You're starting out and kind of finding that perfect place. And this is an ideal time, I always say, for younger people. And for some of us, the risers, we've been at this for a while, and we're still looking for our ideal place, still looking for that purpose. And, Miles Monroe talks so much about purpose, a minister who's passed on now, but he was the one who introduced me to purpose. And I know that unless you live a life of purpose, you don't thrive.
Right.
So obviously, you have found purpose even in your hurt and in your pain. And so that healing process is really what's kind of allowed you to get to this point. And that's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. So have you received any testimonies from the book? I know you already said that somebody has come to you and said that, your book has really helped me. Anything else you want to share that's been going on with the book?
No. This conference, this is all new to me.
Yes.
This is my first time traveling by myself.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
You see.
Yes. And you're doing wonderfully. I heard you speaking yesterday. She was giving an aha moment. She did just fine. I don't care what she says about being.
Well, I never talked on stage before.
So why don't you share with us, what was your aha moment yesterday? What was it that you took away from the conference? Yes, I know let me tell you, we have been filled to the brim. The speakers have been awesome. So if you could just remember, or anything you want to say at all about the conference period, what are you taking away?
Everything that's being said,
Yeah.
basically. But my aha moment was with the CTR Media. Your book is a podcast.
Yes.
So I'm like, oh, because some people don't like to read or don't like actually physically read it. So you can talk about it and people can listen. Because I'm one of those, like I said yesterday, I'm one of those people that don't like to read.
That's right. That's right. And that's what
I
she
wrote
said
the book
yesterday.
and didn't read it.
She said, I wrote this thing and I haven't read it yet.
I mean, that was an honest, transparent moment. I wrote it and ain't read it.
But it's okay because she knows what's in it.
Yeah, I know
She
what's in
knows
it.
what's
I
in
know
it.
what's in it. I had to deal with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. You are truly a breath of fresh air, and you make us have some hope for women coming up. That whole transparency piece and the piece about not just helping you, but doing something that's going to help others is phenomenal. And so I am so tickled that you were here with me today. So tell us the name of your book again.
It's from Broken to Healing. You can, I'm in the process of changing stuff. Taria said don't use Amazon. So for now, you can go to Amazon and order it.
Yes.
But in the future,
that may change up a bit.
Yeah, it's gonna change.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, something else I always ask people before they head out, I always recommend tools that women may want to use, and sometimes people recommend Facebook groups or other books or their books or anything. Are there any tools that you have used? And sometimes, people recommend things that they use to help them in business, like Canva, or I just put a blanket statement. Any tools at all that you think that help women that you want to recommend?
So like tools, we are saying
anything.
To start writing.
To start writing, or a book that could be helpful for them to help to get them in the right mindset. We've already talked about your book. That's one thing. Or other Facebook groups. I know recently I had someone on who dealt with mommies, young mommies trying to juggle it all, and she recommended some Facebook groups for that. So, just anything. Playlists. People love to recommend playlists. I have a Zen playlist that goes along, with one of my journals. So, if you do, great. If not, we've got your book.
Y'all,
that's for sure.
Y'all can go get it from Broken to Healing.
There you go.
What else? Journal.
Absolutely.
I have a playlist of praise and worship music. And I really don't have any other tools because I had a circle of people that seen what I was going through and helped me get through it. Yeah.
That's a tool.
So
support groups. Find yourself a support group, which is exactly what she's saying. Your tribe will make all the difference in the world and in your survival in many instances. So you listen, those are awesome tools. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I'm glad I was here.
I am too. So you guys go out and find her book. Make sure that you listen to Katara. Katara. There I go. Katara.
Well, everybody calls me both, and I answer to both, but it's pronounced Katara.
Well, that's like Alethea too. Let me tell you, we get some interesting pronunciations for that too. So
I told my mom I should have had an I in my name.
Yeah, that's it.
Air.
There you go. There you go. Well, Katara, we're happy to have you today.
Thank you.
You all watch out for her book, all right? And we'll let you know when this is coming out, so you can encourage your audience to listen.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with disability connections and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
The Loft. Welcome to The Loft. Today with us, we had Katara Monet Williams. And I wanted to make sure that you knew how to get in touch with her. Such a breath of fresh air. She has written a book entitled Broken to Healing. And you can get that by contacting her. On Facebook, she's at Katara Monet Williams. And on Instagram, she is at Tara_1125. Her email is purposehealing97@yahoo.com. And the resource that she recommends, as I get tongue-tied there, is Broken to Healing, her book. And to you, I want to recommend getting anything at all. No, let's go. Welcome to The Loft. I was very happy to have with me today Katara Monet Williams. She is such a breath of fresh air and definitely a person that we risers can learn from. All right? So, what I would like to recommend in The Loft is that you get out and engage with someone that you can pour into. Engage with someone that you can actually impart wisdom to. Perhaps it's a youth group. Perhaps it's a Facebook group where you can mentor other women. They have a wealth of knowledge to gain from us, and we can learn something from them as well. Now, if you need to get in touch with Katara, and I recommend that you do, you can reach her on Facebook at Katara Monet Williams, or on her Instagram page at Tara_1125. If you're interested in ordering her book, that is the resource that she wants to recommend in The Loft today. And the name of her book is Broken to Healing. Her email address is purposehealing97@yahoo.com. Reach out to Katara, and make sure that you connect with another young lady that you can impart wisdom to. And that's it for today. Okay, we've reached the end of the episode. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen. As you catch the elevator down, if you feel so inclined, rate, review, subscribe, and share with a friend. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Remember, every day is a new opportunity, and it's never too late to level up.
Everyone, I'm very grateful that you took the time to tune in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Listen, we have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor.
Hello, everyone.
And all of
Welcome
our
to the
guests
Kim
that
Jacobs
come
Show.
on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real, relevant, and relatable content on today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show.
It's the Kim Jacobs Show.
Kim Jacobs Show. You all see these women here. Can you hear me, Sunshine Expert? Okay. You all see these women here, and guess who they are? Some of our Freestyle Friday experts. So welcome Dr. Jody Bear, America's top health coach. How are you?
I'm awesome because I'm with you on Freestyle Friday.
And I'm happy to hear that you are, what is it that's happening over there? Right quick, tell us.
The offshoot of a roof that wasn't repaired correctly from Hurricane Ian. We are displaced from our home for a few weeks, but the good news is that I'm broadcasting from a hotel lobby, and here we are.
And you're still here, showing up, making what? Athena, our sunshine expert, unmute yourself. And she's making what?
She is not making any excuses. She getting the job done. She is in the building, regardless of what, no matter what the situation, she is still winning.
And that is from our sunshine expert, who's going to be talking about no excuses today. And Dr. Jody Bear is going to be talking about confidence tones, and you're going to learn a lot more about that. And we want to make sure that no matter what Dr. Jody Bear is going through, what's on her plate, what's on her mental plate, that she doesn't experience something as well as you, Athena, or myself, or anybody in the virtual studio audience, that we don't experience what, Natasha Halliday? Burnout. That's what our mental health expert, Natasha Halliday, is going to be talking about today. How to prevent burnout. So you guys, we are in for a tremendous treat right here on the Kim Jacobs Show, and I am encouraging you to share this broadcast between learning about confidence tones, burnout, and how to make no excuses. You're going to be on a wonderful roller coaster ride, raising your hands and saying, wee, because we're going to learn so much, so we feel a little bit more uplifted and edified by the end of today's episode. We'll be right back, everyone, right after our first episode sponsor and commercial break from attorney Hunter and Everidge Law Firm. We'll be right back. And then we're going to get started, ladies. Let's see who we want to start with first. Oh, boy. I don't know. Who wants to go first? Okay. It's like you. You know what? Let's start with the confidence tones. I want to start with confidence tones today. And then we'll go right to our no excuses and then how to avoid burnout. I think we should end on that, how to avoid burnout. All right, we'll be right back, everybody. Y'all are hearing like the behind the scenes conversation. Okay, we could have talked about that backstage. We'll be right back. We'll be back.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everidge, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
Today, we are bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. We are talking with our Freestyle Friday experts, who's kind enough to join us in today's studio audience. And today's episode is sponsored by Hunter Everidge Law Firm. Give them a call if you're in the Alabama area, the Richmond, Virginia area, the Charlotte, North Carolina, and Carolinas area, South or North Carolina. Give them a call at 704-251-2945 and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. All right, who's tuning in right now before we kick off with our first expert? And hopefully you all have shared this broadcast. I see some of our experts in right now. So what we're going to do is just also take a moment to just share the broadcast and let everybody know that it's time to hear about confidence tones. I'm going to play the commercial, if you don't mind, Dr. Jody, first.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And then
Good
we're
idea.
going to jump right into the discussion with you. All right. We'll be right back after we learn about what we're going to be talking about right after this break.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary.
We're going to probably play that again too, because once you hear what Dr. Jody Bear is saying pertaining to confidence tones, you're going to learn even more. But I do want you to know that for more information about confidence tones, you're going to be able to go to Dr. Jody Bear's website, and I'll put this information right in the comment section. You'll be able to call a 1-800 number, and we're going to learn more about that after we hear from Dr. Jody Bear herself. Talk to us, Dr. Jody.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for the opportunity for us with this project and with this part of what I do and associated company that we are now partnered with the Kim Jacobs Show. I'm so honored to be one of your sponsors with this. And why is this important? For those of you that don't know me, I am Dr. Jody Bear, known as America's top foundational health coach. For over 4 decades, I've had the privilege of bringing over 30,000 clients through over 1 million pounds of toxic fat loss. And in the COVID era, and this is when this was developed, over 3,000 people have reclaimed, regained, and restarted their health. Now, I'm going to make a medical claim. There is no medical claims on this because the body put in the right condition can and heal itself, will heal itself. And this is what Confidence Tones does. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that Chinese medicine, all the years, you go ahead and pay your doctor if you stay well. But if you go ahead and get sick, the doctor pays you. And finally, the time has arrived to do exactly that, exactly what we're talking about here in Western medicine. The time has arrived because frequency, we talk about keeping your energy high and frequency high. Well, energy creates vitality, as I've said many, many times on the Kim Jacobs Show. And I apologize about you might hear some background noise.
We don't hear any noise. All we hear is you.
Wonderful, wonderful. But it's energy creates vitality, which transcends to longevity. You only have a certain amount of energy. So how do you replenish? Natasha's going to be talking about in a minute, and it just so goes together, because if your brain is going like this, you have cognitive dissonance. That's like going down the one way, the wrong way on the street. How about if we went ahead and went parallel? You went with the traffic flow. That's what brain entrainment does. When we say feel better, do better, live better, I'm so happy that I was able to give input on this program, on this product, and doing this cognitive dissonance. You see, I had a personal situation 15 years ago when I was in an auto accident.
Okay.
I was hit by a drunk driver. I had no short-term memory. They said, brain gone. But remember that muscle memory, the body can and will put in the right condition, heal itself. I used anti-inflammatories. I used what I believe a modality of acupuncture. It was my acupuncture physician. He said, have you ever thought about doing binaural beats? That's what all was around back 15 years ago. I listened to this 3 times a day, and through the detoxification process that you've heard me talk about prior on other Kim Jacobs shows. 45 days later, when somebody said, hi, I'm Natasha Holiday. Hi, I'm Athena Robertson. I would have to pull up and say, oh, that was Natasha. And Athena, it started coming back. You can retrain your brain. So let me ask you this. Do you know anyone who's been through trauma? Just put it in the chat. Do you know somebody who's been through trauma?
Yes.
Do you know someone who has stress in their life, anxiety, insomnia, even chronic conditions like fibromyalgia, just chronic pain? We've created a brain entrainment program. Now, I'm not making any medical claims. No. One for cancer client patients. We've done one for diabetes. We've got one with weight loss. I'm telling you, the cortisol just drips off of your body and you just feel great, because it says feel better, do better, live better. You name it, a condition is on there. Now, you've heard me talk about the 6 pillars of human existence: spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, social, and financial. We created in Confidence Tones mastery with the 6-pillar mastery of all those areas. How would it feel to be in your body a perfect 10 in all 6 pillars of your life? How about if you knew if you had an abusive relationship, and with 21 days, which is the reticular activating system going through, and that system that keeps going and going and going, and you have that program of 21 days that you could go and enter in and restore your mental capacity, then enter into a new phase of brain entrainment. Remember, muscle memory, you have it with your gallbladder, your back, your heart, your liver, your brain too, but it starts with the brain. And then you can elevate. What would happen in 21 days? I've seen it over and over and over in clients, because the subconscious mind, and then I'll open it up for any questions, Kim. The subconscious mind is the mind that neither slumbers nor sleeps. So if it's going like crazy like this, and then you say, but I really want to do better, and this is up here and this is not here, Confidence Tones brings it all together and brings
Interesting.
them too. And that's when you do better, feel better through, remember I said 15 years ago, I only had my own personal experience with binaural beats. These are made now, the 2.0, 3.0 version, alpha, beta, binaural beats, isochronic tones, theta, and every other level and letter of the alphabet. You can retrain your brain. That's the topic of today. You can retrain your brain. So when you retrain your brain, how are you going to feel physically? How are you going to feel emotionally in your relationships? Let me tell you what Bob Bear and I were going through with this relocation from mold remediation. I put on that stress and anxiety relief. I said, we're going to listen to this. Then we listened to a quick 10-minute tone of positivity. And we came out and just hugged each other. Now that's worth the price of tea, isn't it, in China or any other place? So back to you, Kim. I know you have some questions. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, I really, I'm actually intrigued for us to open it up for some discussion. And even here on the panel, I know I have questions and thoughts. Many times when I hear people talk from a confidence tones or an energy perspective, the reason I sometimes stay, I'm only being totally transparent here. This is me, Kim. The reason I stay clear of some of it sometimes is because it's usually linked to something spiritual. And so for me, I'm only representing Kim Jacobs, y'all. Y'all can represent yourselves. But whenever I think of it, I think of, am I going into the realm of dealing with something from a spirituality perspective? And I know what I believe, and I feel like straight, this is what I believe. But I also, and then this is where I'm riding the fence. I hope God don't spew me out of his mouth. Because I'm being probably lukewarm. Pray my strength in the Lord. But the other piece is that everything that you're saying, Dr. Jody, of being able to retrain the brain. And when I study retraining the brain, some things like being aware of my thoughts and turning negative thoughts that's kind of permeating and trying to plague and bog my brain down into something that's more productive. Understanding what actually causes me to even be in this mindset. What's burning me out? What's aggravating? It's so many different things that come to mind. What are your thoughts pertaining to that?
I totally agree, because I am a spiritual being. I know what I believe. Now, I'm coming from the healing and medical side of things, being a health coach and holistic nutritionist. See, I'm not half-listic, Kim, Natasha, ladies and gentlemen, Athena. No, I am holistic. You get down and you pull the dandelion up by the root so it doesn't come back. This is what you're doing. So you're giving a new pathway for that brain. If you had trauma in your life, if you've had any kind of a chronic illness, like I said, if you have problems with sleeping, yes, you can take even an herb, a remedy, but that's half-listic. What is causing your brain not to relax enough to get into that REM sleep? And then the tones create that. I'm glad you like that. I'm holistic, not half-holistic. So
yeah, I put that up. I was like, okay, I have to type that. I'm not typing too much today, but I have to type that.
So you get into that pathway, into that stream of the river. So you're not like a salmon swimming upstream. You're not going against the current. You're going with the flow of life, how your brain is supposed to be. And then you retrain your brain. I'm going to come back to trauma because that is so important. You see so much of this in mental illness. And I just spoke at a virtual event last week for the National Association of Mental Illness. It's rampant. It's pandemic since the pandemic. So what if you could train and use the circadian rhythm of 21 days to retrain and go into your brain to figure out what in the Sam heck is still there from that trauma, because your brain remembers. Remember, the subconscious doesn't slumber or sleep. And then you could put in new, it's like, what are you doing oftentimes when you're half-listic? I'm going to give a spiritual reference from the good book.
Tell me.
Our creator said, we don't put new wine in old wineskins.
Correct.
Then you go ahead, you're building a new wineskin, then you're putting brand new wine in that wineskin that's going to hold something brand new. And then guess what? The drink is going to be so sweet once you've entered, and then you've elevated to a new level. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen, like if you're going to go out, as I've done so many times, run marathons, train for something or whatever, You have to train that muscle. Your son, Ivan, who's going to be my guest on Mindset Money. I'm so excited to have him in 2 weeks.
He's excited too.
That you have to train that muscle to do that thing. If it's just like this, it's not going to know what to do. And then you just feed it pills and drills and modalities, because you've heard me say surgeries, herbal remedies, pills, therapies don't cure, but the body put in the right condition can and may heal itself. You're putting the body in the right condition to restore, reclaim. And like my husband said, there's even one, I'll say this because I turned 69 last month. I can say that there is.
You look amazing. Wait, you can't just brush past that.
Okay.
You are 69.
69.
You look amazing to
Thank
be that
you.
age. So whatever holistic, not half-listic methods you're using, it's working. It's working wonderfully. So
because
kudos
that's
to
what
you.
it's all about. And this birthday is not called 69. It's called 60 done.
60
I'm done.
done.
I'm done. It's not, but what I'm saying is that I created for senior adults one for its memory, to regain memory, to go ahead. How about if you pray something in the morning? And my husband, with the stress, because stress is really, after inflammation, stress causes all disease. Of course, then we have parasites. We have one for parasite elimination, that with my mastermind that's starting on the 13th, you get that modality for free. And I will say, with the cost, with anyone on the show goes ahead and reaches out to me at 800-852-0850, purchases any program on Confidence Tones, you get a tape from me. Or if you choose to get it 10 minutes free, I'm going to do this for this next 2 weeks as being a sponsor of the Kim Jager Show. Because when you do better, and because you're feeling better, you will live better. And we're going to do it together. All right. So you get a 10-minute consultation from me for free if you go ahead and purchase these Confidence Tones. But check this out for a minute. If you think, okay, I know I've got a condition. Let's say pick a condition. Athena, Natasha, pick a condition. Kim, give me one.
I don't just any people. People have joint pain, diabetes, cancer.
Yes. So you've got back pain or whatever. There is just one with back pain that you listen to, and it's really best, as they say, to do it with headphones. Do it in a quiet place, because it really can mess up your driving if you do it while you're driving.
No, I won't.
There's a disclaimer that you listen there. What's 10 minutes worth? Well, what if it didn't work, but at least you had 10 minutes of downtime? Would that help you in your body? Sure. If you've got a situation, I've got a client making no medical claims now, triple negative breast cancer. All right. She has been listening to the brain entrainment. Guess what happened? She is now up on her walker and she's doing the Qigong walk that I talk for the autonomic nervous system. Maybe she's just doing 5 minutes, but she's doing 5 minutes. That's more than she did the day before. So I can say, when you have a situation, because this is what I'm going to end with, and I hope it was helpful.
It's been very helpful, enlightening.
In my last few minutes, if doesn't life on us? Who feels that? Put it in the chat. Life's on us. I didn't think 5 weeks ago I was going to wake up to having Niagara Falls happening through my personal closet.
Can't predict those things.
And a third of my wardrobe. Oh, well, it's time to get new stuff. All right. So when life's on you, what tools do you have? See, in this world, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a stress-filled world, we don't know what we don't know until you know. Now you know. You have a tool in your toolbox. You can have this once you get a program, which is about the whole program, just price-wise, is about what you would pay for one of my hourly consultations. It's really affordable. Then you go ahead and you have this tool to know. You turn on that tool. What happens to your stress? What happens to your day? What happens to your life? We even have a whole program. I know this sounds like a commercial, but it's so amazing what it has done for elite athletes and for people that have this high intensity. Ever feel like stage fright? If you're going to be speaking, you turn the HD max vibration tone and you feel like King Kong and or Wonder Woman. It just
Well,
makes
right now we don't have. I don't have the feeling until I probably experience whatever you're talking about, because I feel a little bit of tension in my shoulder blades. So I'm like, what? You feel like King Kong over there? I need to get some of this going.
And I find so what I'm saying, reach out. And the other program that I have going on right now, you've heard me talk about parasites like 9,000 times. Inflammation is the #1 cause of disease, but under that is stress. But what is stress and inflammation caused from those parasites? 330,000 of them on planet Earth. 30,000 of them can be around human beings, and 300 of them at any one given time in your body. I only do this twice a year. It's the pristine clean. It's 21 days. What that program does, it will eradicate the parasites. With this, you get the confidence tones that we've created program. So you can play that, because people do cleansing, people do detoxes, but homeopathy is very precise. It's not like Spanx, ladies, that you wear one size fits most. A man would not wear one size of a jock strap. It's got to fit. Okay, so if that's the case, you've got to make sure that you go ahead and get the precise way to do this, and then you can go ahead and once for life, you do that, my program, you can do it for the rest of your life. Guaranteed. This is what happens when you retrain your brain.
That's good.
As Einstein said 70 years ago, even the Mayo brothers, when they created the Mayo Clinic, it's on Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, because I live in Florida, in Rochester, in Phoenix. It says the doctors of today will use no medicines. They will teach the patient how to heal themselves. And that's what we do with Confidence Tones. Thank you, Kim, for this platform. Reach out to me. It is drjodee.com, and it's JODEE.com. That's me. I'm here to heal you from your poop to your brain. And this time I'm saying it is through Confidence Tones.
All right. Wow. That was extremely enlightening. And if you all have questions, make sure you all reach out to Dr. Jodee Baer. And I put in the comments section already the phone number. I'm going to pop it up again, because it's a way for you to stay connected and learn more about what she's offering. So here you are. It's 1-800, where is it? Yeah. 1-800-852-0854. 1-800-852-0854 for all of you podcast listeners as well over on iHeartRadio. That's the number for you. And you can also visit her at drjodee.com, drjodee.com/confidence-tones to get the Confidence Tones program. Wow. Okay. We're going to keep right on moving along. And I saw people putting comments over here. We'll go back towards the end and revisit some of the comments so we can keep moving. Let's go ahead and pop our sunshine expert up, which is Athena Robertson. Athena, talk to us and tell us what you have for us today about making no excuses.
No excuses. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to all my beautiful queens on the platform. Always, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to my sister Kim. Always giving honor to God, who's ahead of my life.
Yes,
and
preacher.
This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. And so I truly thank Dr. Jodee Baer for sharing with us about how to train our brain, how to let go all of the overlay of yuck in our brain, and just getting a fresh start with confident tones. So that was some awesome tips, Dr. Jodee. We truly appreciate you. Today I come to you talking about no excuses. Stop with the shortcuts.
You muted yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Good. That's like you done leaned on the wrong button, girl. You getting comfy. Go ahead.
I was getting comfortable. You cannot pursue a journey if you're trying to take shortcuts, because shortcuts are going to get you caught up. No excuses mean if you make excuses, it's never going to get done. But if you stay the course, then you always winning. And we know, y'all know, coming from the sunshine expert, you stay winning when you stay the course. You stay winning when you stay focused. You stay winning when you do what you're supposed to do and don't worry about nobody else. You stay in your lane, everything else go perfect. So let's talk about it. Shortcuts. how many of you know, and we all do it sometimes, we could take shortcuts to get home. We might decide to cut down a side street. Maybe one day it might be, God forbid, we pray there's no accidents, but it could be a lot of traffic going on a side street just because the main street was crowded. I've done it. I know everybody else could probably attest to it, have done it. And once you go down that side street, we still sitting in traffic.
Yeah.
We're gonna still be sitting in traffic. So it might delay our journey about 5 minutes. When if we would have stayed on the main
Or
street,
30 minutes or an hour, depending upon how much.
that is true. That is true because traffic be crazy. That is true. But the side street, if you take it, you're taking a shortcut, but it's still going to take you a while to get to where you're going.
Right.
Period, point blank. Or if we have something to do, if we have projects to do, and if we've done the project before, we try to create shortcuts that's going to try to get us to finish quicker, and it might delay us because we might forget a step.
Yeah.
We might forget a step. You might forget to put a title. You might forget what time that was supposed to be set for this project. So taking these shortcuts, what happens is it get us caught up. It will get us caught up. Prime example, working with students. Tell all the students you want to study, prepare for the test, get a good night rest, eat a good, healthy, balanced breakfast, come in ready to go. If you're going to come in the morning, Dr. Jody laughing because she know, eat a balanced, healthy, balanced breakfast, get your good sleep. Make sure you got your outfit out the night before. I'm just throwing out some things that will prepare you on this journey. You know, you have a test coming up. You want to make sure that you already got gas in your car.
Hydrate, drink plenty of water.
Drink your H2O and stay in your lane, like my sister said. True. But what happens is when students come in, some of them look discombobulated. Of course, you're sunshine expert. This is where I come in at. I always greet you, good morning, and I'm always going to ask you, how may I help you? How may I assist you today? And sometimes I get the blank stare. And I'm like, okay, let's try this again.
Right.
Whether it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Hey, how you doing? How may I help you? And I'm so glad you came. I might get the blank stare. So that lets me know, especially if I seen this student the day before, and I have already prepped you the day before. I was trying to help you out on your journey. So I have to, now they're going to work me a little extra hard this morning because now I got to pull it out of them, and that's quite all right. No worries. That's what I am here for. But I just wish you would have prepared and not took the shortcut. Maybe you didn't go to bed on time. Maybe you didn't eat your breakfast. Some come in there rushing because they might have left just a couple minutes late. So I have to encourage them. I call it people building. I'm going to build you up. I'm going to fill you with so much confidence. I'm going to shower you with so much love. I'm going to let all this liquid sunshine that we're having in the Queen City today, and the sunshine, I'm going to let it shower you so that I get your mind ready, get your mindset ready. Because again, like Dr. Jody Bear was saying, we have to, how we train our brain, how we relax our brain, how we continue to stay prepared is what type of things do we feed in our brain? And so here it is. If you take a shortcut, the shortcut will get you caught up. Are you going to get all that you deserve taking the shortcut? Are you going to get all that you deserve taking the shortcut? Are you going to get all that you need to set out to accomplish if you take a shortcut? If you make excuses, because excuses is just going to carry you over to the next lie you're telling yourself not to do it, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. That's going to carry you on into another excuse. And then here it is. Now you got about 10 excuses. 10 excuses. Which one is going to get you to your goal? None. Because they're excuses. So you're not going to go anywhere. Not at all. Not at all. So what you lose is you might lose your confidence. You're gonna lose the motivation to move forward. and you're going to probably experience a minor setback. It could be minor or it could be major, depending on what you're working on. And with those things, now we have to, as humans, because we do it, we think we have more time to do it. You have to rework yourself even more harder to accomplish what you set out to do. And that's going to take more time. So will you reach your deadline, or will you be behind in your deadline? So if you stay the course, if you stay going in the right direction, don't go left, don't go right, stay in the middle. And it's okay to glance, that's fine. But keep moving. Don't stop. You know how if we're driving down the street and you might pass by the store, I'm just hypothetically saying, y'all, and you see the brand new dress, that banging bag, or them popping shoes, that don't mean we got to stop. That is not for us to stop. That is called window shopping. You look, yeah, I'm going to keep on going, because if I stop, I'm going to get caught up. I'm not going to take my credit card out. No, I was already going to treat myself to something else. So I'm not gonna deter from what's in front of me, because in front of me, since we're talking about items that the ladies like to pop, and even our gentlemen, I'm not gonna stop, because it could be a banging purse up at the end of the tunnel. Them new shoes that I really wanted, I'm coming to get those. If I stay the course, I'm going straight ahead, because if I stop, I'm gonna get some shoes, but it ain't probably gonna be the ones I want. It just if you're window shopping, the gifting of the item looks fancy, is what is eye-catching,
Right.
but is it really fancy though? Okay, so I'm just saying, I just came to talk to y'all about, hey, no more excuses. Cut the shortcuts. Stay the course, because if you stay the course, you're winning. We are in our winning season. Yesterday I heard Apostle Paul Day say, we are in March gladness. There is no madness. You got to watch what you speak, watch what you say. We are in March Madness. We are winning. We are in the third month of 2023. And we are winning on top of winning on top of winning. And it's okay to do a little bit of browsing. I'm not going to say stop and look, just browsing, but keep moving. And that way you're going to fulfill all that you need to fulfill. You're going to get your project done by the deadline. And this journey, once you complete it, the victory of you winning, it is so much greater when you started. When you started, I'm super excited. When I had a chance to start on this talk show, when my sister invited me on this talk show, who, me? Oh, okay, this is amazing. This is going to be great. This has opened up so many opportunities that I would have never thought of. What the hell? Thank you, God. I would have never thought of. I've met so many beautiful people. And not only that, not only am I an inspiration, but they have inspired me. By me meeting Dr. Jody, she inspired me holistically about being healthy.
Yeah.
Healthy without dumping a whole bunch of medicine in my body. Think about it.
Who doesn't want that, right?
Right. I have met my sister Natasha Holiday. She has inspired me mental health wise.
Yes.
How to stay on top of our mental health, and knowing when to say it's not okay. It's not okay, but I will be okay. And I'm going to be all right, because I have a group of supporters. And my sister Kim, she gave us this beautiful platform to share with millions and millions of people the things that we encounter, the testimonies that we have witnessed, is also to be the witness of other people's testimonies, just to know that she's out here balancing one life at a time, and she's touched so many lives. But it's been a pleasure. And so as your sunshine expert, cut out the excuses.
Wow.
Cut out the shortcuts. Stay the course so we can stay winning.
What? Man, pandemonium. Okay, listen. Let me just say that was just incredible information. And the next step right there, you started off on the main floor, you went up to the next step with the no excuses. And what we're going to do is look at any studio audience comments, see what's come in so far. If you have questions about how you can get unstuck and get out of excuse mode, ask some of these questions while we're right here talking to these experts. Dr. Jody Baer is making it clear that there are some ways that we can just try it, see if it can work. put some headphones on and just put some kind of positive excitement and just relaxing your thoughts. Just honing in on some positive thoughts that you may have versus all of the minutia that's happening around the world and the outside environment that tries to filter into our brains. It's some great stuff being shared here on the Kim Jacobs Show. So you all make sure you ask any questions. I'll do everything I can to get them answered. And if you all as experts see some questions coming in, let me know and I'll pop them up as well. In the meantime, what we're going to do is stay the course. I see you, Justine Hilliard said. Great job, great information. We're going to take a commercial break and come back and hear from Natasha Halliday. I refuse to let the hour go by without making sure we get ample time for each of our experts. Is this good, this format? Y'all like this better? Okay, because normally I have like 5, 6, 7. I'm trying to cut it down to about 3 at a time and give y'all the whole free reign. All right, everybody, we're going to take another commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Natasha Halliday.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
Everyone, we're back and we're talking with Natasha Halliday, our mental health expert, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. She's visiting in all the way from Canada. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies. Always a pleasure to be on Freestyle Fridays and talk. I just love to talk all kinds of things mental health. And I love the synchronicity. There is stuff that Dr. Jody said. There's stuff that Athena said. And I'm like, y'all just, it's like we plan this in advance when we don't.
But you don't, right? Isn't that
No.
crazy?
So today I wanted to talk about burnout. Specifically, the funny thing is I like to speak on burnout as it relates to work, but I just want to look at burnout in general when we're feeling burnt out in life. And what is burnout? You know, we know there's times where we're tired or even feeling exhausted, but burnout takes us beyond that. Part of the things that help you know that you're burnt out is you're losing zeal for the things you normally have zeal for. Maybe there's a bit of cynicism that kicks in. There's just, you're not tapping in. There's a disconnect that's happening when you're burnt out. You're at the point where you can't appreciate the things that you appreciate about your life, right? And the way that I think about it is if we think about ourselves like, you know, something with a tank, our tank is like, we're running on E. And how many times do we feel like we're running on E, but we keep going? We're trying to run on fumes. And one of the things that I hear so much that makes me laugh is when we say, I don't have time to be sick. Who scheduled sickness? Who would plan for it?
It decides that you've done plenty to lead up to this. So you must have had time for it.
Doing the most. You need to stop potentially, right? You need to take a break. So I wanted to look a little bit at when we're at that point, when we are feeling burnt out, when we're just like, what is going on? Why I can't connect the way I do. I don't enjoy things. I'm feeling maybe cynical or just, you know, just on autopilot. How do we get back? And a lot of times we think about burnout from that physical standpoint. Absolutely, you got to address the physical part. But what I love to do, especially as a mental health expert, is look at how we unintentionally contribute to our burnout by what we allow to sit in our minds. So the first thing I ask people to do is check in with yourself. You know, I'm not 20, so I remember the tuner radios where you had to turn and try and get it in line so you can hear clarity. I often associate checking in with trying to tune your dial till you get to that place of clarity. The static is an indication that you're not in alignment yet. So you want to get clear about what's going on with you. And so checking in with yourself to say, what's my perspective? What are my thoughts saying about this thing? Right? One thing I experienced a lot, I work as a therapist, and sometimes I would be counseling people and they were struggling during the pandemic. And there was a perspective or a thought process of, this is worse for me. This is only happening to me, even though we knew it was a global experience. How are we to feel any sort of reprieve when our mind is telling us that? And the thing is, we can't control every thought that comes into our mind. So I'm not saying you control all your thoughts, but when it comes, what do you do with it? And I like to do a visualization with my clients about if a negative thought that you have, like this is only happening to me, comes knocking at your door, do you invite it in, make it tea or coffee, sit down with it, hang out with it? And people always say, well, of course not. But we don't recognize that's what we're doing mentally. The thought comes in and we sit there entertaining the thought, and we actually make the thought comfortable. We put its feet up, we offer it a warm blanket, we put the fireplace on, we make it a tea. We don't even realize we're like chilling and hanging out with this thought.
Right.
So this is part of why burnout can get as bad as it is, because if the thought comes, that's one thing, but one, you want to examine your perspective to see how accurate that thought was, because thoughts aren't always accurate. But what am I also doing to release it? So I always love to do this. I got my jar of water here, right? Dr. Jody's always telling us to keep our water up, right? Now look at how high this is. If this was my stress level, I only have this much capacity for what's to come. If this were my thought process and all of this was negative thoughts, no wonder I'm getting so stressed out, because I'm full of those negative thoughts.
Right.
So it's like I said, we can't control everything that comes, but are we pouring it out? Are we doing things to release the things that don't serve us? Are we asking ourselves, is there another way to see this? Because sometimes the way we see it isn't the most accurate way to see it.
Oh.
I went into the shop on Monday to get an oil change. Simple thing, right? I'm near the end of my extended warranty. They're like, we're going to do a diagnostic and see what we can get done under extended warranty so you don't have to pay out of pocket. Awesome. Yes, we found something, but it's causing an issue that's not covered under warranty. So I have to go back and spend 10 times more than I was originally spending. And I was like, where's that coming from? And I remember getting stressed out initially and then saying, pause. What are your options? Because part of what I had to figure out was, how was I going to get home in between, because my car was going to be in the shop all day. I was looking at rented cars. I was looking at this. And there was a moment where the way I was allowing my thoughts to get worked up was almost like the way you get a frappe frothing in a hot beverage. I was just letting them go, and I was getting wound up. And I had to say, take a pause. The evening I was the most stressed, I said, you're not dealing with this tonight. You're going to go to sleep and you're going to wake up fresh tomorrow and you're going to address this tomorrow. What did I remember the next day? My dealership sometimes offers loaners. So I've arranged service for when I can get a loaner car and I'm not spending money on a rental. In the midst of my fury thinking, I wasn't accessing that stuff. But it goes to show, when your mind is cluttered with all the negative, with all the stuff, it's like being in a crowded room. How do you even navigate your way through it? You got to get that stop to get, okay, I got to clear and sift through some things. Does this need to be here? We talk about decluttering our house. Do we ever look at, how do we declutter our minds? Right? So we want to be releasing thoughts that don't serve us. If you're feeling burnt out, one thing I've noticed is the language of I have to. I have to do this. I have to do that. Do we actually have to do all the things we say we have to? Or do we have to do them all at that time? So it's important to evaluate, what can I put down? What can I put on hold? What can wait for tomorrow? What can wait a month? What can I delegate if there's an opportunity to delegate? Can I give somebody with this so I don't have to?
Please, you.
Right? Checking, is there an opportunity to take a break if you need a break? Sometimes we get caught in the self-care is a weekend at a spa. Sometimes you can do something for 5 minutes and it's a little bit of that pouring out, or it's pouring in something that's good.
Yes.
I was on a live, I do Fearless Fridays on Instagram some Friday afternoons. And I was talking in a live about the fact that I was upset about, the funny thing is you barely remember afterwards what you're upset about. But I was upset and I was trying to shift that mindset. I was like, I don't want to stay in this space. And I was like, okay, I'm trying to get rid of the thoughts and that doesn't seem to be working right now. So I said, I'm going to pour in something that I know it's good. And I went to one of my favorite gospel singers, and me and Fred Hammond hung out for an hour, and it took an hour for that negativity to shift. But I tell you, by the time I went to bed, my spirit, my mindset was just in such a much better place. I spent time worshiping. I spent time allowing the good to be poured in, because what it does is it pushes out the other stuff. When I couldn't figure out how to release it, I said, then I need something to get it out. Somebody to come and to say, you got to go, because we're going to fill the space with something that's good.
I love
You
that.
want to pay attention to what's going on up here. That's part of the burnout. If you're feeling burnt out at work, how many times do you sit in the break room and have the conversations about all the stuff that's wrong with work? How is that serving you to spend time rehashing the boss don't
ridiculous.
listen, the workload's too much? That might be a reality, but the repetition of it is not serving you.
That's right. Can I say,
so
when
go
you're-
ahead.
I want to say one thing right there, because I wrote a book on extreme balance makeover, and some of the things I talk about is about burnout, what you're talking about there, and what are some of the signs to look for, signs of imbalance and different things of that nature. But also this is an example of right now, real life that's happening to me. And I'm going to share with you all real quick that one thing that stresses me is when my children, if they leave the house and I don't know that they're gone, that's a stressor for me. So my children know that. We have family meetings, we talk about it, and we say these are things that have to happen in order for me to have some level of mental peace and satisfaction. So right here, I just wanted to show you right here, my son is knocking on the door, and I was like, now you know I'm on a show right now, so why would he be tapping on the door? Guess what he was tapping on the door to say? Out of courtesy. And it goes along with what you're saying, Natasha. Now, what did you just ask me?
I just tapped on the door and said, I'm about to go to the gym. So I just wanted to let her know so she's not stressing out whenever I'm done.
Thank you. You're free to go. Okay. I just wanted to interject that, because when I say I balance my own life, and I don't always share tips here, you're free to go, sweetie. Thank you. But I don't always share tips on the show because I'm interviewing you all. I'm living this thing called life as well. And everything that I teach you all to do, I implement it as well as the balance doctor. So carry right on, Natasha Halliday, with what you said.
Yes, and I love that. I love that example, because this is the thing. I had to remind myself when I was getting worked up this week, I had to pause and say, what would I tell clients? And what do I just know? Because we're human. We're going to have these moments where, it's amazing how quickly our minds can run amok. But I had to go back to, what am I entertaining in my thinking? How are these thoughts serving me? Right? Negative thoughts will tell you you are the only one. It's worse for you. And what that does is it isolates you and sometimes debilitates you, thinking, well, if it's this bad, then I don't even need to try because nothing's going to work. So we have to challenge that mindset and ask ourselves, the last part of what I want to address is, when you're feeling burnt out, when you feel you've been doing the most and you're just running on fumes, assess your capacity. If I get in my car and I have a quarter tank of gas, I don't endeavor on driving 400 kilometers. Sorry, I live in Canada.
Oh, right. You done turned everything around, girl.
Right? So I know that I don't have enough gas in my tank to take a long distance drive with a quarter tank of gas. So I have to fill my tank knowing how far it can carry me. That's right. We aren't always doing this in our lives. We feel like we don't have choice, but there's some areas where we do. Yeah. And it's us unhooking from that obligation, which obligation can be very unpleasant. We can lock ourselves into things we don't need to be locked in, and asking ourselves, what do I have capacity for, and how can I proceed accordingly? So I might have the same phone call in a week. Both phone calls can say, can you do ... My response is not based on what I think of the person. My response is based on my capacity. Do I have the capacity right now to pour out, or am I running so low that I have nothing to pour out with? And it's not a lack of love. It's not a lack of anything. It's just, I have to know that if I try to pour out of my empty vessel, I'm the one trying to deal with recovering from that. So assess your capacity, proceed accordingly, do what you can. We often try to do way more, and unfortunately, that's become the culture. And I listen to the language, be on your hustle, I'm on my grind. We do these things that reinforce habits and mindsets that are not good for us. Why are we glorifying working beyond what's necessary, working beyond what makes sense? What I realized when I used to work at one job and I'd be like, I'm just going to stay an hour later so I can tackle a bit more. It's like people sensed it. So I would come into work thinking I was ahead of the game the next day, and I had twice as many emails.
Right.
So what progress had I made? So I was like, no, I'm going to work my hours. I'm going to do a great job in that time, but I don't necessarily need to work overtime in an attempt to catch up, because there will always be more. So
Yes.
part of dealing with the burnout is assessing what needs to be done, what you can put down, what are you capable of in any given moment? And how do you advocate for your own needs? Because we're so busy sometimes taking care of others. This is why we run on fumes. We forget that we also need to be poured into.
That's right.
So those are my thoughts on burnout.
I love it. Oh my gosh. I know you all, I know you all go and you hear conferences and you hear international speakers. Well, I beg to differ that yes, all of them are phenomenal. If you've been to some of these wonderful conferences, I'm taking notes and I'm applying what I'm learning from these wonderful experts across the world. But right here in the studio audience of the Kim Jacobs Show, we have experts like these that come on Freestyle Fridays, and you all should have your notepads out, or at least typing it over in the comment section what your takeaways are. If you have any questions, Natasha Halliday, how do they stay connected with you? I see at Natasha Halliday.
So yes, on IG, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook at Natasha A. Halliday. My website's natashahalliday.com. Yeah, people can get in touch, ask me questions. I'm loving this. I'm seeing some stuff in the comments and people are talking about.
Let's pull it up.
especially
Wait a minute.
the
So at Natasha Halliday
Yeah,
or
Natasha A. Halliday, which is there with my name, or my website's www.natashahalliday.com, which has
Okay, I
just
wanna-
recently been revamped. So I used to have more just a landing page, but now I actually have a full-fledged website.
All right, this is awesome. I'm putting that up. Let's go to some of the comments. You can read one of them and while I'm typing this back here for you. I felt like I was your representatives back here. I was typing your comments. I did a good job, by the way. So even when nobody else pats you on the back, you pat yourself, right? Like, ah, girl, you did it. All
Yeah,
right.
so I see Lisa Thomas has said here, yes, we must refill our tanks often. I love it. Athena Echo, do what you can and not press to overwork you, right? Justine Hilliard said that's true. As parents, we sometimes overdo trying to prove our love. And I want to touch on that. One of the things that I found very interesting was a client telling me about planning for March break with her children. And she planned so much. I said, did you miss that break was one of the words? Your kids are going to come out of March break tired. And as she thought about it, part of what drove her was social media. Now people posting what they're doing. It's like, I need to show I'm that parent too. But you know, what's funny is my best memories with my parents growing up were not when we were doing the most. It was just being in their presence, hanging out, catching jokes, silly things we did. Like Friday nights was girls' movie night. My poor dad, because it was like me, my sister, and my mom. We would do makeup. We would, wear our fanciest pajamas. We would do a whole thing and kind of left my dad off to the side. But those are the things that fed my soul as a child. It wasn't what trips they took us on. It wasn't, I remember getting lessons for things. That just adds to work because a child's work is school. We're burning out children sometimes thinking being a good parent means we're going to put them in this, we're going to put them in that. And then we're exhausted too because we're running around every evening after work, picking this one up, doing this. I remember one parent saying, I'm tired of giving my kid takeout because we're never at home to eat. So what do you do about that?
You start eating. Did you say, we
You
have
don't
some
need to do that many activities.
Right.
Little Jimmy
That's why I
does
wouldn't
not need to be a
let my
professional
children.
swimmer, piano player, guitar player, soccer player, and gymnast. Like he just doesn't.
Right. Well, but with having 5 children, I could not. When they were all here, one is in heaven now. We know that. But when they were all here, I was like, okay, the 2 of you are going to play on the same team. I met with the coach to say this one he's a giant. He's 12 and he's 5'10". He plays up. And then bottom line, I don't care about the age, so that I can come to one game. And the same thing with other things. Either if we're going to pick a season, it's not possible for one person or 2 people to be involved with all of these different things. So if you're going to do football, then we're going to take a break for another season. Then you can pick up the next season. Find something that's offered in that season because it needs to be some type of break between it. It cannot be that every season we're doing something and everybody's running around in different directions. And eating, I know at my house, what we often did is these things called table topics. So if you have young children, make sure you know that the table topics are great discussion starters, conversation starters. It'll just say, like, what if you were president for a day? What would you do to change the world? And the things that my children said were game changers. One said he would create like an emotion code to determine if a person was happy or sad and how we could identify that so we could help. I was like, what? That's how you think?
Fantastic idea.
You never know what your children are even thinking. Plus, your children tell on what's happening in their school day in those conversation starters, unbeknownst to them. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
All right. I see much love from Dennis. I see she was great. Thank you from Justine Hilliard. I see I'm an advocate for me from Athena Robertson. Justine Hilliard said, yes, Kim, 3 or more children, we must make adjustments. You better believe it. All right. Lots of comments have come in. Woo, we have one more episode sponsor, and we're going to be ending closer to on time today. So one of our episode sponsors is the Ghana Housing Project. Right now, there is a $1.7 million housing deficit in Ghana. And if you are interested in purchasing a home or apartments there, there's a big undertaking that's happening there. You may want dual citizenship. And this is one of our episode sponsors, the GhanaHousingProject.com. Let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. And people in Ghana, they pay 12 to 24 months in advance for their rent and their housing. So it might be something you'd be interested in. Take a look.
Ghana has an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit. The Ghana Housing Project is marketing the ability of investors to support the housing crisis. Investors can purchase homes to relocate, a second home, or rent. Nonprofit and profit organizations can acquire a home for a family. With the recent economic growth in Ghana and the African continent, with an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit, Ghana looks to create a luxury affordable housing community to support the growing middle class with the help of Investa Group under the leadership of Dr. Owusu Kizito. Ghana was recently featured as a top 10 location in the world to retire. Investa Group has started developing in Accra and surrounding areas with a goal of up to 1 million homes, featuring affordable luxury 2 bedrooms starting at $51,000 and 3 bedrooms starting at $71,000. IMVG, Investa Group, and Africa Development Movement are separate companies and do not have prior affiliations with each other. Africa Development Movement does not represent the buyer or the seller and is simply marketing the Ghana Housing Project initiative. INVG will work directly with buyers with the purchase of apartments in Ghana and investing in InvestaFund LP.
Ghana Housing Project, and I'll put it in the comments section. You can take a look at GhanaHousingProject.com. Let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. Make sure you check out ConfidenceTones.com as one of our episode sponsors today as well. And make sure that you know that you can reach out to Dr. Jody Bear, who's right here today, and she's going to be able to help walk you through that very smooth process. ConfidenceTones.com. All of the information that you need is right there. And I've also put the 800 number in the comments section for you. Thank you, Dr. Jody Bear, for being one of our episode sponsors today. All right. I have to say happy birthday as we get ready to close out to this beauty right here. My own, I would say she's like a shero to me. She at the age of 14 wanted to be able to work her first job. So she actually started working a job, a real job, real paying job. And then she also is an A honor roll student. And like you're talking about burnout, Natasha, guess what? She asked mom, can I take today off from school? And the answer was 1000% yes. As hard as you work, whether it's unexcused or excused, doesn't matter. You get today off. And I gave her that. I honored that because we don't know the stress that children have sometimes. And if they ask periodically and they are an A honor roll child, 100%, sweetie, you're off today. Happy birthday to you. She also has spoken before Congress and has helped with bills that are being passed on behalf of people that battle cystic fibrosis. And so I just want to say happy birthday to my own Jayla Jacobs. And she turned 15 today. I want to make sure that I celebrate her. And I'll just put happy birthday, Jayla. There you are. And anybody that wants to follow more of what's happening throughout the day with her, feel free to follow me over on my Facebook page on Kim Jacobs. And we're putting different shout outs and messages from different people. She has a really big gift from her godfather, Les Brown. She hasn't received it yet because we didn't open all of her gifts yet, but she has a gift coming, and her godmother, Evangelist Clara Walton, has already sent a gift, and her Aunt Sadie and all her family and friends, everybody. Miss Tanya Butler, who's actually one of our homeschool coach experts, she just sent something over to Kim to my Cash App for Jayla. So anybody that's been just supporting her, all of the positive comments that's coming on text and Facebook, thank you all. You don't have to send $1. When I asked her what does she want for her birthday, guess what she said? I have everything I need. And so that was her answer. I have everything I need. And so she did not give me a list. And normally, my kids, I'd have kids, they'll give you they'd be like, this is what we want right here. She just said, I have everything I need. So that's amazing. All right, everybody. Any closing comment from each of you? And then we're going to close out. Sunshine expert, unmute yourself. Say a closing comment.
Enjoy your Friday. Stop with the excuses. Stop with the shortcuts. Stay winning. Get out of your own way and watch and see how things move for you.
All right. Dr. Jody Bear, say a closing comment.
In life, you need to oftentimes to slow down, assess, so that you can have the life that's not with cognitive dissonance to a life of nuance.
Wow. The confidence tones might really be a game changer. We'll see. I'm going to talk to you about some things. I'm excited about this. Okay, go ahead, Natasha.
So another reminder to check what your thoughts are saying, pour out the negative and pour in the positive. So do your best to release those negative thoughts. Do not entertain them because they're like monsters that grow when you feed them. Wow. You want to replace that with positivity. And if you have to externally do that, find your source. For me, gospel music, worship, things like that are some of it, but find your way to pour in the positive, the healthy thinking, and release the negative.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Y'all are brilliant experts. Brilliant. Michael Freeland, DJ Mike, if y'all have not connected with him on social media, make it your business to do so today. He wrote a book about freeing your real estate, meaning not housing, your mind. That's a powerful book. He says his motto to his kids is, it's your job to make it hard for me to tell you no. Success breeds access. Yes. And I see all of your happy birthdays comments to Jayla as well. I'll pop them up as we're closing out today's episode. But everyone, I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Freestyle Friday experts. You're marvelous. And we will see you all again on Monday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Bye. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference, and I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you and make it a great day.
All righty. So good evening. And I am Anna. I'm going to repeat it. I forgot to hit the live button. But I'm Anna. I'm a retired school teacher, a health consultant, an administrator, an educational consultant, a certified cake decorator, as well as a jewelry consultant. And the purpose of this podcast is to help you maintain a healthier lifestyle, not just individually, but as a whole, well-being for the whole family. So if you have not started that process, then I would suggest you do. We all want to live a healthier lifestyle. So today, I am going to be talking to you a little bit about transformational coaching, and we have a special guest. You're gonna just love her. I'm gonna be partial because she is my sorority sister, okay? But she is full of knowledge and wealth that she can share with you this evening. And you know that is my purpose. So I want to, I have a little presentation that I want to do before I bring her on, because this is my agenda for this evening. We're going to talk about what is transformational leadership, who developed it. It's something that's very, very new if you look at the research. Identifying factors of transformational leadership, and then I'm going to bring on our speaker. So let's get going. So what is transformational leadership? Well, it's a leadership style that empowers people to accomplish positive change through the vision, inspiration, and a call to action. And believe it or not, this started in the 1970s and the 80s. This is when it became, I guess, to be solidified. I just know during that time I was in college, and they must have been really, really, I guess, really, really new at that. But it was brought on by James V. Downing. He coined the term transitional leadership and rebel leadership commitment, and I believe, and charisma in the revolutionary process. And I believe that's a book or a paper that he wrote. After that, other people picked up on it. James McGregor and Bernard Bass. Those are two key players in the development of the leadership role. And so if you notice, last week I talked about the different types of coaches, and I did mention this coach here. And so you know that leadership is not something that takes on a one-size-fits-all. We all know that. And there are many different types of leadership styles people may choose from, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. However, research is showing that transformational leadership is one of the most effective at bringing about a lasting change. And believe it or not, you probably already know some transformational leaders. Henry Ford was a transformational leader. Not only he made the automobile more affordable through innovation, but raised wages, cut down working hours, and provided health benefits. Ford was not alone in his transformational leadership. Others, such as the civil rights leader, Martin Luther King, advertising legend, David Ogilvy, and the technology magnate, Steve Jobs, demonstrated the powerful effect transformational leadership has. Over time, leaders who guide their followers this way have become synonymous with innovation, progress, and modernized. As you learn about transformational leadership, you'll understand what skills and strengths you need to inspire others to change the world. You'll also learn from some of the best examples of transformational leaderships throughout the history. So today, I hope that you take away from this podcast that people who follow transformational leaders report higher levels of well-being. Transformational leadership is a driving force behind many of the positive changes in this world. Transformational leaders need to have a positive vision of the future. And what's so important is that anyone can become a transformational leader. Servant leadership goes hand in hand with transformational leadership. So I'm just going to give you a listen. Transportational leadership is, let me move my slide. Okay. There are 4 identifying factors about transportational leadership. It influences, idealized influences, it's inspiring leadership, intellectual stimulation, and it's an individualized consideration. So with that being said, I'm going to take a brief commercial, and I am going to come back and I'm going to introduce our guest, Rhea Ray Harris. Y'all, bro, I did not change that slide, and I apologize. I forgot about it. But anyway, let's take this commercial break. And when I come back, I'm going to introduce her and bring her to the forefront. She's going to tell you some things, some positive things here. So just hold on. Let me get it going.
Hi, can you hear me? Miss Anna?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
All
can
right.
hear you now.
All right, let me introduce our special guest this evening. This is Rhea Harris, and she was born and raised in Chicago. She graduated from Whitney Young High School and the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where she pledged to Sigma Gamma Rho. Yep. And she is also a life member. After retiring from her 30-plus years career as a Cook County adult probation officer, she became a full-time entrepreneur. Currently, she is a licensed realtor in Illinois and Indiana and Punta Cana, a published author, the founder of the National Directory of the Beyond the Beautiful World Pageant, and the CEO of Dust to Daybreak Transformational Speaking and Coaching Unlimited. We got a couple of comments up here. Let's see who it is. All righty. So, Miss Dr. Tina Ramsey is saying hello. So,
I'm Dr. Ramsey.
I've told her all about you now.
Thank you.
All right. So, Rhea, I want you to introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about yourself, how you came about becoming a coach, and just a little bit about yourself. Go ahead.
Great. Firstly, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be on your show this evening. I certainly appreciate it. And again, my name is Rhea Ray Harris. I am a licensed realtor, as she said. I am the founder, creator, and national director of the Beyond the Beautiful World pageant, which is in its third year. I am an author. I have a new book coming out this summer. This will be my first non-real estate related book, and the tentative title is Girl Bye 10 Lies Women Tell Themselves. And I am the CEO of Dusk to Daybreak Transformational Coaching and Speaking International. I decided a long time ago, because of my family background, to not just work a job, but to diversify and have some passion projects that would then become businesses. My family was involved with real estate, probably about almost 90 years ago. My great-grandparents actually bought property in a Chicago neighborhood at that time that was not the most welcoming to Black people, and they bought income property. So my father followed suit and bought multiple pieces of income property himself. And that's where my love for real estate came from. I have always, always, always been a pageant fan. I watched any pageant, the local ones on WGN Channel 9 in Chicago, all the way through the international pageants. I was actually at a young age, about 9-ish, coordinating pageants. My godmother had 6 girls and 1 son. So my godbrother was the reluctant MC, and my god sisters were my pageant contestants. And about 10 years ago, the words that God gave me were beyond beautiful. I had no idea what they meant, but they kept coming back to mind. And about 2017, he gave me the vision of the pageant, because I understood that women in this world tend to uphold everyone and everything but themselves. And I created the pageant as a celebration of womanhood, as a safe place to speak your truth, to encourage and assist with leadership skills, and to give a platform for women's advocacies. So that is some of the foundational information about the Beyond Beautiful World pageant. After being a probation officer for over 32 years, I spent my entire adult life in my career for that segment. I was clear in understanding that a lot of being a probation officer for me was being a coach, being a life-changing agent in some people's lives who found out that the world was stacked against them and was seeking for them to not succeed. And it was my goal to show them that despite all the obstacles, they could not just succeed in basic things, but they could strive for bigger, a different life. And they could be a success at that. So once I retired, I looked at how I felt about encouraging my clients and transformed that desire to women. So my primary audience as a transformational coach is women. And my goal is to be a mindset changing agent. And by that, I mean, I want women to understand themselves, appreciate themselves, and elevate themselves to the life that they deserve. So often we talk about fear of failure, which is a real thing. But a lot of women have also the fear of success. They are concerned about what happens if I make it. Do I leave my old friends behind? Do people look at me differently? How do I manage the change in my life? And so those conversations have to be had so that we don't shortchange ourselves with fear of failure, of not making it, as well as fear of success of making it.
Ooh, those are some powerful words, but very, very truthful. You know, a lot. I'm a firm believer that most people are afraid of the unknown.
Absolutely.
And the unknown, it can be success.
Yes.
Be success. But you hit a button when you said you were always into pageants, because I was too. I still watch pageants. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And the thing about it is, I try to decide who the winner is. You know, I be writing down the little names.
Take your scores. Take your scores.
Yeah. So I do that. But you know, I also wanted to ask you, Cleo, do you remember there used to be a lady? I guess she did modeling. She's a Black lady. Her name was Cleo. She had Cleo Modeling School. I think she had a pageant too, as well. And then the Miss Black Illinois pageant. I was once involved in that, not as a contestant, but when I was selling a product and I was, you know, displaying the product to the constituents there. But yeah, I love the pageants. I'm with you on that. Okay.
Absolutely.
So I am glad to hear that about the trans see my man go transformational coach. I'm glad to hear about that because we need that. We need that, and you can see that it's most of the people here can see that it is very, very, very new in the research that they have done for that. Even in the regular coaching, I noticed that. You know, doing this podcast has really been an enlightenment for me as well as the research that I have done. It has, it has done a lot of things to bring light into my head on what should be going on. So if someone wanted to, say for instance, wanted to be in the pageant, what would they have to do?
To be a pageant delegate, they would go to our website, www.beyondbeautifulworld.com, and you would apply for your local title. So, for example, we have 4 different age categories. We have the diamonds, which are 21 to 29 years old, the rubies, which are 30 to 39 years old, the emeralds that are 40 to 49-year-olds, and the sapphires who are 50 and older. And once you submit your application, you would get a full title. So for example, if I was the first applicant in the Sapphire age group, I would be Beyond Beautiful World Sapphire, Illinois. Okay. You would get your crown, your sash, your crown pin, and then you represent for your local title. The 3rd annual Beyond Beautiful World pageant is being held November 3rd and 4th in Country Club Hills, Illinois at the Atrium, 4143 183rd Street. Now, Friday night is not open to the public, but Saturday night is. And we have optional areas of competition as well as mandatory areas. The mandatory areas of competition are the opening dance number, which I make sure I can do it. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. Seriously. Okay. Then we have the fun fashion, which is a display of your personality through your attire. We have the evening gown, which is self-explanatory, and we have the onstage question and answer period. The foundational piece that is mandatory is the Phoenix Rising testimonial area of competition. This is a 3-minute conversation about something that each delegate has achieved, overcome, or a combination of both. Because what we find is when someone speaks their truth, another person's light shines brighter. And they affect someone with their testimonial that they may never see. Because people are able to watch virtually. We have virtual tickets as well as in person. Now, our optional areas of competition are talent. As long as it's no smoke, fire, or live animals, we're fine. We also have Living My Life Like It's Golden, which is a fashion interpretation of that statement, being in gold attire from head to toe. And the Black Pearl Pitch Competition, which is for entrepreneurs. Any delegate that has a for-profit business, wants to start a for-profit business, has a not-for-profit organization or wants to start one, would literally do a Shark Tank style presentation 2 to 3 weeks before the actual pageant and present themselves in front of a panel of judges who would then determine which of the delegates is the winner. And the winner will be announced the night of the pageant. So we encourage women's entrepreneurship. We encourage women's testimonies about their own lives. They also each have an advocacy, a cause for which they champion. And we encourage leadership skills. We have workshops twice a month via Zoom for our delegates, some dealing with the pageant details themselves, but some dealing with life details. How do you become a more effective leader? How do you get over your fear of public speaking? Because these are things that are going to carry you past the pageant and into your future. So that is the difference between the Beyond Beautiful World pageant and so many other pageants. We also foster sisterhood because I tell each delegate, you are not competing against any lady on this stage. You are your only and own competition. And you are striving to be the best woman that you can be that night.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you have any other people from other states? Can they participate if they wanted to?
Absolutely. We have actually one of our sapphires this year is from Georgia.
Okay.
And we are recruiting actually nationwide. So they would come in that Thursday or Friday, be ready to do the first part of the pageant Friday night, and then the main pageant Saturday night. And then they can fly back out Sunday. We have a room block at a hotel. So we are prepared for delegates locally and nationwide to be delegates.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's it. And it looks like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have taken that the transformational coaching and kind of applied it to the Beyond pageant. So you've incorporated some of those skills and techniques. You're really trying to make them become innovative and see their own self-worth, you know.
That is actually the reverse because I started the pageant
first.
Not first.
Okay.
Technically, it was first. But you're right. In my speaking with my clients over my career as an adult probation officer, I was dealing with decades differences in ages. Some of my clients were as young as 17, some of them were as old as 75. And I had men and women, as well as people that were transgendered. And my goal for all of them was the same: to not let your past dictate your future. And that conversation led to so many breakthroughs and so many changes and so many positive transformations. But I did not formalize that under the banner of the Dusk to Daybreak Transformational Coaching and Speaking International Organization until late last year. So the pageant technically preceded the transformational mindset coaching and speaking, but the gist of both of them started well before. Like the pageantry started 9 years old. And my godbrother now still rolls his eyes when he sees me. He's like, But definitely,
work.
That's right. Work it, sir. But I'm so grateful to have the opportunity now to make a change in not just my life, but to assist other women in making that change that they seek in theirs. My main tagline is you can achieve anything you want if you want it enough. Because I'm the first to tell people, I promise you, I want to lose these 15 pounds, but not enough that I'm not going to eat that cookie every now and then. So I'm getting there, but I'm getting there slower if I was a little more dedicated. But I didn't want it enough to sacrifice everything. But there are some things that I do want enough that I've given my all. I've borrowed the rest and done all I could to make it happen. Those are the things that make it worth your getting up in the morning and making it through your day. And those are the things I want people to discover about themselves. What is it that makes you the woman that inside that you want to bring out? Who is that woman? What does she want to achieve? How does she want to show up in the world? What respect level does she command and demand? How do you operate for yourself and for others? And get a clear understanding of who you are as a woman first, and then who you are to everyone and everything else.
Well, to me, it's all about self-care. And that's basically what you're talking about, taking care of yourself, being positive, thinking great things of yourself, thinking that you can achieve these things. I'm a firm believer in that as well. Now I'm going to jump a little bit on something else.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you are an author and you also are a realtor. So people out here looking for houses and everything. So what can you kind of tell us about the real estate business?
I am licensed in Illinois and Indiana. I primarily work the south side of Chicago and the south suburbs and northwest Indiana. What I would tell people as a buyer, because I represent buyers and sellers, as a buyer, be very aware of what it is you want in a home, firstly. And before you get deep into looking, get your finances in order. Get your pre-approval, pay off some of those extra expenses. Make sure that you have not just the home of your dreams, but that it's not a home of your dreams that winds up stressing you out financially later.
Right.
Have an emergency fund. So God forbid, if anything happens, you can pay for it. A couple of winters ago, and it was January in Chicago, my furnace went out. And you know what January in Chicago can be like. And it was rough that day. And it was rough that week. And had my husband and I not had that emergency fund, I don't know what that would have looked like. You're looking at the possibility of burst pipes and a whole bunch of other problems that come from that. So if you don't have the home warranty, which I do advise you research before purchasing, because they are not all equal, they're not all the same. You definitely need to also have an emergency fund. You have to be prepared for home ownership. I found out early in my real estate career that a lot of people wanted a house but did not know what that meant. They didn't understand all the bills associated with it, all the maintenance associated with it, and got caught off guard. So I definitely, for buyers, ask that you do those things and research your realtor. There are realtors that have niches. For example, there are realtors that are really exceptional at working with people that want to purchase condos. If you're looking for a condo, and that means negotiating with the homeowners association and the property management, et cetera, you want a realtor that knows that process. So find someone that is familiar with the demographics that you want. As a seller, you want a realtor that's going to tell you the truth. I know your childhood home is dear to you, but the market says it's only worth $195,000. Don't buck and say, I want 300. I'm not going to give away Mima's house, because you're going to typically be sorely disappointed. Also, find a realtor that will look through your home and, with the assistance in some cases of a home inspector prior to putting it on the market, telling you those repairs that you need to make that will save you a lot of time and problems if a contract comes through, as well as can increase the value of your home because you may have some new things there. Find those small updates that you can do that don't cost a lot but add value. A paint job does wonders. I'll never forget, I showed a client a house, and that owner had to love Prince more than Prince loved himself, because he had 5 different shades of purple walls. And I appreciate that when it's your house, but when you're selling it, you need to be a little more neutral unless you find another Prince lover. And she was just overwhelmed with the purple. So that's something that the realtor will tell you. And if you trust your realtor, you'll listen. So basic things, lawn care, just what is your curb appeal for your property? Are you being realistic with what it is you're seeking? And are you really ready to move? I've had clients that had a house on the market and they were like, oh, we're going to go stay with so-and-so. And then that fell through. Where are you going? What's happening? Because now this house is under contract, it's going to be sold. You have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So getting your plans in order, because it's not fun trying to scramble at the last minute.
No, it is not. And I can relate to the furnace because, I'm a homeowner, but mine was a little different. I had a pipe to burst. I traveled. I left and went down south for about 5 months. And when I came back, a pipe had burst because the battery in the thermostat went out.
Yes.
Okay. And so even though my daughter was kind of doing my house, she stays in Indiana. And so she did not come back often enough. And it was but it was in February. And like you said, and so I'm in the process still now of getting all of that done. They had to gut out the whole thing and everything. It is
right.
A process. It is a process. It is a process. So
that's right.
So you got to be ready. That's all I can say, or put it in the hands of the Lord. Either way, So those are some good advice. What about you talked about a little bit about the seller, right? Or the buyer?
I talked about the seller and the buyer.
Okay. So any other advice or anything you want to kind of like share with us?
I am a fan of doing your own updates. And by that, I mean for buyers. I would rather a buyer purchase a home that needs to be changed versus buying one that has already been rehabbed, not because And I have seen some bad rehabs. Let's not act like I haven't. But I feel that when you do your own rehab, not only do you work with people that you trust and know, but you are putting your personal style into the home compared to buying someone else's style.
Right.
So I love to see that. And for sellers, I really appreciate, like I said, those small touches and staging in a lot of cases that gives a buyer the understanding of what the house could be. Paint, making sure your flooring is nice, those small things carry a lot of weight. So, and making sure that foundationally your house is sound. If I see a big crack in your basement wall, we are running out of the door because that's a problem.
That's a
So,
foundation.
yeah, that's a foundational issue. So those type of things should be addressed by the seller before you put that house on the market so that it won't come up later.
Oh, I'm hoping everyone is enjoying this. We do have a few listeners here. They're not making too many comments here.
It's okay.
It is.
Sometimes all you need to do is hear and operate. That's right. Listen and operate.
That's right. That's it. So I do want to, I'm just going to pause for just one moment. I'm going to take another commercial break.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I am going to come back. Tony, let me put this down here because Tony is saying that this is very, very important. I guess they must have heard me.
Thank you, Tony.
But he's saying it's very, very helpful. So we're going to take another commercial break, and then we will be right back to talk a little bit more.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Okay, we are back.
Yes, ma'am, we are back.
Yes. So I want you to stay around. One other thing I want you to talk about because it's coming up, I believe, this Saturday.
Yes.
Yes, I want you to tell people what you're going to be doing this Saturday.
Part of my transformational coaching and speaking business is my masterclass conversation component. And so I do that monthly, virtually or in person, about various topics. And this Saturday, the topic is From Victim to Volunteer to Victorious, a domestic violence survivor's story. And it's my story. And I am telling about my life as a woman going through the dating world and what I experienced that led to this testimony. And to have that conversation with women about their lives and really understanding things like red flags, really looking at themselves about what motivates what they are doing and the choices that they've made. And knowing that it is okay, there is no shame in having made a mistake. The shame is in staying in it.
Thank you.
And giving them inspiration to, depending on their circumstances, leave a situation that does not suit their needs. And let me say this, I'm speaking as a woman about it, but women are not the only victims of domestic violence. Men are victims, children are victims, seniors are victims. Domestic violence is about a familial relationship or a dating relationship. And so there are so many people that are impacted, but I am speaking from my personal story. So you can go to eventbrite.com and get a complimentary ticket to from victim, the number 2, volunteer, the number 2, victorious, a domestic violence survivor's story. Because that's one of the things I talk about in my transformational coaching and speaking business. I speak about revealing your purpose, your plan, and I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Could you put that in the chat for the viewers?
Yes, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank
But yes, revealing your purpose, your plan, and your passion. I speak about overcoming your insecurities. I speak about a lot of things that I find that women have allowed themselves to be impacted by, and to bring them to a different mindset about it. You know, from insecurities to inspiration, learning who you are and how you want to show up. So yes, I'm really excited about that.
Oh, I'm glad. I am just impressed with all of this information that we're getting here this evening. I'm going to do a thing. While I'm doing this, I'm going to ask you to write that in the chat so everyone can see it, so that they will be able to go. I think I might, when I showed the commercial, it was on the commercial, because I did try to pull that up because I thought it was something that was very, 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 very important for people to attend and use. So I'm gonna let you do that. I'm gonna come back to you at the end now. I'm gonna go.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go back to the slides because I'm gonna try to summarize what you've said. I'm hoping that I have the right things here on my thing, but the difference, now there's a difference between a life coach and a transformational coach. And what I've learned is a transformational coach tries to change things, whereas a life coach tries to improve. There is a difference there. There's a change happening with the transformational coach, but life coach is just, working on something specific that's going on. They're not changing anything. They're just trying to perfect it. So let me go back to my slide presentation. You'll still be here as well. So these are some of the top attributes of a transformational leader. So they clearly define a collective vision and a shared vision. They unite people through a common cause, emotionally connected with their followers. They lead with influence rather than authority. They ensure that the team culture is ethical. All right. So there are some benefits of practicing transformational leadership. You give that person more hope and courage. There's a real change that's going on. And I believe that there's probably going to be a strong bond that forms because you are assisting that person. And it's also going to improve the well-being of an individual. And I think that it makes that individual, feel more safe. And then it reduces stress. And we all know that we need to have less stress in our life. It's not going to go away, okay? But we need to learn how to basically deal with it, with the stress. And this type of thing helps us. Now, remember at the beginning, I said that anyone, if you wanted to be, maybe I shouldn't have said anyone, but if, there are 5 ways to be a transformational leader. And if you wanted to be, and I think that maybe all of us might have a little of that. Entrepreneur, I believe, does have a little of that in it when they're doing that. But you want to create a positive vision and mission. You want to inspire and motivate change. You want to practice. Okay, you got to practice. I don't care what you do, you got to practice. Okay, to secure or do your leadership, you got to set an example. You got to be the example, and then you've got to think of solutions along the way to help people. And I think that Mrs. Harris has given us a great insight on all of those. And so here at the end, I thought that I would give you some examples of people who are transformational leaders. I already talked about Martin Luther King and all of those, but Mother Teresa, Richard Branson, Wilson Churchill, Nelson Mandela, all of these people. Now, it was not easy for any of these people. All of these people have had a hard way to go. It's been a struggle, but they have made changes in this country. So before I'm going to go back, somebody's saying something. She's saying, Cece is saying hello.
Hi, Cece.
And so I'm going to I didn't do this at the beginning. I'm going to do it at the end. And then I'm going to go back and get some last words from our guests. And then we are going to depart. So I want to remind you, this is for Facebook. I do, you can support me by sending stars. Stars help me earn money to make content. So if you want to support me, you can support me there that way. Also, you can sponsor an episode or whatever, however you want to do it. I do have sponsorship for my podcast. And I'm going to ask that you subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is down here now. They have the handle on it. And I am also on other platforms. This is my Facebook. And I also do Instagram, if I can find it. Hold on. So that's my Instagram. Now, if you want to reach me, this is my bit for my website. So if you can reach me on that as well. And then my email is this, so you can reach me if you want to contact me for any reason, or you have any questions or things like that. You can contact me as well for that. So I'm going to bring our guest back on. And I also want to, before we go, I want to talk about upcoming events. So the CTR Media Network is hosting a live event. It is in May. It is in Atlanta, Georgia. So if you're in that area, you can go to www.ctrmedianetwork.com and purchase your tickets for that event. It should be very, very nice. And then my next podcast, my next guest is also a realtor, and she's written a book. Do you know her?
I am familiar with her, yes. An awesome person.
So she has written a children's book, you know. So she will be my next guest in March. She's gonna talk a little bit about how children can learn about real estate. Okay. And
Phenomenal.
yeah, it is. And that is one of my things, because I've always believed that we need to start with the babies and not exclude them, because they got to function in this world as well.
That's right.
So those are the upcoming events that are coming here. And I want to, let me come out of this. So we're back. So before we get off, we did good this evening. Before we get off, do you have any last words or tidbits?
Absolutely. As far as real estate goes, I am encouraging ownership, not because I'm a realtor, but in the criminal justice world, I spent the last 22 years in domestic violence court. And one of the things I saw were young people being hostage to abusers because they didn't have somewhere else to stay. If our young people have their own space, that alleviates that problem, because once you have a criminal background, a lot of times you cannot get a rental in your name. So if they have a space, even if it's a space that they have to work on to rehab, but a place that's their own, let them have that independence, let them have that freedom, so that they are not victims and have to stay with someone that's abusing them. As far as the pageant goes, again, 21 to 91 years old, you are welcome at the Beyond Beautiful World pageant, www.beyondbeautifulworld.com. If you are interested in supporting the pageant but not being a delegate, and I'm talking to men now, because women, I want you to be a delegate, but for men, please be a sponsor of the pageant. We have different levels of sponsorship that are detailed on the website. Please purchase an ad or purchase tickets. That would be greatly appreciated, so that you can say, I celebrate womanhood also. I have a mother, I have a sister, I have a wife, I have a daughter. So that would be greatly appreciated. As far as the Dust to Daybreak Transformational Coaching and Speaking International, the website is Ria Ray, RIARAI, speaks.com. And I can be contacted there to be a keynote speaker, to host a masterclass conversation, or to be your one-on-one or group coach. And lastly, under the banner of my transformational coaching and speaking business is my first non-real estate based book. The tentative title is Girl Bye, 10 Lies Women Tell Themselves. It is going to discuss some of the things that women play over in their heads that aren't true and that we need to let go. I've been told that it is an in the raw conversation about, girl, get your life together. But it should be released this summer, and I am super excited about that.
Well, you know, you're going to have to come back on here.
Yes, and you know I'll be here, girl. I will be here.
You got to come back with that book. You know, we got to see, you know, hear that book. That's going to be awesome. And,
yes,
you know,
ma'am.
I am going, when it comes out, I'm going to introduce you to, because in our podcast, we have book talk with Candy. And she interviews authors and things like that. That is
Let's get it. Let's go.
So I'm sure that she would be very, very interested in possibly interviewing you. And I
I
just
would
wanna thank
appreciate it.
you because this is new to me. I have not been doing this a year, and I'm enjoying it immensely. And I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your knowledge with us. And because I believe that the only way we're going to find out things is we got to share. We've got to go back to how it was, in the old days when they had by history, it's by word of mouth. Okay. So that is, to me, we've got to help each other so that we all can live a better life. So
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you for coming on. And to my constituents, I hope that this evening that we have inspired you, we have encouraged you, and we have empowered you to live a better life. And I always lead with my 3 L's. Don't forget to love. Well, let's start with the first one. Don't forget to live. You want to live your life. You want to live your life to the fullest. Be happy. Don't let anyone bust your bubble. And then the second one is laugh. Laughing is so good for the soul. You just don't know how much it will make you feel better. And then the last one is love. You want to love everyone, but most of all, you want to love yourself.
That's
So
right.
I'm hoping this evening that we have inspired you, and we'll see you next Wednesday at the same time. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Miss Anna.
Oh, you are so welcome. Thank you. You can stay on for a little while. I'm going to just remove you from the scene from a little bit, and we are going.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wisdom Tips. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green, and I am here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. I am so excited you are joining us again for another episode of Wisdom Tips, where we learn how to establish wisdom as a solid foundation in our everyday life. I'm so glad you're here. Please share, because sharing is caring. If you would just share this broadcast, I know somebody's going to really be excited, because on today's episode, we're going to be discussing the importance of having wisdom and a positive mindset. That is very important for everything that we do in life. If you have a negative attitude, a lot of times you won't be able to move forward in things that you want to do and things that you want to accomplish, because you allow things to stop you dead in your track because your mind started going into that negativity mode. So we want to talk to you about the importance of wisdom and what wisdom does. It balances us and it teaches us from life experiences that we've had in our life, things that we have experienced and that we've went through. And we notice that when we're negative, things seem to go wrong. And it seems to magnify what we're going through. But when we turn around and decide that we're going to have the wisdom to believe God and have the faith that we need to believe and trust Him, then all of a sudden your mind starts shifting to that positive attitude. And that's what I want to talk to you about today on this episode, the importance of having wisdom enough to have that positive attitude, even when things go wrong. You know, when we have all kinds of challenges in life, and one way to navigate through the things that we go through in life, all the disappointments that we go through, is just take authority over your mind immediately and have that positive mindset and exercise your faith, your most holy faith, and make up your mind that you're going to obtain success and not failure. And that's how you can crush the devil right there and right then. When that negative thought comes in your mind, you have the power to either be happy or sad. You have the power to decide to have a positive mind or either positive or negative a mindset. It's up to you, because God has given us that kind of power, how we can really control our thoughts. So when you get that experience that's going on in your life, and I know sometimes it can be some devastating things that it's going to shock you, and it's going to take you for a flip for a while, and you're going to sometimes be panicky, and your heart might start pounding, and your hands may start sweating because you're scared or fearful of what may happen. But then when you think about what you've been through in life, and how God brought you back out of darkness into the light, then if you start remembering those good things that God did for you and how you were able to overcome those circumstances, then your mind will shift back to that positivity. So what I'm saying is, when it happens, I want you to do it immediately. Shift your mindset from positive to negative, and don't focus on trying to control the situation. Let me say that again. Don't focus for trying to control it. See, when we focus on trying to control the situation, then anxiety comes a lot quicker and a lot faster. And then the negativity start coming because you're trying to control it and nothing is happening. See, that's the problem with trying to control stuff, because you can't control nobody really but yourself. So try to stop trying to control the situation that you think you can figure it out, and you think maybe you can work it out, or you can change the atmosphere, or you can change your circumstances. The Bible said that, in the Bible, things are going to be changed in our life many times, and so, things are not going to always stay the same. There are going to be times that things are going to change and they're going to shift in our life. Like even now, we're still going through this pandemic. People are still getting sick. People are still losing their jobs. Grocery bills are high. You go to the grocery store, and eggs now, I think one pack of eggs is $7, in some stores $6. And meats are going up double prices, and paper towel, my God, paper towels are what, $20 in some places. And you have to shift your mindset sometimes and say, wait a minute, paper towels used to be $6. What's going on with that? You go to a restaurant where a meal used to be $7 or $8, now they're $15 and on up. And so your mind, said sometimes is constantly moving on, and you're happy one moment, the next moment you're sad. You got a positive mindset one moment, the next moment you have a negative mindset. So what I want you to do is get off the roller coaster ride. Tell somebody to get off the roller coaster ride and decide within yourself, although things are happening in my life, I've got to stay focused. And I got to remember I can't control the situation. I got to focus on what? Trusting God and controlling myself. Ooh, somebody ought to put that in comment. You need to trust God and control yourself. You can't control nobody else. You can't control no circumstances. You got to do that for yourself. You know, people, there's two types of personalities, negative and positive. So we're going to talk about both of them, but people with positive mindsets, they don't dwell on how they feel. Somebody ought to put that in the comment. They don't dwell how they feel. Sometimes that's the first thing we dwell on, how you feel when something happens. We talked about the last couple of weeks about, you know, how to heal the heart. When people upset you, they disappoint you, they betray you, and your heart is broken. And the first thing you feel is that feeling. It doesn't feel good, does it? No, it doesn't feel good. It seems like, you know, all of a sudden your whole mindset, you could be happy, go lucky, and then all of a sudden something happens to you, bam, you back into that dark place all of a sudden, and your heart is pumping, and you just overwhelmed, and you're shocked, right? All right, so that's, you know, they don't dwell on it. People with positive mindset, they don't dwell on it. They go ahead and allow the shock to come. I don't want you to internalize nothing. You know, if you're feeling bad inside, don't internalize it. Let it out. You may have to cry. You may have to scream. You may have to go close the door. You may have to get in the car and take a ride. You may have to just take a good bath or whatever. Go ahead and let it process. Go ahead and feel it. That's okay. But, you know, don't dwell on it. People with positive mindset, they don't dwell on what they're going through. They don't dwell on it. They let it go. For some reason, they don't focus on it. But people that have a negative mindsets, the first thing they go through is thinking about the difficult situation that they're going through, what they did to me, how they betrayed me. I can't believe she said that about me. You know, they focus on their self and the problem that they're facing. But people that got positive mindset, they don't stay there. They don't focus on that. All right. And what they focus on is, okay, what can I do now? Okay, this happened to me. I lost my job. You know, this happened to me. I got a divorce. So where do I go from here? Instead of going back to the betrayal or the hurt or the pain, they're trying to figure out how they can work things out in their life and make things better for them. Okay, I got crushed. You need to make what? Lemonade out of something that's bitter sometimes. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes God allow you to go through those things because he's got something better for you. But with the negative mindset constantly magnifies the circumstances that they're going through, the things that they're experiencing. They become angry. They become bitter. So if you're the type of person that's always angry and bitter, always complaining, you have a toxic mindset, and you need a shift in your life to try to turn that around so you can start feeling good about yourself and feeling good about others and not be worried so much about what somebody done to you. Let me tell you something. Somebody's going to always do something to you. Somebody's going to always offend you. Some people are going to betray you. Some people are going to disappoint you. That's just a part of life. And so once you start realizing that this is life, okay, another person done betrayed me, another person done disappointed me, don't stay there. Accept it. Take a deep breath and say, okay, where do I go from here? Do I still communicate with that person? Should I forgive that person? And if you save and you know scriptures, and I've been teaching this over and over again on wisdom tips, importance of forgiveness, then go ahead and forgive them immediately. Now, you may not feel like you have been delivered for a while. You know, you may say, well, I've forgiven them with your mouth, but your heart is still hurting, right? So it's going to take time sometime to heal, but you've got to be the one to make up that mind that you're going to heal. You got to make up your own mind that I choose to forgive and be healed. And as you say that, the process starts working in your life. So when we identify these two mindsets, of course, like we said, one is positive, one is negative. They produce two different ways of responding to challenges. A positive mindset identifies what is needed to be done to produce the clarity and the courage that they need to respond with wisdom and faith. That's where I want you to be. I want you to have that positive mindset and then identify what is needed in that time. What do I need to do now? How can I fix this? How can it be better for me? And then start producing it with clarity, with courage, and respond with wisdom and faith. But now, if you're having a negative mindset, it's calculated. It's going to automatically go to the negative mindset. And it's going to produce what? Anxiety, fear, and stress. In the scripture in 1 Peter chapter 1, verses 13, the scripture says, prepare your mind for action, to be sober-minded. In other words, get your mind right. Somebody ought to put in the comment. If you feeling bad today and you just sick and tired of being sick and tired, a lot of times that's because you got that negative attitude. But you got to make those changes for yourself and decide, I'm not going to be in this place of gloom and doom, depression and anxiety, fear and frustration. You got to tell your mind, you're not going to be there. You might be there now, but you're not going to stay there. All right. And prepare yourself to take on that positive attitude. So when we're faced with life disappointments, you know, the first thing that affects us is internally the pain and the heart popping desire to want to be healed doesn't seem like it's going to be healed because I'm hurting so bad. So internally, you're going to feel it. But the first thing that affects us is our mental well-being. It gets in our head first, and then it goes to our heart. And then internally, it goes all over our body if we don't stop and decide to be healed. You know, it's up to you to be healed. So you got to make that decision. I'm going to be healed. I'm not going to stay here. Although mentally, I'm frustrated, I'm angry, and I got all these thoughts going around in my head because I can't believe what they did to me. You can shut that down and go ahead and grieve a little bit and let it go. And then when you let it go in a positive way, the positive things that come back to you and externally, your behavior will be of positivity and not negativity, not being angry, mad, bitter, and having an unforgiveness spirit. The scripture also says to be sober, which means to think clearly. So when we get upset, we need to think clearly. Even this week, because I've been said I was going to teach on this episode about positive mindset. Believe it or not, I struggled this week with some things that was going on in my life. And I found myself hollering and being short and curt with people, you know, and, you know, I couldn't understand why I was in that place. Why am I getting so frustrated? Because, you know, I don't agree with this particular person, and I'm getting upset because I don't like what things that are going on in my life at the moment. So I was holding it in, I guess. I didn't know I was holding it in. And then all of a sudden I started lashing out over just little things. And so I had to stop and get in my room by myself, close myself in and start praying and say, God, why am I so agitated? And what God began to tell me, you've been agitated for a long time, but you was holding it in and you just kept going. So when we hold stuff in and we just keep going, it could be just just something really small that doesn't make any sense for you to be getting upset about. And all of a sudden you flying off the handle and you wonder why, what happened? What happened? What happened is I didn't deal with some of these things were coming up in my life, in my relationships or with friendships or business or church. Now, some of that stuff I just kept into my spirit thinking I was okay. And so the Lord said, now, in order for you to teach others, you got to learn how to detoxify what's inside of your body. And so what I had to do is start thinking clearly, why am I in this place? And then go back and ask God to help me manage what I have kept in my heart for several weeks, months, or years. And that takes some work, yes. But if you write it down, write it in a journal, what God is telling you as you write down what's bothering you, what's aggravating you in the journal, then write down what God is telling you to do. So, you know, we don't want to be toxic, but, you know, when I think about the soberness, and be ye sober, the scripture was saying, it kind of reminds me of when people that drink a lot and they're impaired and they're intoxicated with substance. The person does not see or think clearly, and it puts themselves at risk, and they have an accident, risk at hurting themselves or hurting others, risking over drinking and maybe getting affecting their liver or their system in their bodies because of their alcoholism. They can cause all kind of diseases, even cancer. And they don't even realize that. Well, when we have a negative mindset, that's exactly what we're doing. We allow our emotions to go through that toxicity and toxic and sick, demented mindset. And before we know it, we're like a person that's toxic with alcohol. That number one, not thinking clearly. Number two, causing risk on themselves or others. And we don't want to have that kind of mindset. If you continue to have that negative mindset, that's where it's going to be. And in my research, it says when people that have toxic mindset, it's like people with brain damage. And I know it sounds crazy, but that's exactly what some of the doctors are saying in the research. But if you turn that thing around and start putting positivity into that negative mindset, it'll take a while, but that person can truly be healed from that negative mindset. And I don't know, sometimes people have negative mindsets because of trauma, things that have happened to them, and seem like it's relentless. It's never stopping. It's constantly going 24/7. Somebody's doing something to me or hurting me or whatever. But whatever we think about, that spirit start coming to us because the enemy knows what bothers us the worst. So he's going to always try to put those things before you, things, the situations and circumstances that has happened to you maybe a few years, few months, or years ago. So you have to learn how to shut it down and start building up your most holy faith, because when we allow that, your mindset going to have a little bit less of faith than you really need. How can you have a little bit of less faith? A little bit of less faith means that you don't have faith at all, because faith without works is what? Dead. So we have to have the faith that we need to get back on board where we need to do, because negativity will cause you to develop and compromise things and be mad and bitter. And we don't want to do that, do we? Want to come on and we want to let the Lord heal us. So let the Lord do that just for us. We all have one enemy. That enemy is the enemy. And he wants to distort our thinking. He wants to distract us with the negativity in our mind and not think positively. I want you to know tonight, he's a liar. He's a deceiver. He's an imposter. And he tries to impair us to have doubt and fear. But